For more audiobook, visit my Patreon page. Highschool DxD, A New Satan. Chapter 1, Ch1 Birth of a Future Satan. So this is what comes after death, huh? A big ass screen in an empty white room, thought Vincent as he looked around. Suddenly the screen turned on and started playing what looked like baby videos, but only he knew exactly who the people in said videos were. He could remember every detail of his life after all, and even then forgetting your own parents isn't something most people can actually do without a severe case of Alzheimer's. This means that the little bundle Dad is holding would be me, Vincent noted as he checked for any changes in the room after the screen turned on. Finding nothing, he just began watching the life he lived from a different perspective. Literally in this case, since he remembered everything from the first perspective and now he was seeing things from the third. Hope I don't have to go through the whole 34 years. I get kind of depressed and slightly unbearable a few times, and it's not great seeing yourself be an ass just because you're smarter than everyone else, Vincent thought, due to not actually being able to voice things aloud at the moment, which took a good amount of his attention away from the rerun playing. I look like a naked genderless Jedi ghost. What the hell? He muttered internally as he saw his near-featureless glowing and transparent blue body, which he could only assume was his soul. Ah, fuck it, let's watch the show, Vincent finally thought as he sat down and settled in for the longest movie of his existence. 'Cause you can't really say of his life once you're dead. Man, it was always funny remembering my parents' reactions to the crazy shit I did when I was a kid. I mean, what kind of 4-year-old uses his RC car's motor to make his tricycle go faster? That kick to win that National Mixed Martial Arts Championship is still epic and makes my blood boil. Honestly, those Karate Kid moves can suck it, and Gene Emory would be happy that I recreated Wedgehook. Ah shit. Here comes Miranda. Fuck, it's depressing just thinking about her. And that she never told me about the child we had until I couldn't even be part of his life. Really wanted to be able to be a good dad like mine was. Would have even put aside most of my projects if I knew. Well, at least I succeeded making cold fusion a reality and made colonizing the moon a success in exchange. Doesn't fill that hole though. And here comes the second lady who kicked my heart in the nuts. Fucking Joanne. And yup, there it is. Cheating on me with that small-dicked moron because I apparently wasn't fulfilling my duties as a man. Something which would have happened if she hadn't complained about it hurting every single time we tried, and I got tired of hearing her complaining about it. I created my own brand of lube just to fix the problem, but the bitch just had a shallow one. I can't fix that. I can't just make a pussy longer. Well, at least it was fun seeing her face when she found out that she was getting fuck all out of me in court. And the face when she realized her little lover lived in standard apartment compared to my near Tony Stark-like house. Beautiful house with an awesome view, top of the line everything, a voice responsive system wired through the whole place, and a staff to take care of things because I spent a lot of my time in my lab/shop. Too bad I could never make a proper AI like JARVIS due to never having the tech needed for the processing power, and I wasn't wasting years making a very secure building just to house it. There's that paternity test she tried to trick me later too. Let that go after a restraining order since I didn't want to fuck up the baby's life by taking everything from his parents. And there's my beautiful baby girl. Sleek design. Fastest and most fuel-efficient engine humanity had ever seen. Capable of getting from Earth to Mars in about 2 days, and with fuel to spare for 2 more trips. Becoming the first man to grow food on Mars was pretty interesting too. Eat your heart out, Matt Damon. Too bad none of that helped me get those healthcare and environmental reforms we really fucking needed. Goddamn politicians and lobbying. One of my greatest achievements was pissing off every politician in the country and about half the companies in the world when I managed to make any form of lobbying illegal. That's when you know you did something right. And there's the mercenary group that tried to kidnap me before 1st John wicked them. Saved my dog too. Couldn't let them kill Artemis, she's way too much of a good girl. And there's the hole in the head of the guy who ordered the kidnapping. And there's the explosion that took out the entire group of criminals who worked with him. And there's the trial for the 21 companies and senators who tried to just me kill afterwards. Ooh, and now there's the little shits who tried to get me arrested for not letting myself be murdered or kidnapped. Supreme Court my ass. Why are my thoughts so rude and emotional when I'm watching all these things I already know? Vincent suddenly thought to himself, as he knew he was usually much more controlled and calm than this. Oh. That's because you're currently a soul and your emotions are much more direct than when you were alive. Someone answered from beside him. Makes sense. Thanks. Vincent thought as that little mystery was solved. You gonna ask yet? The voice suddenly said as Vincent turns his attention very suddenly towards it. There Vincent found a vague outline of a person, sort of featureless like himself, but golden instead of blue, and with a mouth. Reminded him of that white thing next to the Fate of Truth in Fullmetal Alchemist. And you are? Vincent thought as it apparently could hear that. Well, I am a representation of death and the afterlife. And I've got a deal for you. That's why you're in this room. Stops you from reincarnating immediately. It said as a calm smile was the only thing on its featureless golden face. And what sort of deal would this be, because I'm not into the sell your soul kinda deals? Vincent asked as he tried to keep his currently very slippery wits about himself. A reincarnation into a specific world with some perks kinda deal. It answered as that got Vincent's attention. In exchange for? Vincent asked as he wanted to know the cost. Real simple really. I want you to be you in that place. Shake things up and kick ass while you're doing it, cause you're my favorite mortal since Merlin from that depressing universe. It casually answered with a widening smile. Merlin actually existed? Vincent asked in surprise as he was also internalizing the casual multiverse being a thing revelation. Yeah. Everybody loves the dick wizard. It said as it made it look like it was wiping a tear out of its inexistent eye. Dick wizard? What kind of Merlin is that? A befuddled Vincent asked. Forgot you didn't have the Nasuverse in your reality. Shame. It replied as apparently Vincent's universe was missing an interesting anime he would have probably watched. Alright. So back on topic, which world are you talking about and what do you mean you want me to shake things up? Vincent asked to really clarify the offer on the table. Well, it's DxD. And what I want is to see how you, the man who used only his mind and body to actually threaten his entire world into improving. The man who would willingly let himself become the new demon parents would tell their kids about to push the planet forward. The man who would have ruled that mud bullshitty had been born at minimum a century earlier. It declared as it became progressively more excited as it spread its arms before calmly looking at Vincent. I want to see him spread his wings properly. And after that, you can either pass on properly, reincarnate without memories or powers, or you can become one of my champions for a while. That crazy place. Where tits can give you power to beat gods and the world gets saved by a bunch of kids under 20, with fuck all training, while everyone who could have done something twiddled their thumbs. Vincent immediately thought in response before properly thinking things through. After some time while the life story of Vincent Gale reached the greatest thread in history, when Vincent announced the price on each head of state around the world, as well as a few hundred CEOs, and that unless they signed and executed critical reforms to ensure the sustainability of the planet and its people, they would die. Vincent had trillions at the end of his life and he had contacted very single organization in the underworld about the legitimacy of this deal and of the existence of a few certain unhackable and untraceable bank accounts and vaults set up to pay anyone who officially took the jobs and succeeded. This would take effect in 4 months to give the world time to actually start something. They didn't take his word seriously. Then death started happening around the world. Vincent did make sure to keep those he knew were actually trying to do some good out of the hit list. Then a second warning came. He would not stop after the second grace period of 6 months ended. They had been warned. And sure some scrambled to do as he demanded. But most of the superpowers ordered his death like it could change anything. It resulted in the death of 216 agents, while the majority of the underworld stayed out of it in fear of losing the chance for some of the billion-dollar contracts on some people. There's my favorite part. Your death. The Golden One said, getting Vincent's attention. They both watched as the most wanted men in the world finished setting everything up for the child he only found out was his a few days prior, send out his final message that his death would solve nothing and that in 2 months the hits would begin again, then pressing his big red button. What a bang. It said as they watched the space station Vincent had actually been in for the last year explode in the largest firework in history. What can I say? I took going out with a bang quite literally, and that way no one could stop everything from happening. Vincent replied emotionally, since even if he was ready to die to ensure no one could force him to stop, it had still only been a short time since then, and then implications of his death were still hitting him. I hope Miranda never tells the kid I was his dad. Vincent thought as the possibility of his path being so different should he had known about little James. But then you wouldn't be the you are now. It simply said as he turned himself towards Vincent. So what's it going to be, Vince? Deal or no deal? Depends on what kind of perks you're offering, really. I can't see myself achieving much without some kind advantage in a world where some gods can just see everything that happens on Earth, read minds, or simply snap me out of existence without needing infinity stones. Vincent replied as he really did understand just how deadly DxD could be. Plot armor stopped Issei from getting squashed way too much. I know that already. That's why you're getting some pretty good bonuses. And by that I mean some minor alterations to that universe, your choice regarding when you show up on the timeline, no one reading anything from your mind before your new life, a fully customizable body, and then you get the real perks besides keeping what makes you, well, you. The Golden One explained as if making a sales pitch. That is quite generous. How can you alter a universe though? I thought you said you were a representation of death. Questioned Vincent as this made it sound a lot more powerful than he initially imagined. That's an easy one. During one of our last interconcept tournaments, one of my champions did really great and I got the rights from a being governing that specific DxD universe I'm sending you to. Basically beings on my level had some fun, I won some bets and wagers, so now I'm cashing in to enjoy myself. There's really only so much to do when you're like us. It answered in rather mundane terms as Vincent temporarily ignored the fact that there are apparently enough beings like this one to hold a tournament involving rights to mess with universes as some kind of minor bet. Right. So I have some ideas on what I want already and when I want to be born, inserted, transmigrated, or whatever is going to happen. Still a bit curious as to what changes you're going to make and if anything major is going to change from what I know. Vincent announced as his considerable mind already went through everything he believes he would need. Haha. It's great that you're on board. And don't you worry, nothing major's gonna change unless you do something to make it change. That one depends on when you decided to get popped in. All I'm doing is having a bit of fun and giving you a bit of Nasuver since you didn't have any and they make for some more interesting heroes. Golden explained as he excitedly made a screen appear in front of Vincent. This reminds me of Skyrim, but better. Vincent idly thought as he began to go through the options. Name will depend on origin. Race, please select. House, family, organization, layer of heaven, hero bloodline, godly bloodline, creature type. Options will depend on origin. Bloodline ability will depend on origin. Appearance will depend on race. Origin race must be determined first. May get denied. Perks will be chosen last. Well, let's start with race first. Vincent thought as a list appeared with the races he could choose in DxD. Let's see, looks like I can't choose any kind of god as expected. Dragons are available but they mature very slowly. I'll remove the beast races since I want to be humanoid at least. But as I thought, even with the innate disadvantages, devils are the most doable if I want to grow like I plan to and have the most opportunities for social mobility with the right timing. Race, devil. May be altered depending on origin. So let's see, next I'll fill out origin since it affects pretty much everything. Looks like it's basically going to be my background then. No, that's not going to be enough. Being in a noble family would have advantages, but if the leader doesn't retire even after I'm ready then that'll be annoying. Can't just commit patricide since I'm pretty sure even devils frown on killing your father to become lord. Being from a lost house would be pointless since anything the family might have had was no doubt taken by others anyway. I guess I'll do that then, even if some alternations might be needed. Origin, the first new devil birthed by Lilith from Hades' experimentation. Deemed a failure due to no true activity before I take over, even if born at high-class power and holding the potential to grow to the level beyond the original Satan's, the body was dumped in a random battlefield to cover Hades' tracks, unable to erase it due to some people almost discovering him. This new devil actually holds a new unique bloodline magic, signifying a new house among devils. Notice, origin acceptable. Minor changes accepted. Option to choose devil house removed due to creation of house, unnamed. Additional power spared from leftover origin allowance and house choices reallocated to perks and bloodline abilities. Huh. Neat. Guess I'll do my bloodline ability next. Vincent thought as he was happy to remember that little bit about Hades experimenting on the comatose body of Lilith Rise of him had kept. Vincent honestly felt kinda bad for Lilith. Tricked into eating the apple and becoming the first devil, Lucifer coming down and then getting her to pop out new devils without stop, going to war against heaven and then the Gregory. Meanwhile she was still giving birth because Lucifer was forcing her until she just dropped and became comatose. And after that, her son decides to experiment on her comatose body and later just let another use it to make more devils. Well, all that sympathy comes with the condition that she wasn't a truly willing participant and wasn't a massive genocidal bitch. Vincent added as he browsed through the frankly extensive list of powers he could get from his choice of origin. That is until he saw a very special one. Spatial manipulation. Holy shit. This is way too much potential to not use. Especially with all those comic and anime ideas mixed with my actual understand of 3D and 4D space. Vincent excitedly thought as he chose the option. As long as I can train it, then I can definitely become a top 10 powerhouse. You're quite lucky that your origin just involved manipulating a few events to happen slightly earlier and ensuring your body is safe and sound. Saved a ton of the energy it would have required to insert you into an existing family while maintaining general canon. Golden said from the side, confirming that spatial manipulation was not in choice originally. Now for looks. Vincent thought as he went through all the characters he could remember as possibilities for himself, but in the end he decided to do things a bit different. Since I'm an all-new devil house, might as well make myself a bit more unique. He thought as Vincent decided to use the appearance of one Prince Soma Asman Katter from Black Butler, light brown skin, wavy shoulder-length plume hair, and a minor change to make the eyes a mix between golden and emerald green, creating a pair of near-hypnotizing eyes which contrast nicely with the skin. Images here. And as for my name, Lith in honor of Lilith being my mother, and Azarath for the family name since I quite liked Raven as a character. Vincent thought as he finalized his choices. Name, Lith Azarath. Race, high-class devil. May change due to perks. House, extra house Azeroth. Bloodline ability, spatial manipulation. Appearance, approved. Origin, son of Lilith. Perks, ready for selection. Last step, Vincent thought as he could almost feel the phantom of adrenaline in his veins as he opened the perks list. This might take a while to properly balance. He then thought as he went through a whole list of powers, talents, sacred gears, general perks and assistance he could receive upon starting his new life. No rush. I want you to be ready when you prepare to take DxD by storm. Golden reassured with a near-savage smile on his only feature. Some time later. I think I've got it. Vincent thought with some form of tiredness even though he should only be a soul right now. Alpheka Tyrant with a fully controllable balance breaker ready to activate based on my desires. Ability to house a second compatible sacred gear up to Longinus level. Constant location of Incinerate Anthem. Immense talent towards everything regarding the body, mind, and soul. Isolated and movable training ground with comfy cabin. Information package on the underworld. Immunity to the damaging parts of my own sacred gears. That should be everything. My son of Lilith origin is going to give me a massive edge in regards to demonic power innately. Bloodline abilities come with an innate understanding which already makes developing it a lot easier, that combined with these new perks is going to allow me to really set myself up properly. I thought as I gave everything a final check before confirming. Good choice saving for that last one. I would have let you do what I think is pretty obvious you're going to do, but it would have been really disappointing to watch you burn yourself to death or kill yourself using holy nails. Golden said as it double-checked everything itself. Race change to partial human to accommodate scared gears, high-class devil/human hybrid. Well, I guess I'm going to be making some extra waves. Not even sure if there are any dark-skinned devil families, the closest was Kateria Leviathan and I'm pretty sure that was a tan sensing Wild is pretty white, and on top of that I'm going to be a hybrid. Gonna be fun. Vincent thought as he read the notification about his race change. Well, that's everything. Time for the timeline then. So what'll be Vince? Golden asked as he closed the interface. 10 years before the Devil Civil War, in an area close enough to Gremory territory that I can go trade with others if I need to. Vincent answered seriously. Ah yes. Nothing better than chaos and war to make your way up in life. Golden responded with a knowing smile. Exactly. Vincent thought with a nod. Good. Then that's that. I guess I'll see you when you die. And if you somehow reach my level, then we'll go out for a drink and I'll show you ropes. Golden said cheerfully as he finished everything up apparently. Thanks for this. Vincent meaningfully thought at the strange golden being before him. My pleasure actually. Now try not to die too soon. Golden replied as he pushed Vincent into a hole he hadn't seen appear behind him. Hee hee, how he can screw over all those jackasses reviving people all willy-nilly. That'll make things even better. -1498, Underworld, remains of a skirmish between Gremory and a demonic beasts. First-person POV. Gasp, ha. That was a rather unpleasant sensation. I said as I could feel my body jump starting. Truly was too. It does make sense however. I didn't realize it at the time, but being only a soul made me use different ways to see and feel as substitutes for the missing physical traits necessary to actually do that, so at the moment I was feeling some rather intense sensory overload. Never realized how much noise all my internal organs actually made until now. I thought rather weirdly as my eyes began growing accustomed to being properly used for the first time. Turns out I was in a destroyed field. One which saw a battle I could have never imagined as a human. Bodies of devils and near-satanic beasts strewn all over, most either in pieces or heavily damaged from blades, claws, fists or even elements. Craters from strong impacts, deep gashes in the earth, still burning flames, the sight of great ice lances penetrating the ground, some still muddy terrain. Then I realized I could feel, for the lack of a better word, all those things more than I could see them. A truly novel sensation due to it not being one I had in my previous life. Ah. I thought in sudden realization, this must be the most basic abilities needed to truly manipulate space, spatial awareness and perception. It was truly marvelous to see the world in such manner. Although at the most basic level, I could see the surface layer of everything in my range much better than I could using my eyesight, even after it has appeared to have been enhanced by becoming a devil. My senses give me a good 61 meters of perfect spatial perception and about 113 meters of general awareness. All passively of course, I have no doubt this could be improved by understand how to manipulate my demonic power through my new senses. I thought as I went through the possibilities of this ability ranging from planet to near-dimensional coverage of one is strong enough mentally to withstand the enormous amount of information this would make the brain endure. That is for after I find a proper area to set up my home however. I thought as I instinctively activated my devil wings. But to my surprise they seemed to be different than the standard bat wings depicted in the show. Instead of pure black, mine seem almost translucent, as if they weren't truly there. They still moved when I thought about it and knew for a fact that they were real and could let me fly, but my spatial awareness told me they were basically there but not there. In layman's terms, my wings couldn't be hit unless one used abilities and magic related to space or one had properties capable of ignoring such things. Right, it makes sense now. I remember Riser having flaming wings instead of standard ones like Rias and her peerage. This means house abilities could affect certain physical traits like wings. I thought as a reasonable theory emerged from the known facts. No use putting things off longer then, let's test these bad boys. I thought as my translucent wings spread and I carefully began to feel myself become lighter, but finding this coming so naturally I took a deep breath, focused my strength into my legs and jumped. I went a lot higher than I imagined, forgetting I was much stronger than my past life as I was now a high-class devil. But the moment I felt my wings catch the air and what I could only assume was my demonic power flowing instinctively to support my flight, I just couldn't stop my heart from racing. I'm actually flying. Without any sort of device to support me, I'm flying. I thought in amazement as I took in the sights before me. The purple sky covering the vast lands as far as the eye can see. The forest and mountains behind me. The hints of civilizations up ahead as farm fields could be spotted. So this is the underworld before the rise of the anti-Satan faction, huh? No celestial bodies. My guess is that it would also be completely feudal with some mixes of fantasy thrown in due to magic, especially since this is the end of the 15th century and it wouldn't be very different in the human world. I'll know for sure when I activate that information package I requested. But for now I know in which direction I can find at least some people, so I'll head towards the mountains to set up my new home. I thought as directed myself towards my goal a bit sloppily, but I have time to train. If those protagonists, rivals, antagonists and comrades could go from weaklings to powerhouses in less than 2 years, then I should be able to ensure my survival during the civil in 10 years. And with that I flew towards what would most likely be my home for the next 10 years. Underscore 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 underscore. Extra author note. His spatial manipulation will actually start off rather mild, using the superpower wiki to generally gauge the level of mastery Lith will hold over his powers. Right now he's at the basic level, which involves spatial awareness, creating small spaces, shortening spaces, and creating some basic spatial constructs. He cannot just take on a Satan class, and that will take some time. Now regarding power levels. The standard low, middle and high classes will still apply. Ultimate class is a tricky one, thus will basically be divided into general fanon classes. Ultimate class, strongest below the level of divinity. Depending on matchups, they can defeat some gods. Not all gods are major ones like Loki and Odin. We have gods of music too. Satan class, devils reaching the peak of their race and are capable of matching and even defeating major gods. Super devil class, they broke through the limits of their race and can be counted as some of the strongest in the entire DxD. They are strong enough to fight chief gods. Devils from extra houses as an advantage in demonic power quantity and quality when at the same level. Devils from pillar houses have the same advantage over extra houses. Satan houses such over pillar houses. This does not mean mutations, varying natural abilities, talent, training, or intelligence cannot overcome these distinctions. The above is simply a standard for what is going to be normal for devils and generally explains why cultural divisions are a thing. Older families did have valid reasons for thinking they were better. Now about those bloodline abilities like destruction, worthless and lithos space, it will just be called that later. My idea is that these abilities give you advantages when fighting in your weight class, high versus high, ultimate versus ultimate, and maybe give you the chance to win against the weaker members of the class above you. The stronger the target of your ability is from the user, the less effective. Examples: Rias using destruction against Riser didn't really do much on its own. He could use his own power he understood and used better than her to counter her. He was still way too cocky and arrogant in the fight, but the point still stands. But if either used their skills on normal high-class devils, then they would probably wipe the floor with them. Dihauser Belial was able to hold the top spot in the rating game for decades, if not centuries, using his worthless ability, but was only said to rival the Satans. This tells me that his ability can be countered in two ways: simple overpowering it or using concepts he couldn't understand to make him unable to cancel it. And an extreme example of Lith challenging Surzex would just end up with the Mao destroying Lith's space easily. Finally, the flow of the story shouldn't take too long to reach canon events. Stuff happens when you're writing a story. His self-training will be fairly quick, but he won't reach Super Devil with that. He will not be revealing his Longinus unless he's truly about to die for future reasons. And he will only be getting Incinerate Anthem after the Civil War, while he travels to gather a good amount of his peerage members. Note that I said he won't be revealing his Longinus, not that he won't use. After the peerage gathering and some territory developing, there probably will be some rather large time skip, since not too much is supposed to happen after the Civil War, meaning big events like a war. Known DxD events after that are the creation of the Carmilla and Teeps vampire faction, later leading to the full-blown Civil War. Coco Beale and Strata fighting in WW2. Assassination of Yagiki and Cleria Belial. Akino's past, Mom's death and how she became Rias Queen. Kaneko and Kuroka's past. Yudo's past. Gaspar's past. Dulio's past. Vala's past. / dog events. Canon. And as a warning, only going to be messing with a few of those. Going to lay some groundwork in the vampires, save Cleria like most FFs do, change events surrounding Kaneko and Kuroka, keep Akino's mom, and still not sure regarding the / dog stuff. Anyway, that's enough out of me. You got my power scaling and general outline for the story. Hope you all can enjoy. Chapter 2, CH2 Home Away from Home. Reaching the mountains safely was a lot more informative than I initially would have thought. Not because I opened the information package I requested, no. I believe that contained too much information in one go to assimilate out in the open. But because of the various flora and fauna I could notice are either exclusive to the underworld or similar magical areas, or that had gone extinct in the human world and had actually existed before. Various glowing or moving plants, giant trees or mushrooms, vegetation which seemed to have offensive reflexes like the Venus flytrap if not near sentience, and I'm almost certain I saw water spirits in the large river I had followed to the mountains in order to have a water source near my home. I was also introduced to a multitude of creatures and beasts one could only find in anime, fantasy books, tabletop games or video games. Large rock serpents seemingly swimming through the earth like a nicer-looking baby onyx, very fast bipedal rabbits capable of using wind magic, large fire-clad boars, some rather aggressive flocks of illusion-casting singing birds, and even what I could only guess was an earth dragon due to its similarities to a crocodile if not for its draconian head. Truly fascinating. It was disappointing to think I wouldn't be able to study this new ecosystem I found myself in as a scientist and would have to do so as a hunter and possibly prey should I become careless. No use getting ahead of myself, however. Now that I have a sample of the flora and fauna, as well as a known water, I could begin looking for a concealed area. This was much easier with my new spatial awareness since it could feel for any sort of opening this place might hide. That's why it took roughly 20 minutes to find an acceptable spot and then check if anything had already called dibs on it. No one wants to set up shop and find an angry predator being your painful alarm clock the next morning after all. But I was lucky enough to not feel any trace of this shallow cave being inhabited by anything. Now all that left was to set up my place and hopefully get a head start on getting my feet under me in this world. Activating the perk itself wasn't difficult, it was basically the same type of interface I had used to set up this new life, but it would only appear once I was ready to use said perk. The talent, ability to house a second sacred gear and the sacred gear self-damage immunity comes pre-installed, but I haven't actually gotten or awakened Alpheka Tyrant, received information regarding the underworld or incinerate Anthem, nor gotten my home/training ground. So accepting the perk, I received what looked like a large glass orb within a glass orb, which contains a miniaturized cabin with various natural terrains surrounding it, on top of a much larger stone building, which I assumed was the training ground. Nice that this comes with instructions. Ideal home away from home for training maniacs. Made by Evangeline A. K. McDowell. How to use it. Step 1. Have 1 drop of blood absorbed to key you in as the owner. Step 2. Speak the key phrase to enter your new home away from home when requested. Step 3. Place our wonderful product on a stable surface. Step 4. Say your key phrase and enjoy your new home and training ground. Features. -1 warm and cozy cabin perfect for a small family. Fully equipped with modern appliances and power completely by ambient mana. It also has a nice fireplace which doesn't require wood to be added. Self-stocking food and drinks limited to production settings. Unlimited wine, however. Made using automated system in place for production, picking, processing and stocking. -1 beach. Even training maniacs need to relax for maximum efficiency. Near indestructible training facilities with enchanted training dummies, automated magic casters, enchanted gym, top-of-the-line shooting range, testing ground, and armories. Undetectable through anything beyond basic human senses. -0% energy leakage. Warning, due to this being a prototype, no time dilation has been installed. Food supply limited to the natural fruits and vegetables grown within the home away from home. If users wish for meat, please acquire yourselves. Do not use more than a large lake's worth of water within a month. Home away from home is not indestructible and may be damaged from the outside, while damaging it from the inside is much more difficult. Any damage done can only be repaired by the owner due to the creator being in another universe. No refunds or exchanges. Basically an altered Evangeline's resort from Negima. Just wow. Was the only thought I had in mind. That golden guy really doesn't do things by halves. I looked around and found a perfect spot to hide the HAH, as I will acronymize the home away from home. The spot was just up to the right of the entrance, where the cave wall waved enough to let me place the HAH and still be hidden. Then came the annoying part of dripping blood on the thing without any sort of sharp object. Well, I'm not going to punch the cave walls for this, so I guess Naruto style it is. I thought as I used my teeth to bite through the underside of my thumb and place it over the HAH. It took my blood with a small light where it dripped, and a small window popped up as I was watching the bleeding stop remarkably quick compared to when I was human. Please input key phrase through vocalization. Where it begins. I determinedly say, but become a bit shocked at how young my voice sound. And then I realized I hadn't actually paid any attention to it due to not feeling any sort of discomfort beyond my body jump-starting and other things distracting me, but my body feels a lot smaller than I expected. So either I'm not fully matured or I'm somehow stuck being a semi-shota. I really hope it's not the second one. I thought as the HAH accepted my key phrase and teleported me inside of itself. A moment later I reappeared on a platform with a large and intricate magical circle on it. Looking around, I could honestly say that this was simply impressive and that I really want to reach this point later on when I began properly learning magic in the future. Beautiful blue sky with drifting clouds, a spotless beach with clear blue water down below, the one-story log cabin waiting up ahead with a little fire pit, a nice porch and all with lush lawn covering the huge building it stood on top of. In the distance I could see some mountains, an area with a severe blizzard, a desert, a swamp and even a very small city-like area. Going by the training maniac, from the full name of this place, I'm guessing those are training biomes to see how one fares in varied and disadvantageous terrains. I thought as I moved forward to the cabin. Entering the place made me really appreciate the modern but cozy cabin feel of the place. My leather sofas, stone fireplace, kitchen as advertised and one fruit, veggie, and juice-filled fridge after checking it out. Like it said, no meat. But it seems like there are some dairy products, only it is nut-based apparently. And let's see here, spices check, pasta check, bread check, all natural condiments check, so in short I have everything I need to live vegan pretty much. As long as it can be made from plants the automated system can make it. I'll need to experiment or get good enough to hunt quickly. Or if everything goes to plan I'll be able to begin getting a cash flow and buy whatever I need. I thought as multiple options ran through my mind. I wasn't certain devils truly needed to eat in the first place. I knew we are associated with sins, hence related to gluttony, but does that mean we need to eat or just sinfully indulge in excess? The same sort of question applies for sleep in general. We can represent the sin of sloth, but do we need to sleep? I know if we run out completely of demonic power then yes we can pass out, and reincarnated devils probably do it out of psychological habit or for mental health as their minds, bodies, and souls truly embrace what it means to be a devil. Human minds aren't built to have a lifespan of 10,000 years nor to be nocturnal after all. But do we truly need sleep? Maybe if one is closer to a certain sin than others then the devil might feel a need to eat, sleep, fuck or whatever else. I mean, Falbium had to have a reason for basically being an OP version of Skikamarinara. Thoughts for later. Now that I know I have a secure home and stable food supply, it's time to understand what I'm working with and to obtain my first Longinus. So I went to the bathroom since it's pretty much guaranteed to have a mirror and I need a shower. I might not have mentioned it, but how clean do you think someone is when they wake up on a battlefield full of dead bodies? Yeah, not the most hygienic. Now for a good and bad bit, I only have the very basic black pants, shirt, and boots I woke up in, but at least there's a washing machine. Guess I'll go over the battlefield afterwards to scavenge some things. For now I'll at least train shirtless. It'll reduce the amount of damaged or used clothing. One nice shower later. Thank you Evangeline and Golden for the fully stocked bathroom. I said emotionally. I had honestly overlooked how pampered being living on the 21st century had made everyone. But on second thought, magic was a thing, and no doubt magic potions as well, so some form of cleaning products had to be sold in Underworld, a place full of arrogant, young, masters and rich self-important assholes. Putting aside my self-assurance that I wasn't a total pansy, I finally got a good look of myself and I am quite pleased. Wavy plume hair reaching a bit beyond my shoulders, smooth light brown skin, nice cheekbones, perfect teeth, noble features, and the most dazzling green eyes I've ever seen. I look cute at the moment, but at least I can see the signs of maturing on my face which will hopefully turn into handsome later. My body on the other hand isn't anything really impressive. No obvious muscle mass nor definition, soft hands, and unblemished skin. My height is pretty good for my estimated physical age of 12 to 13 however, standing at 5 feet 6 inches. And finally, as is tradition, my little buddy's future looks very promising indeed. And now, since I had nothing to do until my clothes were done washing and no one else was here, I decided to tour the place. Going from the top down. The first floor was impressive to say the least. The exercise equipment and machines had been enchanted to train superhuman individuals, reaching absurd weight limits by using resistance enchantments instead of gravity ones. There were weighted bracelets available once one learns a light walking magic which comes with the warnings, so you could essentially train like Rock Lee. A few cardio-oriented setups, a pool, some actual rock climbing which actually changes and uses gravity magic to make life harder, and even an honest-to-God, gravity chamber. Going to have to be careful with my inner monologue now that I'm a devil. Can't say his name, I noted, since I was still using my human mentality. Anyway, the second floor was the target practice room. This one had an armory for pretty much any ranged weapon you can think of and had training programs ready for all of them at varying levels of intensity. It was mostly a large stone chamber which can be altered to form various terrains and conditions, as well as increase its size once sealed up. It wasn't just shooting targets either, a lot of the so-called targets could shoot back various projectiles and some forms of magic. Perfect to train a combat-effective ranged fighter and making them ready for counterattacks. Third floor was for up-close and personal training. This one had various mechanized golems programmed for different types of fighters, like strength-oriented ones and skill-based opponents. They were remarkably tougher than the one from the previous floor. The place also offered bracelets to limit any extra powers in the body if one wants to truly train purely the physical body and skills. Unfortunately, I can't take them out since they can only exist here. It was divided into multiple types of martial learning establishments like dojos, ancient Greek gymnasiums, Buddhist temple, and even just an empty field, with each having their own armory. And the fourth floor was basically the sparring area. Aesthetically resembling a coliseum without nearly as many seats, the information regarding this floor said that it was the most durable place in the entire HAH. It was also the simplest one since it was designed simply to allow opponents to test each other in straightforward combat, whether it was one-on-one or group battles. Below that was actually a relaxation/ground floor which leads out to the beach. It had medicinal baths, massage chairs, jacuzzis, many things I couldn't name simply because I had never researched spas before. Going back to the fourth floor, I decided it was time to activate my first sacred gear. Alpheka Tyrant Awakened - Balance Breaker initiated. Please use your desires to guide the result. Then I could suddenly feel it as I lost control of everything. My body, my new demonic power, and my emotions. Everything was going wild as I could feel chains shattering in my soul itself, hailing the appearance of the Iron Crown of Lombardy. But I knew that wasn't what Alpheka Tyrant should be. It should be the nails which held Christ to the cross. The things which bound Jesus himself. Just like he decided to die for the sins of men, I too had decided to take on the evils so that they may have a future. Sure, our goals were very different. Mine was for the salvation of the planet and its inhabitant, while his was to save the souls of men, but the end was the same. We sacrificed ourselves for hope in a better future. But now it was the time for a more proactive approach. No longer will I be bound. No longer will I be the martyr. I shall break the bonds holding me. I shall take control of my fate and that of others. I shall take on the evils of the world and be that which pushes good forward. Balance Breaker, Sanctus Filius a Servitute Liberator. I cried out as I felt my will change the form of my Longinus. It entered back into my body, covering my hands and feet with the semi-liquid form of the nails which crucified Christ, while also creating temporary holes where the nails would have been. Although simple in form, like most of what the objects which ended Jesus' life, the abilities of the Balance Breaker were anything but. Alpheka Tyrant, in its base form, could create and manipulate holy nails of various shapes and sizes, going so far as to being able to mimic Kiba's sword birth by sprouting them from surrounding surfaces. It could also brainwash humans, even sacred gear and Longinus wielders, to do the user's bidding, although one had to have had the target listen the user for a few minutes while inserting some key words. And finally, it could alter perceptions and concepts on those struck by the nails. Now the Balance Breaker has boosted these abilities while adding another. The nails became akin to the duality of freedom and bondage by gaining the ability to seal anything and freeing everything, even if it was conceptual, while maintaining the original ability to create them from any surface. The brainwashing was also significantly improved to no longer need a conversation or key words, now requiring only a touch on bare skin and look in the eyes to be able to telepathically begin to command other, even if new commands can only be given when the target is either in sight of the user or being touched by him. All while no longer being limited to humanity and being able to affect any race affected by sins, making the only official race immune to this the angels, but they can still fall due to the negative impact an object used to kill Christ has on believers. And finally the user becomes unbound, gaining a significant boost in all combat abilities and becoming impossible to bind, seal, debuff, poison, pressure, suppress or curse in any way. The metal covering becomes unbreakable in nature and the holes capable of accepting attacks. Truly balance breakers are bugs in the system, especially for Longinus users. I thought excitedly as my desires brought to into this world such a ridiculous power. Still can't take on a Satan-class being, but using this I can most likely kill the majority of ultimate-class beings and even ultimate-class devils from pillar families. Will probably be more difficult against angels and fallens, but at least I can defend against their holy and light attacks now. I thought as the power high was starting to fade. Too bad I'm not going to be showing you off anytime soon, but I'll be training you a lot so I can perfectly use you. I muttered aloud since I knew I couldn't show off my Longinus during the war. It would simply way too risky. Devils from noble families will already hate me for being a hybrid, but showing up with a holy Longinus like Alpheka Tyrant would mark me for death by pretty much everyone with some power. Not even mentioning when Heaven and Gregory hear about it, no way they're letting me walk around with such a dangerous and important sacred gear. Then it could also attract the attention of Hades, which I'm not keen on letting him know about my existence anytime soon. Yeah, keeping you my little secret. I thought as my balance breaker stopped and I returned to normal. Very tired, but normal. And naked. Something I fixed by fetching the towel that my awakening blew away, then heading back to the home. My clothes should be done washing soon. I'll eat afterwards and then accept the information package regarding the underworld in bed. That way if I pass out, like some characters from stories do when information is suddenly crammed into their heads, I won't be slamming into anything and just lay on the floor. Then tomorrow I'll go over that battlefield to find anything useful. I thought as I laid down my plans. Training would come afterwards due to the time-sensitive nature of looting. Beasts could come and destroy what would have been useful or others might have the same idea. The next day. Fuck. I really did pass out. I groaned as I sat up with my head still throbbing a bit. At least now I won't do something stupid or wrong without knowing it, and I won't have to ask basic questions. I thought as I got up and started going through the information I received. Starting with the most fundamental things, there is a difference between the day-night cycle of the Earth and underworld, with them being twice as long down here, as well as there being no moon nor stars during the nights. The sun is there due to its necessity in growing crops, while the moon and stars had served no purpose and therefore were never installed until after the Civil War and the creation of the devil pieces. Farming itself actually leads to the feudal nature of devil society and culture, as was generally showing in the show, manga, and novel, but it is even more so now than canon due to the lack of new blood, human society not having truly developed beyond feudalism either, and the presence of the ruling Satan family still being present. Thus, the majority of the underworld is very much medieval, but with twists from devils being magical in nature such as different cattle, more varied crops and different methods to raise either. There were much better products and production methods than on the surface however, with a magical equivalent of the Industrial Revolution. Speaking of general technology, it would seem that magic and long lifespans have allowed for interesting developments. For the rich and powerful families anyway, common devils don't have access to such luxuries. Teleportation circles technically render most other means of travel obsolete and all devils have the ability to fly should that be unavailable, but the presence of flying luxury ships or enchanted carriages are still things here. The medical system is also very reliant of healing potions and magics, the general belief of healers that although healing-type sacred gears can be better, the devil way is still superior to anything else. The Phoenix House is actually very important because of their tiers due to this very mentality. Beyond that, magic replaced a lot of what humans needed to invent machines for, so they never took anything further than they could do to their natural pride and laziness. Now on to the subject of nobility. The Lucifers stand at the very top, with Asmodeus, Leviathan and Beelzebub directly afterwards even if the three say they are all equal. These four still hold the majority of the power in the underworld, with the 6 houses of Lucifer directly below them even if they were technically extra houses, as was seen during the Great War when the so-called Lucifer 6 had pillar houses under their command. These 10 families make up the core group of the current ruling powers, with subordinate houses supporting them. With the Satans holding ranks of king and great king, the pillar houses range from archduke and bellow as they manage their territories. Each house holds a rank which usually encompasses the personal power of the governing family, the wealth of the family, political weight they represented, the accomplishments of said family, the value of their territory, the strength of their retainers/military and their bloodline. These are the deciding factors regarding one's standing in devil society and why the house of Baal holds the highest rank after the Satans, with the Agars second. Now we have the general state of the underworld at the moment. It's been about 100 years since the Great War stopped, so at least there aren't any major conflicts currently happening, but tension is still very much present at the border between devil and fallen territory. God, Urk, and the original Satans have fallen, Lilith disappearing as well, leaving the heirs of the Satans preparing to take up the mantle of Satan beside Rivism. They haven't stated their intentions to restart the Great War yet either, meaning the internal tensions haven't begun, but the current state of the underworld is definitely not good. There's been a massive drop in population due to the war, and because devils naturally have a hard time procreating, the numbers haven't even begun to recover, especially without Lilith being available to shoot out a bunch of new devils. It also doesn't help that more than half of the pillar houses have been rendered extinct and many territories have been abandoned, reducing the amount of resources available as well. There's also been some pressure from the gods related to death and the afterlife also having their realms connected to the underworld. No wonder Baal and Agars decided to revolt. Even if you take into account his death and the strain the seraphs must be feeling from having to do their father's work, them being in the same situation since they can't replenish their numbers and having lost their leaders, they are still a powerful force with many natural advantages against devils. This is not mentioning Grigori, who wouldn't let any side gain a large enough advantage, and even though they are the smallest numerically, they are the only faction capable of rapidly replenishing its numbers and weaken another at the same time, making them very dangerous. So restarting the Great War in this situation would be near genocidal for any side at moment, since even if Grigori restarted it they would be double-teamed. But it's too bad the current Satans are the stupidest kind of evil and just want to kill and destroy everything. So summary, the underworld is struggling to recover from the Great War, but their naturally high lifespan and low birthing rate is making this impossible in the short term. The economic situation is centered on the pillars and Satans, tensions between factions are present, tensions between devils are rising due to the lack of care shown by the Satans but no hostilities yet, and finally I have a theoretical path for my rise. Time to get started then, I declared with an excited smile on my face. Underscore 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 underscore. Extra author note. Regarding the nobility system of devils, here are the ranks straight from the wiki, with minor details added on. Mid-class devils, baronet, baronetess, knight, or dame. These are landless and not inheritable by one's descendants. One can achieve these titles by contributing in various ways to devils or through favoritism due to the unimportance of such ranks in the eyes of many. High-class devils, from highest to lowest marquis, marchioness, margrave, margravine, count, countess, viscount, viscountess, baron, or baroness. Baron, S, is the baseline for true nobility, receiving land and an inheritable title. Such positions require sufficient strength, capital, and manpower to maintain and possibility improve to further climb the ladder of nobility. Ultimate class devils, highest to lowest great king, king, archduke, archduchess, duke, duchess, prince, or princess. These titles require the family to have at least one ultimate class devil as head, heir, or true family member to obtain and maintain. This is the reason why an important family like the Phoenix have not risen beyond marquis. To raise one's standing requires, on top of previously mentioned manpower, finances, and personal abilities, contributions towards devils in research, military or accomplishment, and a suitable track record of profitable contracts with humans. Now as for the balance breaker. I chose Latin because the languages used for balance breaker names are quite varied, and I thought Latin would be the best fit for something like the Holy Nails. Most likely made by Romans, used by Romans, and Jesus was killed by the Romans, as well as Latin being very strongly linked to Christianity. Sanctus Filius a servitute liberator - the Holy Son is freed from bondage. Longinus are already supposed to be broken, and their balance breakers are things which are supposed to be able to change the world, so I made it capable of doing just that. I mean, the original Alpheka Tyrant was said to be able to break the seal of Trihexia, so now I made it pretty OP. The abilities kinda come from what the purpose of the original nails and what could have been should Jesus free himself to guide others personally, with a mix of the original abilities being boosted. Hope it makes sense. Also, the reason he says he can't take on Satan classes is because he's basically a glass cannon, right, with no experience fighting as a devil and no true understanding of his abilities. He isn't Issei, who somehow is able to just brawl people and is a cockroach. Fighting someone with actual fighting experience and training would wreck him. It's just so sad watching beings with hundreds of years of life and some who fought in wars, being beaten down by a teenager who never learned how to fight and has been a devil for like a year and a half. Chapter 3, CH3 New Friends. 1 year later. I am done. That's my win, I declared as I finally relaxed. All around me in the sparring room were unconscious devils and demonic beasts with varying degrees of injuries. Shall I begin taking care of the injured master? A tall but slim devil in a Renaissance plague suit asked. Go ahead. Tell everyone they can leave afterward, they can no longer help me train, I commanded as a pretty but cold-faced maid with a petite body, piercing black eyes, long straight black hair reaching to her lower back came forward with a refreshing drink and a towel to wipe my naked and slightly sweetly upper body. Pushing yourself hard as always, master, she flatly commented as she started doing her job. She was right. Using so many weights while restricting my other abilities was quite the disadvantage, but I would not get a proper challenge otherwise. No pain, no gain after all, I light-heartedly replied. So what's on the menu today? There's the Inferno boar stew you like, with fresh bread and juice from mana-rich apples, she smoothly answered as I put on my shirt and start walking towards the stairs. Sounds great. I'll take a shower before heading out. Also notify the rest of the girls about our guests leaving tomorrow, I informed her, to which she wordlessly nodded too. One quick shower later and changing into my hunting gear, I thought back to how much I've done over my first year in DxD. The first thing I did was acquire anything I could from the battlefield and woke up in, finding clothes, boots, gloves, capes, a piece of jewelry or two, some intact spears and bows, and whatever I managed to take from the beast corpses. It took a few hours and trips to get everything I could. After that I began training myself relentlessly. It felt like I was back to being a teenager in my old world again, trying to reach the peak. The training itself was divided into 4 parts and the practical, physical, Longinus, demonic power, bloodline power and then practicals at the end of the week. The physical training itself was the easiest one due to my prior experience in the field, even if the upper limits were raised dramatically. The general goal was twofold: bring my physique up to the level of high class and ingrain my skills into my body. To accomplish this I trained to the point of near exhaustion continuously as I abused the gym at my disposal, finding out that it was incredibly difficult to properly build muscles on a young devil body, but I was seeing some good results already as the exercises helped me gain muscle mass and definition already. I wasn't going to look Sarorg anytime soon, but I can say I can take on multiple mid-class opponents with just my body and high-class ones once I enhance myself using demonic power. I also used the CQC training floor liberally before and after each workout. I wanted to be able to fight at my peak and most exhausted, and I am not ashamed to admit those sparring golems put me down a lot. Those things have a few settings from beginner, novice, intermediate, expert, master, and grandmaster. I have just properly reached expert in every one of them for both pure skill and all-out, meaning with demonic powers allowed. These training golems are brutal, efficient, very well programmed, capable of using an impressive number of martial arts, combat styles, and even seemingly imitating those more brutish instinctive fighters. I've learnt a lot fighting them and have been developing my anti-humanoid combat skills very well as a result. Next was the Longinus training. This my most powerful card at the moment. I made sure to train it religiously in its standard form and balance breaker. The training I could do in the HAH for Alpheka Tyrant was admittedly limited due to the majority of its powers requiring intelligent targets to effect, this necessitating me to take some dramatic actions. This was after I managed to learn how to control my balance breaker properly, however, which took 2 months of training to achieve, all because I couldn't go to the human world and would need to practice on devils. I wanted to make the transformation to be as smooth and secretive as possible, forcing me to learn how to perfectly control the excess energy entering balance breaker exuded by constantly activating and deactivating it. After achieving my goals for my Longinus, I went out to look for suitable test subjects. I wasn't going to either lobotomize or accidentally kill an innocent devil just for my training, but luckily I found some devils I could only assume were bandits going by the living arrangements and clothing. It didn't take long to subdue them all because of my high-class strength and only their leader barely qualifying to be mid-class. And good thing I tested things out on these guys first because I ended up kill the first 5 the moment I touched them simply because they couldn't handle the holy energy my sacred gear contained. 3 severely injured bandits later, however, I managed to control the holy attribute enough to not harm them, but I ended up overpowering their minds and turning them completely into puppets. I only succeeded into properly brainwashing my targets after another 13 attempts, leaving me with only 4 bandits including the leader. I learned some information about the current state of things my information package didn't cover, got their stash of stolen goods and money, a few neat pouches to store everything they had stolen and a few storybooks they had kept. Afterwards I ordered the brainwashed remnants to drop the bodies of their comrades in different areas with carnivorous beasts before killing themselves in their own. I didn't want to leave any traces leading back to me or hinting to anyone that someone with holy attributes was in devil territory. I felt no guilt giving out these orders simply because I knew exactly what type of men these were and what they had done. I even went so far as taking all the tents and equipment to make it look like they had left, but when I went to clear out the leader's living quarters, which were located in a refurbished cave, I found something I wasn't expecting: a petite young woman with disheveled black hair, filth covering her body, naked, and empty black eyes on an emotionless face. A rape victim broken by what she had most likely suffered through. I could see bruises, burns, some cuts and bites on her naked body as she simply looked towards me without any signs of a reaction. Seeing such a thing was a first for me and I could not help but pity the girl. So I did what I thought was best: I gently grabbed her hand, looked into her broken eyes and commanded her to sleep. I then wrapped the girl up in a blanket and carried her out of that place after taking everything useful. I then flew the both of you back to my home, carefully cleaned her and dressed her in a simple pair of pants and shirt. Then I did what I thought would be best for the poor broken girl: I gave her a new life by overwritten her very concept of a broken rape victim and changing it to a girl I rescued and who offered to become my servant in exchange since she did not have a family anymore and could not support herself. I essentially sealed her memories of her time in the bandit camp and brainwashed her into creating a new truth. In the process I gained someone to take care of the house and the chores to free more time for training, while she gained one of the best places to live, a stable job, a much better future and to be safe. I learnt the next day that her name was Fia and that she was the type of woman who seemed very cold, but cared for those she deemed worthy and was very dedicated to her work. I never said I wasn't above using my abilities for my own gains. There's a reason I chose Alpheka Tyrant over the true Longinus or Tellus Karma. Hell, the sparring partners and the doctor were all brainwashed into being there, something they will all completely forget about after they return to their homes with false memories and become sleeper agents whose actions will depend on which scenario is triggered. I continued this sort of training, learning that I could essentially create new memories, impart knowledge into others, implant timed commands, influence subconscious behavior and make the effects gradual. I also discovered I could affect beasts with sufficient enough sentience with my brainwashing, which was a nice surprise. It was also interesting to test the freeing and sealing concepts, deepening my understanding regarding these abilities. For the freeing concept I took a page from how Mercer Fry was said to have used the skeleton key in Skyrim and freed my test subjects from various things like bodily limits, mental limits, but most surprising was when I figured out I could free others from his system, removing devil vulnerability to holy and divine properties. That last one was such a bug I could hardly believe it. Longinus for the win. But I would be very selective regarding this little ability of mine. The sealing concept couldn't match up to the impact of freeing devils from his own system, something which I will be thoroughly testing before putting myself through, but it was still fruitful. I could seal attacks and then release them when I chose, seal the mind and body in various ways, seal demonic energy, seal entire areas in various ways, and I was able to even seal souls. That last one was interesting. Both freeing and sealing require at least one of my needles being in the target or around it if I wish to seal a certain space, so there is a minor requirement. By the end of the year I had killed a few hundred bandits across the underworld, many with bounties I could claim, giving me a solid reputation as a bounty hunter, but I also rescued a few people being attacked, all of whom I brainwashed into becoming unknowing informants and sleeper agents if needed. Raiding bandit camps also resulted in 3 more maids. Leora, a short woman with a decent bust, pretty face with brown eyes and curly brown hair. She was a warm girl who liked to cook and gardening. Luckily she had only spent a few days amongst bandits and hadn't been broken yet. I offered her a job as a maid after I heard that the bandits had killed her father and brother when they took her. She accepted. She was brainwashed to slowly engrave loyalty to me and mine, while also being a test subject for what happens when I free a person's talents and their interests, this case being cooking and gardening. So far it has been very enjoyable to partake in the results of her cooking growing by leaps and bounds. The second was actually a prostitute they had kidnapped by the name of Gila. She was a bodacious blonde woman with seductive blue eyes, full lips, billowing breasts, nice legs and ass. I could honestly understand why they had taken her, especially when I found out she actually had a bit of succubus in her. She had been captured some time ago, but her heritage kept her together during their assaults. I decided to offer her a safe place to work under me where she didn't have to offer herself. She agreed. She later decided to bring pleasure to others in non-sexual ways by taking over the relaxation floor, this proving to be a very good decision when I experienced her massages after a good training session. I also imprinted loyalty into her while also testing out long-term sealing by targeting her succubus heritage, calming her sexual desires tremendously and even receiving very enthusiastic thank yous in response. The third one was Heltana, the most physically damaged girl I rescued. She had a temper as fiery as her hair and eyes, as I could see from her memories of her trying to punch and bite any bandit who tried to approach her. I could see she was actually a beauty under her wild, aggressive and desperate expressions. Her body was lean and surprisingly toned, but they had beaten her thoroughly before, enjoying her that was for sure. I helped the girl kill those who hurt her in revenge before offering her a place under me. She agreed, and after she recovered disclosed she had been a hunter. I ensured her loyalty and freed her talent in the hunt and bow as a test for how combat-related abilities can grow under the effect of my Longinus. She is the one responsible for our meat, fur, and general animal goods. She is also the only one I am currently training for combat. Back to my training results, my demonic power training showed much fewer results than any other. Being without any teacher or books to learn from, I had to work on it from scratch and based on the lacking explanations from the show and light novel. I could use the bits Fia, Gila and Leora showed me for housework, gardening and sex, but they weren't really useful. Heltana on the other hand had some magic she used when hunting, like scent concealment, cancelling sound, small-scale wind magic and the like, but I found myself rather average when it came to things like that. The only part one have truly seen progressing rapidly in regarding demonic power is with spells regarding my body like strengthening or agility boosting, alongside the sex magic Gila taught me. As for that last bit, when a succubus-descended prostitute offers to teach you sex magic and how to please your partner, you better listen. Plus I'm a healthy young man. I feel no shame having some fun with my sexy and very willing servant from time to time, especially since I'm not in any type of relationship. Plus my brainwashing only affected loyalty, not obedience. But going back on track, I came to believe I might hold rather average talents towards elemental magic in general, while my perk for talent pertaining the mind, body, and soul shone brightest after my affinity with space. This made me prioritize fine demonic power applications and spells in those areas at a later date, but for now I focused my training on what could boost my fighting capabilities effectively over putting too much effort in fields which I could study at my leisure after the Civil War. And finally, my training regarding my bloodline ability. I would argue that it has seen the most development over the last year compared to the others. This is mostly because it and my demonic powers were the only things really starting from zero. I knew how to effectively train my body already and had martial skills and combat experience from my previous life. Meanwhile, Alpheka Tyrant came with its abilities already available to me, leaving only mastering it. I was able to quickly master basic level abilities such as expanding space and shortening it, as well as improving the range of my spatial awareness and perception to 500m and 750m. It was growing steadily the more I used my space. The rest of the year's spatial manipulation training was spent working on the advanced level abilities such as distance manipulation, something I haven't directly target living beings with yet, imbuing attacks with spatial energy, creating barriers and constructs out of spatial energy, the first effectively sealing the space inside and isolating it, and the second actually became a creative way to train my control over my power, mastering proper teleportation anywhere within my range instantly. And outside of my range with a bit of preparation time, and my most useful combat technique, spatial slicing. Although I knew all these techniques, it would still take time and combat experience to properly add them into my arsenal. Here you go, master. I tried some new things and hope you like it. An excited Leora said as she put down today's lunch. I am certain it will be even better than last time. I respond, grabbing my utensils and digging in. Boy, was I right. This stew is downright incredibly, and she's only been seriously practicing for less than a year. Can't wait to see how she will develop during our long lifespan. Quickly finishing the delicious meal, I thanked Leora before headed out to meet up with Heltana. It's my practical training today, and I agreed to go together this time. I found her on the porch, checking her handcrafted bow and arrows. She has been able to improve their quality tremendously over the last 6 months, making progressively better equipment as she hunts stronger and stronger demonic beasts. Ready, master? The redhead asks as she puts away her arrows into her quiver. That I am hell. Anything new in the area I should know about? I ask as she knew the mountains and forest near our home far better than I. Yes. There's been an aggressive pack of hellhounds on the prowl near the western part of the forest. Found tracks and leftover carcasses. They seem to be hunting for something. She answered seriously, since depending on how old the hound was, it could become quite powerful. Not a true problem for myself now, but Heltana is about top-tier mid-class in terms of power and combat capabilities, hence he caution. She could certainly take on a few hellhounds, but the threat level depends on the pack size and the strength of its leader. I'll handle it. We need to make sure they won't mess with the established species too much. I don't want them to trigger a beast stampede by fighting the local bigwigs. I answered confidently as she nods in agreement. Although I say bigwigs, the only truly threatening demonic beasts for me reside much deeper in the mountains. The ones in the forest are at most low-tier high class in strength, but it would still cause problems for the forest as a whole and for those living near it should those hellhounds mess with them. Meanwhile, my strength without my Longinus is comfortably at top-tier high class. I'm only waiting to develop my body to the same level as my demonic power before making the jump to ultimate class. Until then, I'm concentrating the energy to help improve my body and infuse myself with both it and spatial energy to see what benefits it could give me. The two of us headed out and flew towards the western part of the forest. I could have teleported us, but we both know that it could lead to us missing necessary details. Upon arriving, I can immediately smell the burnt trees and sulfur indicative of hellhounds. We found a spot filled with burnt grass and some smoldering remains, meaning they had rested here, but there was a rather obvious trail to follow, making our investigation into this new pack straightforward at least. I would say about 20 to 23 pack members, and the leader being quite big. I'd say 4.5 meters long and about relatively heavy. The spot he rested on almost melted. My estimate would be that it's a real alpha with low mid-high class strength master. Analyzed Heltana as she put on a serious face. 20 pack members is quite large. They would tear apart the natural balance if we leave them alone. I murmur to myself before deciding to eliminate them. Let's go. They either leave or die. Yes, master. She replied as we headed in the direction they went. It took some time to spot their location simply because they had went far. It would seem that they were either in a rush to get somewhere or chasing something. And judging the large smoke trail and the distant barks, I would say chasing. Let's go. I ordered as my translucent wings appears and I took off. Heltana was right behind me as we sped through the air. Well, this is unexpected. I noted as we finally saw what the hellhounds were chasing with such fervor. What is Satan's name is a unicorn doing here? Exclaimed Heltana in shock, as that was indeed what we were seeing. A shining white horse with a golden horn on its forehead. But sadly its pure body had been tainted by claw, bite and burn marks as it desperately fled from its pursuers. I also noticed something which made the whole situation much more urgent. It's pregnant. Like it could give birth any day now. Heltana said as she confirmed my own observation. And those hellhounds probably thought she would have made the perfect meal in that situation. Might have even helped their leader evolve. I commented as I thought back to information I had gathered as a bounty hunter. The reason a bounty hunter would need such information is rather simple. Humanoids aren't the only thing bounty hunters hunt. It could very easily be a beast someone put out a bounty on. This necessitates bounty hunters to know a fair amount about beasts, and there are public libraries with information on the ecosystems which varies depending on which house's public library you visit. The information I gathered on the hellhounds is enough to know them in depth due to their presence in many parts of the underworld. Large wolf-like creatures ranging from 2 to 6 meters in length, completely covered in black fur besides the flowing veins of green sulfuric fire traversing their bodies. These demonic beasts are capable of tracking the marked souls of their prey and traverse tremendous distances to chase after them. They are capable of breathing intense flames and their claws are sometimes covered in acid. These hounds travel in packs, with the largest ever recorded at 143 pack members. Hellhounds grow into alphas of their species should they become acknowledged by various members who become part of its pack. Further evolution is possible should they encounter the proper stimuli. The most common evolution would be the Grim, which has the ability to attack souls, and lava hounds, wolf-like creatures made out of molten lava. Killing a unicorn, a pregnant one no less, would definitely turn that alpha into a Grim and even possibly a stronger variant due to the strong curse energy one would release from killing such pure beings. I morbidly thought. Hell, you take on the stragglers. I'll deal with the leaders. I ordered, to which she acknowledged by notching an arrow and firing. Trusting her to be able to deal with this level of enemy, I sped up to reach a now cornered and exhausted unicorn surrounded by hellhounds. This feels cliché, but I'd feel like a dick if I just let these annoyances kill a pregnant unicorn and then fuck with my hunting ground. I thought as multiple lances made of space energy appeared beside me and shot down as a few hellhounds pounced towards the resigned-looking unicorn. *SPHHHLT *X5. The sudden turn of event as the 5 attackers tumbled forward, bleeding profusely from the new holes through their bodies, startled all the creatures below. The hellhounds immediately looked around and started sniffing, but only the unicorn seemed to have noticed me as she looked up. That is until I landed on the larger alpha with a spatial energy-covered fist and made his head explode. That got their attention very quickly, making them intimidated and angry. They growled in anger and began to circle around me in an attempt to find an opening. Too bad for them, I was already finished with this fight. They were in my range and gave me enough time to calculate exactly where I would need to attack. So in one quick 360 as I made a horizontal slashing motion with my hand, a thin bluish-white line appeared and sliced every hellhound surrounding me in half. They stood no chance. It would take a pillar house devil with at least mid-ultimate class strength to contend with my space. That is just part of the perks for being a true son of Lilith herself. I didn't even need to double-check or look around to know all the hellhounds were dead and that Hultana was coming due to my range encompassing the entire area. The only other living being left was the unicorn. Said unicorn was looking at me wearily but still very cautious. I don't doubt it could sense that I was a devil, something unicorns don't particularly like. Doesn't help that I'm not a virgin either. It's all right, girl. I'm not here to hurt you. I softly said as I slowly approached her. I could tell it wasn't doing good. It was bleeding profusely from deep claw marks on its hind legs, had a nasty bite mark on its neck, and I didn't have anything which could help. Theoretically, devil magic could heal if you know how to do so, but the demonic energy would be near poisonous for a unicorn. Suddenly it neighed and basically collapsed, breathing heavily. Master. It's going into labor. Hultana declared as she landed beside me. Damn. I softly cursed as I knew what would happen. She won't survive giving birth like this. No. She won't. Agreed the huntress as she sadly gazed upon the struggling mother. It doesn't really matter that we are devils. Most of us can understand a mother struggling to bring new life into the world, and the sadness she must feel being unable to watch its own child grow is always an unbearable one. The two of us observed in solemn silence as the unicorn finally gave birth to a little golden foal with a little bump on its forehead. The look of longing and love in the mother's eyes were clear to see even for us as she watched her newborn struggle to get up. In this moment I decided to approach the two due to feeling the mother's heartbeat starting to slow down. She just didn't have much time left. She heard me approached and looked at me defensively as she was prepared to die before letting anyone hurt her child. I'm not here to hurt you or your child. I want to help. It's important that feels whatever love it can get after all. I gently say as I slowly neared the struggling foal. Under the gaze of the mother, I carefully lifted it and brought it to her teat so that it could get the very important first milk needed by most mammalian species, magical or not. Fortunately, it looked like nothing was wrong with the little one's sucking reflex and he was drinking like a champ. The mother simply looked at her child warmly and with sadness as it knew it could only experience this once before she passed. The little foal soon finished its meal, after which I lifted it again and brought it near the mother's head. You have this once chance at least. Make this little guy feel all the love he'll need to make sure he knows how much he meant to you. I said to her as I backed away to give the two some measure of privacy. With a grateful look, she then turned to her child and began to softly clean it up. Carefully getting every bit she could as the little one enjoyed the feeling of being cared for, blissfully unaware of his mother's weakening. She didn't care, however, as she continued to pour her emotions into this one chance at being her little one's mother. Sniff. I looked over and saw Heltana crying at the sight. A sight I must admit touched my heart with a deep sadness for the two. As the mother finished lovingly cleaning her child, she looked at me with determination as I approached the pair again. If you'll let me, I wish to take care of the little one in your place. I will make sure he grows strong and no harm comes to him. I said to her as she looked straight in my eyes, looking for any signs of deceit. Seeing none, she nodded her head in acceptance. In response, I initiated a familiar contract with the little foal, and since the little one didn't know what was happening and couldn't agree even if it wanted to, the mother did southwest in his place, forming a bond between myself and the little one. Immediately I began feeling various emotions, but the primary being confusion and curiosity. With that, I let her enjoy whatever time she had left with the child alone. The result being a beautiful and heartbreaking scene as she gradually fell asleep for the final time, while taking care of the little one. I only interfered when the foal realized something was wrong with its mother, and feeling of confusion, worry, and sadness could be felt. In response, I did my best to send it feelings of care and warmth as I gently stroke its neck. To think the first child I raise isn't even my own. I thought as I gestured Heltana to come take the mother's body. She would be buried in a peaceful area of the HAH, not left out here to rot or be eaten by scavengers. I myself was carrying the foal as I cast some hypnosis magic to make it fall asleep and to let it experience its mother's love in its sleep at least. I teleported the three of us back in silence. This has been a very emotional outing, and I need to prepare some things for the new member of the family. Underscore 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 underscore. Extra author note. Lith is kinda going to be in gray areas with his actions, even though he is a good person. He chose Alpheka Tyrant and he is going to use it. Speaking of Alpheka Tyrant, the idea for a controlled balance breaker comes from how Valley could just pop into his scale mail with no fanfare at all. I thought, why couldn't my guy do that by training for it? Power level. He is at the peak of high class in terms of energy, something he's making sure he doesn't cross before his body catches up. But do keep in mind that just with his energy he can already match low-tier ultimates due to the innate superiority of beings from Satan families. Wiki says that the Satan families used to have gatherings of young heirs just to show off that their heirs could beat all the other ones and make them fear their superiority. Using purely his abilities as a devil, demonic energy, magic, body, and bloodline abilities, he can take on mid-ultimates from pillar families and some high-tier ultimates from extra or normal devils depending on the matchups. With his Longinus he can actually harm Satans due to their natural weakness to its holy attribute, but this would be extremely dangerous since one direct hit from a Satan would most likely kill Lith. As for the unicorn, it was kind of a mix of ideas really. At first I thought of what kind of familiar he could have and went through the usual suspects, dragons, mythical beasts, rare creatures, the last of its kind, etc. But then I thought to match him with a creature related to space, which made me remember the unicorns from the Witcher universe. Those fuckers can travel through dimensions, know the destiny of people, and have high intelligence. So the little guy is basically going to grow into having those abilities and more, though his link with Lith and his space. And finally, the birthing and death scene was inspired by the birth of Terrycloth from Toriko. That shit made me tear up. Hope I did it justice. Open to some name for the little guy. And yes, it is a boy. No weird anthropomorphic unicorn girl in the future. Chapter 4, CH4 heading to Lusafad. 2 years later. Good work, Sigil. Your reinforcement has come a long way and your teleportation is much smoother. Your ability to manipulate light is impressive as well. You could probably take on a peak mid-class enemy or a low high-class one if you're careful. I happily say to the exhausted unicorn. I still have far to go. He tiredly replied through telepathy. Yes, but you're still very young and such progress should be complimented. I'm sure your mother would be proud to see you grow so much. I reply as we both look towards where her grave was. Hope so. He quietly thought through our link. I believe she would actually be proud. Unicorns are not offensively gifted beasts. The natural abilities shared across their race revolve around concepts of purity and healing. Even their blood can save a being from a brink of death, but should it not be willingly given, said drinker would be heavily cursed for harming them. Turns out they are also naturally gifted in light magic, but not naturally holy like some believe. Sigil, on the other hand, had some additional abilities due to his familiar bond with me. Because of my very powerful bloodline influencing him, he gained a strong affinity towards space magic, going so far as gaining a natural blinking ability for instantaneous short-distance teleportation. He was a handful to catch when he first gained that ability and was still a child. Sigil also managed to learn how to basically turn himself into a living lance by channeling space magic through his horn and basically forming a conic barrier which covered the front of his body. It would be his entire body, but he isn't there yet, followed by physically reinforcing himself. He is still very much growing. It'll take about another 6 to 7 years before he is completely matured, which matches up well for when the Civil War should begin. Right now he is starting to shed his golden coat and gaining his silver one, while his horn is still fairly short. He can still channel his magic through it, but it will become much more effective once he reaches full maturity. Basing his physical growth on horses. Right now he is basically a very disciplined tween wanting to become a warrior. Slightly my fault, but in my defense it is my first time raising a child. I'm a slight training and improving maniac, which at least makes it very fitting that I live in a place made for those, something Sigil picked up on and asked me why I did it. That led to some difficult talks where I had to try to explain the importance of strength, life and death, and also what happened to his mother. He later came back later and asked me to help him train. The rest happened naturally as he basically combined a desire to become strong and his race's natural temperament to become quite knightly in nature. He's still a kid and gets excited when Leora makes his favorite carrot cake or when he gets to just run as much as he wants outside. However, he has admittedly been a nice change of pace and helps me get my mind off of training or the coming conflict. Speaking of my own training, I am proud to say I have officially become a true ultimate class devil, even if I am technically a low tier 1 in terms of demonic power and physical might. I haven't unlocked any Tuki like Serorg, but my usage of demonic power and magic to reinforce my body mostly makes up for it. Can't slap magic away with that though, but I can still comfortably put down mid and some high-tier ultimate devils. When I add my space, I become certain I can take down anyone below Satan class, and only if I use Alpheka Tyrant can I truly fight them. Although this is only against those who haven't transcended our race's limits and become super devils, I still believe that by going all out I should be able to match one of the current Satans, but probably not Graphia or Euclid. Every step in that class is more akin to crossing a mountain than a simple step after all, and one Satan class could be outmatched by another. It is also partially because my Longinus offers more supportive abilities, but if used creatively they can certainly help me take down my opponent. Then there's the fact that I know those strong enough can resist and defeat my space, making it useful for those at my own level or lower, but gets stuck as a support tool against those much stronger than me. As a result, I don't believe I can take on any of the future Satans at the moment. While Graphia was said to equal Seraphal and her brother was supposed to about match her before he basically became psychotic due to his internal conflicts from his Yandera levels of love towards his sister and her betrayal of his beloved Lucifer family. I have been mastering very useful abilities related to my space, though. I've learned how to manipulate other people teleporting, thank you Sigil, how to control momentum, began to contort physical objects without damaging them, and even began spatial telekinesis, which I have been inspired by Trafalgar Law during its development. My spatial perception and awareness have also grown, with my range jumping to 1 kilometer and 2 kilometers, while I began to be able to feel what is inside as well as the surface level of things. I can also sense what is outside of the HAH from within now, which I found rather useful. This isn't including the ability to properly teleport pretty much anywhere in the underworld, it's just not instantaneous like when I do it in my sensory range. Outside of my direct power level, my personal skills have grown well as I used my ability to free my own martial arts talent, allowing me to make more progress in the last 2 years than I would have made in 2 decades, officially reaching the master rank in all the training golems. It was honestly mind-blowing to personally experience my affinity towards the martial path improve so much as I gained inspiration or insight toward my goals from the oddest places like the horizon or swaying leaves. It made me realize that those prodigious talents truly live different lives. Meanwhile, I have been maturing physically to my relief, looking almost exactly like the 17-year-old Prince Soma I based my appearance off of, but taller as I stand at 6 feet 1 inch, 186 centimeters, and sporting some sculpted muscles all over my body. I even made my cold-faced FIA have a nosebleed once she spotted me still wet from a shower, my hair loose and only having a towel around my waist. Unfortunately, I won't be able to fill out properly until I stop growing, but I certainly can't complain with what I had now. As for my lovely servants, they've been growing in different ways as well. FIA grew to be around 5 feet 7 inches, 170 centimeters, maturing into a cold beauty with a slim body and wonderful legs. Her style seems to have settled onto a black and white maid's dress while having her black hair tied up into a bun, leaving 2 strands to frame her face. Beyond using her demonic powers for maid-related tasks or acting as my personal servant, I managed to convince her to train for combat by mentioning that it would make her a better maid, that I wouldn't want her to get hurt and so she wouldn't feel like a burden should an event similar to a bandit attack happens. It certainly lit a fire under her. As a result, we found out that she had an affinity for darkness and shadow magic, talents which I freed to facilitate her training. She couldn't train like myself, Sigil and Heltana could do to her duties as my maid, but she has managed to reach mid-class in combat strength. Leora was the one who actually progressed the most overall. She hasn't grown in height, staying at 5 feet 1 inch, 152 centimeters, but her bust, hips and thighs have, reminding me of a thicker and taller Hestia from Danmachi. Hell, she even makes cookies and has turned out to be the gentlest of my servants. On a day-to-day basis, Leora keeps her curly brown hair in a ponytail, preferring to change between a beige shirt and brown pants when gardening to a homely green dress and apron when cooking or being indoors. I've also asked her to develop some combat abilities, which was a bit difficult due to her kind nature, but her past experience convinced her that it was for the best. It did help that her passions actually corresponded to her natural affinities, cooking into fire and gardening into nature. This is actually when I discovered I couldn't free someone more than 4 times at once, meaning I would have to return one of her freed talents to normal if I desired to free something else. Made sense to have a limitation like this, and it linked to the 4 nails and the holes they pierced. In the end, she was able to combine her passions into her training, while also having more free time than FIA to train, reaching peak mid-class in combat strength. Hila was the one with the least changes in terms of physical appearances since she was fully matured by the time she joined up, actually being the eldest amongst those around me, but never say that around her. Still a seductive blonde with the most alluring body among my servants, her hair was usually done in a long braid down her back and she usually wore a primarily white with blue maid outfit. Convincing her to train was straightforward enough, she wanted to be able to beat down any guy who tried to fuck with her again, plain and simple. Her succubus heritage gave her an advantage in illusions, mind magic and direct energy manipulation, all 3 talents I had freed since she was the only one I hadn't done so before. She became the trickiest of my servants to fight because of her abilities, but her power level itself would be lower than FIA's in the low mid-class category, even if she could actually be a troublesome opponent for Leora. She was close to mid-class however. And finally we had Heltana. My lovely red-headed huntress become a true athletic beauty with a perfectly toned and lithe body, standing at 5 feet 10 inches, 178 centimeters, sporting a calm expression as she observed everything with her fiery red eyes and making sure to tightly control her red hair with a braid usually resting over her shoulder. Heltana prefers to wear the form-fitting leather hunting gear she made herself, the quality of which has been constantly improving with practice and the strength of the beasts she takes down. The boots she wears make her legs look fantastic, while the tight leather pants are heaven sent, I tell you. Overall, she had the least amount of growth on paper, but that is simply because it becomes harder and harder to get stronger the further up you get. In the last 2 years she managed to grow from peak mid-class to mid-high class by improving her wind and body magic, while also becoming deadlier and deadlier with her bow. Lately she realized that she needed some close-quarter options and found a talent for the knife and spear, 2 weapons certainly linked to the hunting talent I had freed in the past. What was interesting was that during the last 2 years she's gotten some fame as a skilled huntress and even began forming her own group of hunters, or huntresses I should say, as she basically did what I did by either rescuing some girls who then had no place to go or being asked by some huntresses who wanted to be like her. That last one is because it is actually a big deal for someone who isn't from any sort of house to become a high-class devil, being a woman on top of that made her a sort of idol for young women. The group gained the name Hell's Huntresses as they began traveling outside our forest to hunt around the underworld. She had 7 members beside herself already, ranging from high-low class to mid-class in power, which really wasn't bad. I made sure to ensure their loyalty to Heltana since it was her group and decided to free only their hunting talents as an investment of sort. Heltana still comes back frequently to deliver meat and train. The group even had a home base made near the forest, something they paid for through their own efforts. I look forward to see how they will develop in the future. I might even make Artemis want them in the future. But now that I've reached a level of strength which would virtually guarantee my safety, it was time to begin the next steps to my plans. And part of that was setting up what is needed to rob the houses of Leviathan, Asmodeus, and Beelzebub blind. There's going to be many steps in between, and this is only going to happen when the civil war is in full swing, but the ultimate goal is to take everything and make everyone think the Satans hid their wealth before loosing so the rebels wouldn't get anything. The second goal will take quite a while as well, since I need to travel around different territories and input some gradual and timed commands into people of all professions. I will need devils to populate my own territory later after all. One can't become a true power with any sort of foundation. Sure, I can be feared for my personal might, but people will be much more careful if I also have powerful allies and subordinates behind me. It's mostly why the dicks in each faction or pantheon aren't being killed. Even if they're annoyances or dangerous, they still represent a part of that group's strength, meaning they will usually be protected to some degree by the group. That's why gods like Loki, whose actual job/destiny/desire is to begin the literal end of the world, or Asgard, aren't just killed. This is why I will build my own base using the knowledge and wealth of the Satans to push things along whilst poaching future members of my territory from those who would either die during the war or lose their safety from the house whose land they lived on because said house no longer exists or has been disbanded. Self-profiting, but still a good thing. Maybe done in a dickish way too, but it will actually give them a better future. Plus it's not like I don't have any more plans. With manpower, wealth, and knowledge secured, the last major component needed is security. I am just one person. And even with my space, allowing me to go pretty much anywhere I choose, I cannot be everywhere at once. Therefore, I will also be convincing those who had fought in the Great War, soldiers unsatisfied but how they are treated by their lords, mercenaries, bounty hunters, and even just some I see potential in, to gather under my flag once the time comes. The easiest ones will be the mercenaries due to being able to make it look like my interactions and abilities inspired loyalty into them. The second easiest will be the bounty hunters because of my existing reputation. But the rest will most likely have to happen during the Civil War itself. It's going to be a busy few years, that's for sure. Girls, we are going to be going to Lusafad for the next few years since my power has reached a proper stage. I announced to my 4 servants as we enjoyed our dinner. Lusafad/truly/master. The 4 responded simultaneously. I'll answer questions one at a time. I simply stated as the 4 had looks which told me they wished for some clarifications. FIA first. Thank you for indulging me, master. But why go to the capital so suddenly? Is something wrong or urgent? She calmly asked. I know I haven't really talked about it, but my goal after reaching a certain level of strength was always to go to the capital. I have many objectives to achieve there after all. But we will also be traveling around the underworld as well during the next few years. I answered in a way which seemed to have satisfied her. Hela. So we are really going to the capital? She excitedly asked as she stood up and leaned over the table, to which I nodded. Yeah. Imagine all the shops they should have. All those places where even the Satans have their clothes or products made. I can't wait. Glad to see you're happy. I wryly said as I thought about the rather substantial amount of money I had made from robbing bandits and bounty hunting. Any question, Leora? Cute head shake nothing comes to mind, master. But do you think we'll be able to go to different taverns and shops? I want to see if I can get any inspiration. She shyly asked as she poked her 2 indexes together. Sounds like it would be fun. I warmly responded, which made her light up. What about you, Hel? Would it be all right for me to continue hunting, master? I doubt you will need me to supply any meat whilst in the capital. But I am ready to serve as you desire should you need me. She seriously answered. My only desire from you during our time at the capital is for you to continue growing stronger and gaining more allies, Hel. I feel some storms coming in the future and I want to be ready for it. I replied to my red-headed huntress. Your will be done, master. Heltana said with the utmost discipline. Good. Now if that is everything, we will start our journey tomorrow. No need to pack since I will obviously be taking our home with us, but do change into some traveling clothes. I said as finished up my meal. Delicious as always, Leora. You're welcome, master. The brunette happily replied. I then headed outside to talk to Sigil. So we're going somewhere new? The young unicorn asked curiously. Yeah. You won't be able to go out as much, but after some more training I think it would do you some good to travel and train yourself in the wild. You'll be able to come back anytime and contact me through the familiar contract, but this would help you grow. I told him seriously as he began to think about what that would entail. When would I be ready? He simply asked. I'd want you to reach at least high class in strength. After that you can go test yourself against other magical beasts. I straightforwardly answered. All right. I won't disappoint you. Sigil replied with great determination. I know you won't. You're part of my family after all. I responded with a warm smile on my face as I stroked his budding mane. The kid began to act all embarrassed when I was doing so, which made me laugh a bit as he kept trying to act cool through it. A few more years and we'll take the underworld by storm. I thought as I could feel my desire to understand just how powerful I am on the battlefield. Underscore 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 underscore. Extra author note. The next chapter is going to be going through a few more years and hopefully I can start getting to the Civil War stuff soon cause I want Lith to interact with actual characters. But what do you guys feel about his general plan to gain power in monetary, intellectual, and social ways? I think I covered most of the bases while he can gain connections to the pillar houses and the future Satans during the war itself. So getting ready beforehand feels like the right move. Regarding everyone's power levels. Lith, low-tier ultimate class but can take on peak ultimate class devils from Satan families. FIA, mid class in strength, can take on extra house devils of the same rank due to her talents being freed. Needs more training and experience. Leora, peak mid-class combat strength, can actually take on pillar house devils due to her already very high affinity with her elements. Needs more experience. Hela, low mid-class strength, but can actually give Leora a very hard time due to her tricky fighting style and abilities. She lacks raw power however. Heltana, mid-high class strength, can take on a pillar devil of the high class level due to her experience and skills. Lacking big moves. Sigil, high mid-class strength, but can take on peak mid-class and possibly low high class due to the advantage his light element has on devils and demonic beasts. He is growing this fast because of the familiar bond and him being in his growth phase. Just as a heads up, high-class devils should actually be quite impressive in devil society in general. Even if DxD canon almost treated them like cannon fodder in general, many, if not most, pillar family devils don't actually go beyond it for their entire lives, much less ordinary devils who should be in low class, while some stronger ones under noble families or in military forces should be in the mid-class range. High-class devils should basically be the core soldiers for devil armies, while ultimates are basically trump cards capable of affecting the entire battlefield on their own. So when I saw things like Heltana being an idol to female devils for being ordinary and still becoming this strong, it should be very possible. Gotta remember that ultimates should be able to match weaker gods and are very few in numbers while the majority of high-class devils are from noble houses. Felt the need to mention this when I remembered that Hades somehow mass-produced them using Lilith. That's also why, compared to some other fanfic MCs, Lith is technically growing slowly if we are going chronologically. And finally, the gap between what I consider ultimate and Satan class is actually a very large one. Any Satan class can take on a group of ultimates, that's why Lith could only take one on in Balance Breaker, Chapter 5, CH5 touring the underworld. The trip to Lucifad was a much longer one than it would have been should we had actually desired to head straight there. In the end, it took over 6 months to reach. Part of it is because it actually was far away from where we had been living. It would have taken about 2 weeks of constant traveling to reach the capital by flight. It could be faster by using the teleportation circles, but one needs a certain degree of status to use them and I didn't want to just teleport us nearby. It did allow us to experience the various territories along our way. The Gremory house was quite rich and influential even before the Civil War itself, which would explain why Zekrom Bale allowed for his descendant Venelana to marry into the clan. Their land was large and they had many different natural resources available. The mountain comparable to Fuji was rather impressive to visit. The great lake they possessed was effectively used for supplying fish and selling it to others. They had well-established cities and the overall quality of life in these lands was good according to those inhabiting them. The people were also loyal to the Gremory and proud of their current young master, Sirzex Gremory, especially after news of his power surpassing the Satans themselves began to spread. As a result of this, I couldn't take too many people or I would risk future suspicion. The Citri house lands were very different. Instead of developing agriculturally or in mercantile manners, they decided to capitalize on the vast nature their territory encompasses, leading to them gathering many healers who would need ingredients from such places. As a result, they've become the unofficial leaders when it comes to medical care in the underworld. There are much fewer devils truly living in those lands than places focusing on more economic developments, but the people appear happy and content with how the Citri house has been governing. The presence of the family heir, Serafal Citri, also gives the devils in these lands great assurance for their safety as well, reinforcing the loyalty they hold towards the house. I did snatch some healers and researchers for myself. Nothing too suspicious, but it will be necessary for the future. Mostly younger ones looking for chances to prove themselves and some older ones looking to pass on knowledge and do some good after they've grown tired of the politics every industry develops. The thought of trying to meet the future magical girl lover did cross my mind simply because she had been my favorite devil, but unfortunately she was away at the moment. We also passed through House Agar's lands as well, visiting the famous floating islands and partaking in the finest agricultural products in the underworld. I could see why the place was such a tourist destination, even for a race which can fly like ours. The view is breathtaking while the accommodations are exquisite. Although it was rather expensive due to being targeted towards nobles, the sight of my servants in soaking wet cloths clinging to their bodies was one I found worth it. A/N, bathing were not a thing yet and I doubt Devil invented them. At least not yet. Most importantly, however, I found the crystals essential for the creation of the evil pieces in the future. The crystals were a point of interest for House Agars, but they hadn't noticed anything truly special about them beyond their ability to link to the demonic power of those carrying said crystals, leading to some aesthetic changes for the most part. Even then the changes themselves take time due to it requiring the devil's power to increase, and many, if not most, devils simply stay at their own natural power levels instead of training properly. As a result, these crystals were being used as a signature symbol for House Agar's members at the moment. A/N, now that I think about it, aren't most devils basically acting like Frieza before Goku beat him? Of course I decided to secure some for myself and create a proper channel to acquire some for my own purposes later. They will be very useful in the future indeed. My time there didn't lead me to recruiting many people, however, mostly due to the lower population, the floating islands containing the more important parts of House Agar's territory hampering that, focusing more on having people who could have access to the crystals and a few of the people who could help in developing agricultural products matching the ones they have here. What followed after 3 pleasant lands visited was something much more in line with what one would imagine a devil's territory. In summary, the few were favored while the rest oppressed. The average resident had poor living conditions and were naturally fearful of those who were simply dressed in finer clothes. These devils would flinch and cower at the sight of guards or the symbols of their lords. Much of what made these territories rich was near forced labor in mines or the lords only caring about their own capital cities and taxing the hell out of others. House Satanachia was even blatantly forcing their large number of blacksmiths to create weapons and armor, something which indicated that the Satans have already made their desires to restart the Great War clear internally. Luckily for me, I managed to convince the majority of them to move to my future territory once the time was right. The rest were also replenishing their forces via conscription. I managed to sneak into their training grounds to help them have other options when the time comes. All this really took a lot of time, but I believe taking the chance now was better than later. I can't guess how every house will react once the Satans announce their intentions publicly, but I seriously doubt I would have been able to so easily achieve what I did once they do and tensions begin to rise. What was slightly jarring was how little the nobles of the Satan families and the houses of Lucifer cared for or even acknowledged other devils. I've seen some of them openly beating a member of an extra house and simply killing random devils because it got them off sexually. I actually had to erase one of those disgusting insects for trying to touch my maids. It did also involve killing most of his guards and brainwashing the rest into bringing some brainwashed criminals to take the fall for me. Even if the insect wasn't a direct descendant, he was still a member of a Satan family, and they would not be pleased if a member disappeared, therefore I gave them an easy culprit and answer to who killed him and why. They will then have closure/revenge while showing off their power and won't even think about looking further into things. Upon reaching Lusafad, we were all impressed by the size and beauty of the place. It was the current capital for a reason after all. One could see the official seat of power in the underworld from far away, telling all where the Satans, and more specifically the Lucifers, resided. The city itself was set up in a circular manner instead of more sprawling cities of the future or the hexagonal-shaped ones found in Gremory lands, with 3 smaller circles attached to the main one, indicating where the official homes for the Asmodeus, Leviathan, and Beelzebub houses were located. I say official since the heads and heirs tend to stay in the castle to look like equals to the Lucifers. At least that last part is more accurate since the death of the original Lucifer and the disappearance of Lilith, but Rivizim being a super devil kind of keeps him above the other Satans. The buildings themselves all took on a mix of Roman, European medieval and more modern Renaissance in style, while all important buildings were made from materials like marble and rare trees found in the human world or across the underworld. The main street screamed excess in all forms. Of course, the entire city isn't like this. Many smaller streets catering to commoners can be found all over the city as they made their living away from nobles. But as for the overall situation of Lusafad, one can say it would almost resemble Las Vegas in a sense. The core of the city itself is heavily centered around sin, meaning one can indulge gluttonously, gamble for wealth avariciously, prostitute yourself or fuck non-stop lustfully, drink or drug yourself to oblivion enviously, fight in the Colosseum for blood and death wrathfully, partake in wasting away slothfully, all while doing anything pridefully. Meanwhile, the main streets are for the ones preferring more aristocratic pleasures similar to humans as they properly dine, enjoy wines, shop at the best stores, enjoy tea, and the general finer things in life. This lifestyle being on the condition you are a noble or rich enough to matter anyway. The commoners were forced to bend to their whims while maintaining the city for them to enjoy as they please, making a living away from their eyes to avoid somehow displeasing them. So although the city is the safest, from outside threats, cleanest, and offers the best goods from the underworld, it can also be a hell for the weak and unimportant. The perfect place to recruit others, no. Especially when the population is actually in the millions and only about 30% of it are nobles. Beside all that, I discovered something quite interesting during our travels about my Longinus' ability to free talents. It would appear that the more specific the talent, the greater the boost one receives from it becoming free. I discovered this when comparing the rate of improvement between my servants since they've all had the same schedule since we started traveling. During our travels, I noticed that FIA's cooking abilities grew at a much slower pace than Leora's, something which I initially thought was simply because Leora enjoyed cooking much more and spent more time doing so, but even when FIA began to actively learn from her out of a desire to improve as a maid, she couldn't stop the gap between their skills from increasing. My theory was because the enhanced talent was maid, which encompasses many separate talents such as cleaning, cooking, caretaking, etiquette and whatnot, while I directly enhanced Leora's cooking talent. This allowed Leora to gain a boost equal to the one FIA obtained overall, that which the maid talent influences but concentrated in her one talent. I then temporarily changed FIA's maid talent to cooking in order to test my theory, and it showed results as she began to improve at a much quicker pace than before. A secondary discovery was that the abilities she developed under the influence of her freed talent didn't go away, but her improvement rate lowered drastically. After seeing this, I actually changed my own enhanced talent towards martial arts to unharmed combat, removing boosts for weapons in order to improve much quicker in the field I was currently training myself since I didn't have a proper weapon yet. The increase was noticeable to say the least, allowing me to grow towards the Grandmaster stage at a much faster rate than before. During the last 6 months we also grew stronger as everyone gained more practical experience and bonded as a group. FIA and Leora have reached the border of high class thanks to our travels, while Sigil and Hela are now at high mid-class. Their teamwork was good as well, with Sigil taking on a vanguard role. FIA and Leora were mid to long range attackers, while Hela was the support. The 4 of them could take out a few high-class beasts using their teamwork. I didn't focus on improving my strength during this time, only my skills and control. My physical training has gone better, but reaching Grandmaster in terms of pure skills is still going to take years to achieve. With space on the hand, I've started to learn skills of the master rank as I began learning about different dimensions. I made sure to free my talents for both space and dimensions in order to minimize my chances of screwing myself over. Marvel movies and comics do make one paranoid about other dimensions. So far I haven't managed to find or create anything like the mirror dimension, but I have managed to create pocket dimensions, meaning I have a storage space now. I've also began learning to manipulate my own space, something which would allow me to be a better Obito since I would have actual control over my ability and could consciously decide what to phase through. I believe I'll be able to have a similar technique to Surzek's aura of destruction and true form by the time I reach Satan class, but with a touch of Falbium's absolute defense. Be careful once inside the city, girls. The so-called nobles can almost do anything they please as long as the Satans don't put their foot down or they fear starting a feud with another noble house. You know how to disguise yourselves, so do it. I would rather not have to kill a bunch of nobles again whilst here, but you can defend yourselves if necessary. Just make sure to bring the troublemaker to me afterwards if you believe he will give us further troubles. I ordered as we moved towards the gate of Asmodeus, named after the closest family to it. Understood, master, / yes master, / of course master. They answered in their own ways. I do worry about my cute, pretty, and beautiful maids. Devils can be stupid. Good thing most of those called high class are pretty weak because they lack any sort of training or experience. Most of them just have the raw power and probably their house ability, which might not directly be combat related anyway. That's what happens when you simply order lower devils to fight for you while just blasting things. This is actually why I think the ratings were a rather brilliant idea. Not only do you need a peerage to participate properly, which helps replenish the number of devils, it also gives an incentive for devils to actually try to grow stronger and train, while giving them some combat and leadership experience. It can be abused, but what system can't? Even God's system gets abused by Longinus and Sacred Gear users to the point that it's not even funny anymore in the future. There would be no Apay dragon if that wasn't the case after all. Quickly reaching the gate of Asmodeus as I was in thought, we passed by without any issues due to our appearance and paying the toll without any care. I do look like a noble devil with how me and the girls are dressed, as well as our general air of confidence and strength while the girls respectfully stay a bit behind me. It makes people automatically assume I am a young master and the girls are my servants. First things first, let's find a place to stay and then we can explore. I want to get a feel for the city before we start working. I said to them as I looked for an inn to temporarily stay in. It wasn't going to be for long because we will require privacy soon. I'll either buy a place or brainwash someone into giving me one. But for now, time to start a not-so-hostile takeover. I thought with some amusement. They'll be happy about it after all. I then added with a devious smile appearing on my face as I looked at the city filled with opportunity. They won't even know what hit them. In fact, they won't even know they were hit once I'm done. Chapter 6, Ch6 Declaration of War. Tonight, in honor of our great Satans, we have brought you the best ladies and gentlemen. For tonight we shall once more see our beloved and hated champion. The champion who rose to the top using only his fists and body. The champion whose very existence mocks our way of strength but makes your blood boil for it. The champion who, for the last 6 years, has been undefeated. Put your hands together or jeer him as you please, but he will still stand. Here he is. The Forsaken One. The Colosseum of Wrath's announcer introduced as a tall muscled man clad in form-fitting black leathers and wearing a blank mask with no eye holes walked into the arena to cheers and boos. In the royal box of the Colosseum, where 3 of the 4 chairs are occupied. So he is the one I've been hearing about so much lately. Not bad for such a weakling to rise so far. He might even prove to be useful as cannon fodder against heaven. A short brown-haired handsome man with grey eyes, wearing a fine of embroidered green robes any devil would recognize as Bidliad Beelzebub, the current Satan Beelzebub. Snored a beautiful and voluptuous woman with long purple hair and orange eyes, wearing an erotically revealing dark blue dress which nearly allowed her endowments to spill out. I assume you have a better use for him than Tsufame. Bidley had commented in response to her derision, revealing who all devils know as Tsufame Tariku Leviathan, the daughter of the original Leviathan and current Satan Leviathan. Of course. A toy such as him mustn't be squandered as mere cannon fodder. Such a toy must be slowly enjoyed as one breaks him and brings him to heel before throwing him away. She explained with lust clear in her voice as she squirmed in her seat slightly from imagining everything. I am afraid I cannot give him to you, Tsufame. He brings me far too much money to squander as your toy. interjected the final of the trio in the royal box of the Colosseum. He was a very pale man with angular but still handsome features, pointed ears and short-cut black hair. The current Satan Beelzebub, Demedosu Zerichel Asmodeus. What a waste then! She dismissively replied. Far too many feel affronted by the abilities he used to reach the title, going so far as to even to defeat one of those brutes from the Balaams not too long ago. Commented Demedosu, but this is what makes so many people want to challenge him. You will let him fight once the war commences, yes? Questioned Bideliad. Of course, but under my name. He is mine after all. Demedosu confirmed as he emphasizes his claim to his family's Colosseum's champion. Back to the main attraction. And his opponent this evening. A being descended from not one, but two giant races generously provided by the great Satans for this battle. With the blood of Hyperborean giants and Jotuns, he boasts natural strength said to rival even gods. Here he is. Eloimeter. The excitable announcer screamed as the doors opposite of the Forsaken One burst open to reveal a massive man standing, a nearly 3-meter-tall man with light blue skin covered in Nordic tattoos, shaggy shoulder-length white hair, bright blue eyes and bulging muscles on his entire body. If one bothered to pay attention, you could also spot the large number of scars on his body from either past battles or his captivity at the hands of the Satans. Aerg. Lamr basically roared as he came out of the gate like a true berserker. The Forsaken One simply stood there and watched the blue giant rage around before finally seeing his opponent just standing there. After a moment's pause, Lamr began running towards his target, as the current champion slowly walked towards the rapidly approaching giant of a man. Grar. Lamr roared out as he jumped and lifted both of his fists in the air to smash apart the smaller men. The audience held their breath in anticipation for the impact. Boom. Immediately the arena sand was blown back from the impact as a small dust cloud rose and lingered, forcing everyone without any sort of sight or sense enhancement magic to wait for it to clear. A few moments later they all gasped in surprise and awe as they saw the men with two giant bloodlines struggling to escape the grip the smaller one had on his wrists. Then people realized that the champion had actually caught the attack itself and held his attacker there when they noticed the large cracks at his feet. Arg. Urg. Gra. The giant screamed as his mad desire to free himself did nothing to budge the iron grip of his opponent. Then all of a sudden, with most people not even realizing what happened. Crunch. A loud crushing sound rang out, followed by the giant flying backwards from the champion before he could even yell out in pain and crashing into the now dented wall of the arena. Urg. The giant lowly grunted in pain as he tried to catch his breath, but it just wasn't coming due to his diaphragm having been victim of a perfectly targeted front kick by his opponent. The audience burst out in cheers as they saw such a display of complete dominance. For SA Ken. For SA Ken. For SA Ken. They cried out as the champion impassively waited for his opponent to stand back up. He would be far too disappointed if such a man could only take one actual hit to take down. Especially with his ridiculous lineage. Then the champion felt the air getting colder as ice began creeping out of the dent and cracks behind the giant. Slamming his feet as he stood back up, he let out his greatest roar yet, causing his aura to unleash fully, rapidly chilling the air and freezing the ground. The champion simply raised a hand and signaled to bring it. Without thinking about it for a moment, the giant burst forward with his powerful legs, leaving cracks in the ground behind him, and charged as he swung his massive fist, wanting revenge for the earlier kick. Seeing his attack basically hitting already, the giant grinned savagely. That was until he realized he hadn't touched anything a moment later and a foot was in front of his face. Asterisk bam. Slam, asterisk. Massive pain rang through the giant's head as his entire momentum was used against him in that roundhouse to the face, causing him to complete half a backwards rotation before the back of his head slammed into the frozen ground. The champion simply observed his opponent from behind his featureless mask before shaking his head and walking away. The crowd knew what that meant. They had seen the scene time and time again when the Forsaken One essentially declared his challenger done. In response, massive cheers erupted and the champion's name rung out for half the city to hear. That was until the champion suddenly stopped and turned towards his downed opponent, causing the crowd to silence immediately due to the irregular event grabbing their curiosity. Lamr will not lose. The giant man roared out as he seemed to have gained enough rationality to speak this time while standing up. It was too bad his body just couldn't recover from the damage those 2 kicks inflicted with only willpower. Any experienced fighter could see his legs were weak and that he could barely keep himself up. Your will, it is strong. Rest now, warrior. The champion spoke out as many grew excited. And there you have it, folks. The acknowledgement of the champion. Only 4 have earned him voice before, and tonight we have the 3rd who earned his acknowledgement. The announcer hyped as the champion approached the giant casually. He then seemingly disappeared and then reappeared extremely close to the blue man with a loud thump. The giant then slumped forward onto the champion, who then carried him personally out of the arena as a sign of respect for the only man to stand up after not just 1 strike, but a second as well. It had been 3 years since someone did that. In everyone's excitement for whatever would come after the fight, it having been the grand opening to the Satans officially taking the office after basically running things for the last 100 years anyway, no one noticed the 2 combatants disappearing from the Colosseum. Even the Satans, mostly because it was a known fact that the current champion simply left after every fight. He only shows up when a challenge is announced to take it. Former House Floros and Andres territory, unofficial House Azeroth territory. The champion who minutes ago was on the other side of the underworld appeared with his tag along. Welcome back, Master. I see you have brought another new member for the army. The cold head maid of the House FIA plainly stated. Hey, he's got spirit, potential, and would probably appreciate a good place to call home. One Lith Azeroth, head and founder of House Azeroth and the lord of this territory no one knew existed outside those living in it. You wouldn't have brought him if he didn't, Master. She flatly replied as she gave the big blue man a once-over before turning to the 2 maids behind her. Please send for the healers to have a look at our new guest. I am sure Master wasn't gentle while testing him. With a silent bow, the brunette maid on the left took her leave to do just that. Tell me when he wakes up, all right. I want to have a proper talk with him. I tell her as she simply hums in acknowledgement and hands me some proper clothes for me to change in. Do you have any new arrangements for this evening, Master? She asked, keeping her perfectly controlled expression as I changed. She had seen this scene far too many times over the years to still be affected by it, but the brunette maid who was still there had a healthy blush. I was 6 feet 5 inches, 196 centimeters, weighing in at 321 pounds, 146 kilograms, of pure combat specialized muscles, with smooth chocolate-colored skin, handsome face, enchanting eyes, and wavy shoulder-length plum hair kept in a loose ponytail. A big and more handsome version Saroarg. But answering her question, no, I will be getting ahead on some work. Nodding approvingly as I finished dressing me myself in a dark purple accented black shirt with a matching long coat, black pants and boots, with a purple cravat to finish the look. Black and purple are going to be his primary color. It was essential to look the part in order to project authority and to reassure the citizens that I am not uncouth nor destitute. Arriving at my office, I sat down in my very comfortable enchanted chair and began working as I went through everything I had done to prepare for what is to come soon. For the was 6.5 years I've been very busy after all. My time in Lusafad began rather simply. I brought in the owners of taverns, brothels, and gambling houses into the fold and gradually gained control of vast sums of money and information throughout the city. It was ridiculously easy to do if I was being honest. I just either made big enough splashes, requested to meet owners or made appointments, resulting in taking control of the owners and managers, then the employees so that nothing would slip through the cracks. All of this allowed for the frankly ludicrous amount of money nobles and rich devils spend on these places to partially gather into my own pockets. The second goal of the operation involving tracking the younger generations of the Satan houses like the heirs of the current Satans or notable members. Such as the heir of Bidlead Beelzebub, one Balfame Beelzebub, who I had gotten enamored with a very lovely prostitute exiled from the extra Belphegor family. I could have done this with Shalba, but his older cousin had much better potential and a stronger link to the Beelzebub power. I even went so far as to free their fertilities to guarantee pregnancy, which happened 3 years after my arrival in the capital. Too bad he never knew she was pregnant since she died soon after. It felt nice almost completely breaking a man who had actually raped over 132 women, 12 of which were from pillar houses, tortured a few hundred innocents because he could, and one time used his king of flies to destroy an entire village just because he thought it would be fun. I made him experience actual love and made him lose it. During that time, he placed my nails in the 8 corners of the rooms containing House Beelzebub's knowledge and wealth so I could know and control everything happening within when I activated them to form a separated dimension for the place. 8 corners include the ones on the ceiling to control the 3-dimensional space. I did the same for House Leviathan using Tsufeim's heir, who happens to be the daughter of her sister, but with no forced pregnancy. If Ingvild is never born, then I should still have Kateria to use as a broodmare. And House Lucifer avoided things because I decided to be very careful around Rizavim. Even if he doesn't actually care about his son, he is still very intelligent even if psychotic. Plus I'd rather not mess with the chances of Vala being a thing. The heir to House Asmodeus, on the other hand, was giving a gambling problem, instead falling in love with a prostitute. One where he would celebrate his victories boisterously at taverns and drinking establishments, coincidentally always picking up women for one-night stands I had increased the fertility of. Who all just so happened to be from dying pillar houses or some who had been defiled in various means and punished for it, thinking that having the child of a rich devil from an important house would at least let them become mistresses. That last bit they will forget, as those were just spontaneous thoughts, replaced with desires of settling in a nice territory they had heard positive rumors about, later finding a nice devil to settle down with who will help continue the family line. As for the 2 who actually got pregnant, they will be taken care of personally and found outstanding partners they can have another child with. I might be using these women, but I'm not a monster. Plus keeping the fertility up for a while will help increase the number of devils and help populate my territory, all while helping couples get closer together. So beside the mildly non-consensual sex, I see this as wins all around. Speaking of my territory, a year into my arrival in Lusafat I actually amassed enough to begin building what would be my official fortress/home/capital in the future. I carefully selected the abandoned territories of Houses Floros and Andras, lands rich in natural resources and plenty of areas capable of sustaining a lot of people. It was also far away from pretty much every other family due to the Houses Floros and Andras used to border going extinct or no longer being able to support their territories, allowing me to build an entire city away from everyone's attention, facilitated by my mastery over space, allowing for mass teleportation of raw materials, workers, and to conceal everything by setting up a barrier surrounding the entire perimeter of the future city. To do this I had actually gotten those I had met during my travels to work on things and hired a clan of dwarves which had settled in the underworld after being exiled from the Asgardian protected ones. In exchange for reinforcing my home and enchanting it, they were given a mountain range to shape as they saw fit, as well as trading partners for food and foreign goods in exchange for mined goods and access to their works. It took 4 years to build up the great city as people moved in and helped, or customized their properties, while also getting the economy started within the place as shops began sprouting up, farmers began settling and farming new fertile land, soldiers began patrolling the place to keep it safe alongside other groups I had recruited. By the time it was all done the population was over 30,000 and we had 28 villages and towns in different places around the main city. It took so little time mainly because magic helped speed things up tremendously. I mean, they built a house next to Issei's or renovated his in a day. After that I began to rather aggressively gather devils from all over the underworld to populate my lands, ensuring everything stays under the radar of everyone and not setting up any form of outside trade. Now it's actually getting closer to the 250,000 mark, with preparations already underway for an influx after the war. Thanks to this I was able to focus on stabilizing while expanding my territory without any form of outside influence and with near absolute control as I set up towns around key resources such as valuable species of trees, quarries, rich mineral veins, the lakes we had and where the soil was fertile. I made sure these towns were safe as well by building defenses against beasts and bandits, while maintaining at least one military barrack in each one as well. The construction of a few forts to defend and control key routes and positions within the territory had also been essential, alongside the training of the troops into a proper military force. I made sure to free the necessary talents until after the war in order to speed up the process and possibly have my troops improve dramatically in actual combat. This is actually where my time as a gladiator in the Colosseum shone. It allowed me to find warriors with strength, talent, and experience ripe for the picking. Train them up and teach them to properly lead others while boosting their talents in leadership, tactics, and war. Then you have officers. I do make sure to give them people with experience they can learn from as well. Talent can only take you so far after all. In total my military forces now stand at 50,000, not counting guards who can't be mobilized, with the weakest entering mid-class in strength soon. It might sound like a lot, but a good ultimate could take on a few thousand on their own if they're careful, while a peak one could take on half of them if I didn't also have some low ultimates working as generals and high-ranking personnel. Satans could just wipe them all out if someone isn't able to match them. And this is after I freed their talents. Shows how ridiculous the power difference between classes really gets at the top. Good thing I can take on Satans. The above isn't counting Heltana, who actually became the leader of her own independent force with her and her huntresses traveling around the land and making sure no threats are left unchecked. She can even split her group up to cover more ground now that she reached 152 huntresses under her, the strongest actually reaching high class, while she herself managed to reach the border to mid-ultimate class. A truly impressive group she gathered by herself over the years. My other servants have taken up their own roles as well. FIA became the head maid, no questions asked. Teaching and supervising the staff needed to maintain the rather impressive castle we technically lived in now. I say technically because I still live inside the HAH, but it is inside the castle. I feel much more comfortable in it than the castle. The castle is more for defensive purposes and future social obligations as a noble and whatnot. Anyway, FIA also managed to reach peak high class but can't seem to break that barrier without a real battle. Something she doesn't seem very bothered about, and I haven't felt the need for her to get any stronger than she is now. She can be quite scary with the strength she has now anyway. She also made it a standard for any servant in the castle to be at least mid-class in strength to protect their lord with their lives should it be needed. I think I made her a bit too loyal sometimes, but then I remembered that I actually took the loyalty boosters out of my original servants already. Now Leora obviously became the head chef of the house. She also has her own greenhouse to do with as she wished. Her food will make those unused to eating it nearly orgasm now, and her greenhouse is downright mystical. She's also reached peak high class in strength and is facing the same problem as FIA, but she's also fine with it. She might have also gained the possibility to start dating one of the younger cooks working under her. He's a nice young man, which led to the servants and I looking forward to seeing if anything comes of it. I've got some bets on this stuff. I'll also make sure he has no corpse if he hurts her, but that shouldn't happen. I checked. Now Gila actually took a role as my finance minister surprisingly. I helped her out by boosting her financial and numerical abilities by removing her boost in energy manipulation. She has her own guards and is at high class in strength and still being the trickiest to fight. We also help each other deal with stress from time to time. Meanwhile, Sigil has been doing very well on his training journey, growing all the way to matching Heltana at the barrier for mid-ultimate class. He is now fully grown with a white coat, ethereal mane, crystal-like horn, and starry eyes. Most of that is because of his affinities with light and space magic, causing some minor mutations to help him channel his powers better. He's also kept some scars from worthy opponents or as reminders, but nothing which seemed to have been near fatal at the time, and he never did send any distress signal, so I let it go. He's grown quite big as well, basically being perfect in size for me to ride, which I believe is the familiar bond's fault. As for myself, well, I am still in the ultimate class, just at the very peak of it. I'm waiting for a good opportunity or push to break through. I actually stayed as champion of the Colosseum partially in the hopes of finding someone who can pressure me, even if I was holding back massively while there. And I do mean massively. I barely used any kind of physical reinforcement in arena since my body itself reached the peak of ultimate class. It also doesn't count the Tuki I had finally unlocked through incredibly harsh training I put myself through to reach the point I did. Half the time I didn't even use any sort of martial arts, which I'm halfway through the golems necessary to say I am officially a grandmaster in pure unarmed combat. My mastery of space is continuously progressing. I've been to the dimensional gap to understand different aspects and learning about my opposite of space, nothing. It would do good in the long run to learn how to create space within nothing, which would also create time, something I have also been able to learn to manipulate in much less depth than space, but the two are too intrinsically linked for someone who mastered space to not know of time. As a result of my training, I believe I can fight either Seraphal or Falbium to a standstill now, but not defeat them. Seraphal should be able to counter my space through her sheer power and mastery over ice, while Falbium basically has an unbreakable turtle shell until I truly step into Satan class. Falbium is actually the least threatening to me due to his main offensive ability being using built-up kinetic energy, but kinetic energy is rather useless against me if he doesn't use it at point-blank range and before I can teleport or phase through it, which I can do at almost a subconscious level. Adding my Longinus to the mix, I believe I could defeat Seraphol, Graphia, and the current Satans, but I am not sure if I could break through Falbium's defense, and I am certain I can't take on Ajuka or Surzex yet. But at least I'm ready to make quite the splash once things get rolling. Knock knock. Enter. I simply ordered as I came out of my thoughts. FIA came through with her usual style. The guest is awake now, master. Good, let's see if we can gain a giant, shall we? I say in a relaxed manner. She doesn't really answer, but she does follow me to the infirmary. Please calm down, sir. The potions are still taking effect and your bones haven't properly healed yet. A nervous and hurried young man's voice could be heard as sounds of things falling followed it. He certainly is awake. I joked lightly but was met with an impassive audience in FIA. Not feeling down, I opened the door to find the giant man trying to get up as a few guards and healers try to restrain him without hurting him. Lamr. Calm yourself. You're safe here. This is my home and these are my people. I sternly say to the giant, which makes him snap out of his struggle. Lamr knows voice. Voice of men who beat Lamr. The blue man said as he stopped struggling, and I signaled the healers and guards to leave us. Yes, I am. And I'd like to make you an offer, Lamr. I slowly said to the giant. What devilman want with Lamr? He asked in confusion. I want you to become one of my people. Maybe join my warriors. I say in terms he should understand. I don't think he knows what actual armies are. You want Lamr to be tribesman? The double-iced giant asked in surprise and an odd amount of emotions in his voice. Yes, I would. I believe you can become very strong, Lamr, and I want you in my tribe for exactly that. I told the giant honestly. He then just started crying loudly right then and there. Boah. Devilman so nice to Lamr. Everyone say Lamr weak and stupid. That Lamr not real Jotun. But Devilman say Lamr can be strong. That he wants him in his tribe. Wah. The blue man said between cries. Shoo shhh. It okay, Lamr. You can show them all when the mighty Lamr makes his enemies tremble, right? I say as I try to placate a crying giant for the first time in my lives. Devilman so nice to Lamr. Lamr joined Devilman tribe. Lamr crush tribe enemy. He replied emotionally as he looked at me. Well then, I, Chief Lith of the Azeroth tribe, welcome you, Lamr. Hope we can get along. I say to him in a way I think giants do. I honestly have no idea. Lamr of tribe Azeroth greet Chief Lith. He responded mightily as he pounded his own chest with his fist. Well met. Now I want you to heal so you can start getting stronger. The people who work here are healers, just listen to them and you can start getting strong sooner. I explained simply as he nods along seriously. Lamr listens to people and can get better faster. Then Lamr gets stronger. He said as he repeated what he understood. That's right. Now I need to go be the chief. I have a very big tribe after all. I say to the big guy with a satisfied grin. Oh. Chief Lith is mighty. He said with some admiration. I guess I am. Recover quickly so I can train you properly, Lamr. I said as I took my leave. Yes, Chief. He yelled out as I exited the room. A simple guy, but I like him. I thought with a small smile as I left to inspect some stuff around the city in person. He's not even upset that I kicked him in the face. I can actually feel everything that happens in it, which is slightly voyeuristic, I admit, even if it's mostly background noise to me unless something happens to make more noise, so to speak, but doing things personally improves my relationship with my people. I might ensure a level of loyalty through some brainwashing, but these types of actions truly engrave it into them and makes the loyalty much stronger. As I was walking along more prominent streets, however, FIA received a message and approached me with a much more serious atmosphere than usual. Master, some members of the Satan family ordered the deaths of every house member of those resisting the desires of the Satans to restart the Great War in Lusafad. They also said to not care about innocent bystanders or collateral damage. From the report, it was a massacre. She informed me as she kept her voice low. So it truly begins. I stoically responded. Your orders? She firmly asked. Gather the generals, inform our spies to keep us up to date on both the Satans and those resisting, also inform the ministers that there will be a mandatory meeting. Not appearing will mean severe consequences. I ordered without wasting a moment, calling back Heltana and Sigil through telepathy. We prepare for war. I said aloud as I teleported us back to the castle. Underscore 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 underscore. Extra author notes. First order of business: the houses of the original Satans. I decided to have the direct bloodline of Satan's Beelzebub and Asmodeus under Lith, but they won't become peerage members. I'm thinking more generals for now. I also, beyond the Satans from the original houses who led their faction, there's little to no info on other members and who would actually be next in line as their successors, while Kateria, Shalba, and Cruzari were never said to either be direct descendants or the heirs of the previous Satans, so I just made my own. They were also a bit too weak to be the direct descendants in my opinion. Next is his territory. He made sure to basically envelop the in-progress city in a barrier which puts it in a separate space, while appearing that nothing is happening there, on top of being in the middle of abandoned territories no one should even be paying attention to and making sure no one was seen traveling there. He also made sure to spread out the locations new settlers come from and their timing, while also bringing large group together from time to time. As for his population reaching 250,000 while his military stands at 50,000, think that's pretty reasonable for a race who supposedly lost billions during the Great War and was still sporting 32 or of the original 72, which should mean that there are still at least a few 100 million devils. It's just that they too weak. Our top-class fighters are what actually secures their race, the rest fight the smaller threats like beasts, low-rank enemy soldiers and each other. Also this is over years. And finally we have the start of the Devil Civil War. There's really not much in the way of details, just about the 4 major battles in it and how the original Satans were killed, with how Graphia ended up with Surzex as well. So I'll probably make some stuff up if I want to stretch out the war a bit. Hope you guys can enjoy Chapter 7, CH7 Gathering Power. Baal Territory, Castle Baal. We can't just let those fools get away with this. They killed members of over 7 houses and dozens of our men in cold blood and without any explanation or reasons. Lord Bardek Vapula shouted as he slammed his hands on the table. Many fellow lords had gathered around. The man was a large devil with a brown mane of hair reaching his back, purple eyes, strong and intimidating facial features with short beard along his jaw. He was also the father of the current Lord Baal's wife. We agree with you, Lord Vapula, but the question remains, what are we to do about this? We cannot simply force the Satans, or the other factions might see this as an opportunity to strike. Lord Furkas countered carefully as he fears this situation might restart the war, but with them at a heavy disadvantage. Lord Steedliffe Furkas was an elegant man of calm disposition, with flowing grey hair tied in a ponytail, brown eyes and somewhat delicate appearance. His comment opened up the debate between those favoring action and those favoring compromise. This is exactly what we need to do. Interrupted an authoritative voice, causing all lords present to pay attention. The current Satans have shown they do not understand the consequences of their folly, nor do they care about our people. Should we do nothing, we head to the end of devils as we know it. So now we must fight for a chance at a future. The speaker was none other than the first Baal himself, the men who gathered them here and the one who had been organizing their group in an attempt to convince the Satans to focus on gathering their strength instead of foolishly rushing into a war they could not win. Although he has the appearance of a middle-aged looking man with short black hair, piercing violet eyes and wears a traditional noble attire, the strong aura of dignity he possessed stopped anyone from questioning him. I agree with Sir Baal. Spoke up a well-dressed man with short greenish blonde hair, a stylized goatee, pink eyes and a dandy appearance. The Lord Chasith Agars. The Satans have refused any attempts at negotiations or diplomacy. They have gone so far as to threaten myself and my family during my last efforts to convince them to at least wait. Therefore I see no other option but to fight back against such foolishness. Even if we fight, we do not have the means to defeat the Satans themselves. The Lord Rizzle Phoenix suddenly added as he brought up the most important point. The man was the most extravagantly dressed present, with his short blonde hair sleeked backward, blue eyes and a roguishly handsome face. He was also the richest man present thanks to his family's monopoly on Phoenix tears. Then we bring in those who can. Zekrom Baal announced as he grabbed the attention of those present once again. I have heard of 4 families possessing devils of the new generation holding powers said to match and even surpass the original Satans. Of those known, I have no doubts about eventually convincing the Gremory and Citri heirs to join our cause. Surzex has a soft heart, but he would not continue to stand the actions of the current Satans. Meanwhile, Seraphal Citri is a compassionate girl who has seen the impacts of the Great War firsthand due to her family's status as the premier healers in the underworld. She will no doubt join. Besides them, the current heir of House Astaroth, Ajuka, is said to rival Surzex and have a good relationship with him, meaning we bring in Surzex and likely secure Ajuka. The most troublesome would the heir of House Glaciolabalas, Falbium, due to his supposed apathy or laziness. Should we succeed in bringing these 4 into the fold, we will not only gain 4 more houses to our cause, but also the strength to defeat the Satans. I will go to convince the Citri heiress and then head to Glaciolabalas. I should be able to convince them once we have the other 3. Lord Agars responded with confidence. Good. I shall personally see to Surzex and Ajuka afterward. Zekrom said as the other members present silently accepted due to this being their only actual chance to win. One needs a Satan to defeat a Satan after all. A few months later at a battle near the Vapula territory. Hold the line. We can't let those bastards get through or they'll slaughter the villages. Ordered an officer of the Vapula house as he fired another round of magic attacks towards the forces of the Satans. All around devils were dying by the moment as elemental blasts were fired from every direction and low-ranking soldiers charged towards the enemy to engage in close quarters. Unfortunately for the Vapula forces, they were completely outnumbered and outmatched as the forces of 2 of the 6 houses of Lucifer, Satanachia, and Sargatanas, hammered through them and blazed trails of carnage wherever they went. Ha 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 ha. This is what you scum get for standing up to the great Satans. You should have just done as you were told. The cruel and sadistic commander of these forces loudly yelled as he watched his men slaughter the enemy. Sir! Our men spotted incoming devils. A scout suddenly announced, making the commander stop paying attention to the battle. From which house? He questioned seriously. It's. Unfortunately, the scout didn't have time to answer properly as massive amounts of water flood their troops before they could all hear a woman's voice echo loudly. Flash freeze. Which immediately froze the water, trapping the majority of Satanachia and Sargatana's forces in a vast field of ice. Hail of hell. The voice followed up as boulders of ice started raining down from the sky, taking down the aerial troops and further crushing the ground ones. Who dares attack us? We are the army of the great Satans. A furious commander roared as he attempted to hide the fear those last 2 attacks made him feel. Follow Lady Seraphal. Show those bastards what real devils can do. A well-armored man shouted as the banners of House Citri were raised. This sudden ambush and charge resulted in the Satan army lines to completely collapse as they suddenly found themselves in a real fight they didn't have an overwhelming advantage in. Follow them, men. Show them what the lions of Vapula can do. The Vapula commander shouted as he took advantage of their rising momentum. Like I would let you. Shouted the Satan army commander, spreading his wings and taking flight as he prepared a large-scale fire spell to counter. Your opponent is me. The woman who could only be Seraphal Citri said as she fired great spears of ice at the enemy commander, forcing him to cancel his magic and dodge. Everyone finally got a good look at the girl rumored to be a match for the Satans themselves. She was a short but beautiful, with long black hair tied in twin tails, her surprisingly well-developed body hidden behind her white robes covered by enchanted armor protecting her chest, arms, and legs. She also wielded an ornate silver staff embedded with a large blue gem as its head. Little girl, I will enjoy making you my toy before I offer you up to the great Satans. The commander roared furiously as he turned to fire his magic at her. Little girl. I'll show you who's a little girl, you ugly brute. She shouted back angrily as she almost instantly casted a spell completely freezing her target before her fell and shattered on landing. Humph. Calling me little girl. With Seraphal and the Citri army's presence, it didn't take long to completely rout the Satan-aligned army, causing cheers in honor of the lady who turned everything around. Edge of Gremory territory. A handsome young man with shoulder-length crimson hair, blue-green eyes, wearing a simple white shirt and brown pants, was taking his time walking down a forest path as he enjoyed the sight of the familiar nature around him. This young man was Surzex Gremory, heir of his house, said to hold power surpassing the Satans, but his caring and laid-back attitude make people forget the incredible strength he was born with. In fact, he was actually on his way to visit a particular village he enjoyed playing the piano in and was teaching the children how to sing as a choir and accompaniment. He reached the ending of the forest path expecting to see the usual idyllic scene of the peaceful village he enjoyed, but to his horror he was welcomed to a burning nightmare as devils in armor flew around firing magic at the innocent people simply trying to make a living there. Wasting no time, he spread his own wings and took off as quickly as he could in the hopes of saving the ones he came to know over the years and children whose smiles and laughter as he loved to hear as they learned to sing together. What he found was death, pain, and sadness as he could see the broken bodies of devils he knew, of men, women, and children. Seeing the faces he could recognize from up high, Surzex froze. "Hey, how did that guy escape?" One of the devils responsible for the slaughter asked his comrade. "Who knows? Who cares?" The Satans ordered this as a warning to the Gremory. They weren't happy when Citri joined the rebels and didn't want Gremory to get any ideas after Baal visited them. "The other units should be done having their fun too, so take care of him and let's go," he replied dismissively as he flew away. Unfortunately for him, a bolt of black and crimson magic engulfed him before he could even say a word, leaving nothing a moment later. The original speaker turned towards the origin of the magic to find the red-haired man he had been planning to quickly kill, but what he saw and then felt terrified him to his core during the last moments of his existence. An absolutely enormous burst of crimson energy erupted out of the man as it turned the very sky red, with bolts black and red bolts flashing out of the man, destroying everything they touched. Suddenly one of those bolts passed by him, taking his left arm and most of his chest with it. Letting the devil only hear an enraged howl full of sorrow be his final farewell as the man he now realized was Surzex Gremory, turned into destruction itself. In his sorrowful wrath, Surzex wiped out every trace of the Satan's army within Gremory territory and even beyond, before returning to the smoldering remains of the village he loved to visit. There, with tears in his eyes, he cradled the body of one of the children he had grown rather close to, wondering how could those supposed to protect the underworld and the devils within it could slaughter the innocents like this. Finding no answer, he decided that if they couldn't, he would. He had no wish to take part in the conflict due to his aversion to solving problems with violence and the fact that he knew the woman he loved, but dared not love openly, would undoubtedly be on the opposing side, but he could not permit the behavior of the Satans any longer. The Satans would regret they had pushed him so far. Some time later, Astaroth Territory, Private Workshop. Within was a bewitchingly attractive young man with light blue eyes and green hair that is slicked back, wearing a black coat and a special pair of glasses while seemingly working on a unique set of crystals with various tools scattered around. The workshop itself was vast and filled with bookshelves, walls covered in drawings or calculations, tables occupied by half-finished devices, tools, and parts. It was truly representative of the inventor and genius Ajuka Astaroth. Knock knock knock. HM. Who could that be? I'm pretty sure I told them not to disturb me. Ajuka irritably said as he put down a project he believed would be able to change Devil Society in its entirety if it works. He opened the door to his workshop, but instead of finding a family member or servant, he found his close friend Surzex Gremory standing there with the most serious expression he had ever seen on the man. Ajuka then noticed that his friend was disheveled, with mud of his pants like he kneeled in mud, slightly red eyes with dark circles, and seemed to be emotionally unbalanced. Surzex. What happened to you? Why are you here? Ajuka asked out of concern for his friend. I'm going to fight the Satans. I can't let them go further than they already have. I wanted to ask for your help. Surzex directly answered. What? But didn't you say no when old Zekrom tried to convince you? You said you didn't think fighting amongst ourselves was the right way. A confused Ajuka replied. The Satans have gone too far, Ajuka. They sent troops to slaughter innocent devils from my house just as a warning when we aren't even against them. A saddened Surzex said as he once again thought about the empty faces and cold bodies of the children. They did what? No, wait. Today is, oh. I'm sorry for you lost. Ajuka said as he pieced together his friend's reason for reversing his initial decision. Thank you, Ajuka. But will you join me? I'd feel a lot better if my friend and rival would be beside me in this fight. Surzex responded as he managed a small smile. Ajuka thought about his project for a moment, but decided that one of his only true friends was more important than something he could finish after the war. He knew the general strength of the current Satans, but he was confident in taking them on. If it was their parents, the original Satans, then he might have been slightly less certain, but he would have still been willing. Of course. Wouldn't let you have all the fun of putting down those wastes. Ajuka finally said as he took off his special glasses. Thank you, my friend. Surzex honestly replied as he felt that at least he had someone he could truly trust in the upcoming fight. No problem. Just let me grab a few things and we can go. Ajuka shot back as he started looking around his messy workshop for who knew what, as Surzex could only wait. Glaciolabula's castle sometime later. You, Mast. Ing Master, Bium, Falbium, young Master Falbium. Ugh, yeah. What it is? Why did you wake me up so early? A slightly grumpy bald-headed young man responded as he seemed very reluctant to wake up. It is already well beyond lunchtime, young Master Falbium. The maid who had woken him replied in a deadpan manner, but I woke you because the Lord requested your immediate presence in his office. Father did. What for? Falbium asked, slightly confused as he scratched his bald head. I was not informed, young master, but it seemed of the utmost importance. The Lord was very serious today. She answered dutifully, now please get up so we can have you dressed, young master. Sleepwear was declared unacceptable today. Grown fine. Falbium replied as he let the maids do the work for him. Soon after, he was sitting in front of his father's desk with a tired look on his face. I called you here to discuss the recent events pertaining the rebellion against the Satans. Tell me what you think about it. The current Lord Glaciolabulas, Relium Glaciolabulas, asked of his son. Relium actually shared his son's dilemma of baldness, but chose to make up for it by growing a rather impressive gray beard to compensate. Both also were quite average in appearance, but unlike Falbium, he was quite an energetic person. That. Why? Falbium simply questioned curiously. Humor me. His father replied as he chose not to answer. Eyeing his father suspiciously, Falbium decided to answer. From what I heard the servants say, the Satans had the advantage at the beginning, but things are basically balanced out now that Gremory, Citri and Astaroth joined the rebel side. With people saying that the heirs of their families can match the original Satans, but I'm not sure how much of that if true. I'd say a stalemate unless someone can take down a key figure, or if someone new breaks the balance. Falbium said as he spoke his thoughts. Keep in mind that he basically pieced together the situation of the war and the general flow of it by hearing servant gossiping between his naps and sleeping hours. Sounds about right. Lord Glaciolabulas said as he stroked his beard. Why'd you ask though? Falbium asked as he began to make himself comfortable and thinking about what position would be best to nap in. Because you're going to lead our troops and help the rebels. His father answered as he caused Falbium to sit up very quickly. No. Falbium firmly replied as he would fight tooth and nail for his sleep and to not have to work. Your choice, but if we don't end this war quickly and the Satans win, then you'll have no choice but to fight in the Great War or become a criminal. I doubt you'd get much sleep either way. Relium casually responded as if he couldn't care less. Those words shook Falbium as he began calculating the results of either outcome as best he could, but soon found out that not fighting now would let him sleep less than quickly ending this conflict. Where? Falbium simply asked his father. House Bale. Was the reply. Thus without another word, Falbium Glaciolabulas headed out to join the war. Azeroth territory, capital city Azura. The 4 points of interest have officially joined the rebels, master. Your new orders. FIA informed her lord and master. Have our spies investigate the closest house the Satans will target within the next 2 months. Lith said as he continued to work on the large amount of paperwork a lord had to take care of within a rapidly expanding territory. One moment. She replied as she contacted the various sources employed by the house. Here we are. House Phoenix is said to be targeted due to them supporting the rebels and supplying them ample amounts of Phoenix tears. The Satans were quite upset and ordered an attack. They assigned House Floretti, and are forcing Balam somehow, to undertake the mission while supervised by some descendants of Beelzebub. The offensive should occur sometime next week. Good. We might even be able to turn House Balam to our side. I quite like them compared to other houses. Lith replied with a grin. Orders. FIA responded as she kept on topic. Have the 1st, 4th, and 5th legions ready to sortie, while the 2nd and 3rd are to stay to protect things while we're away. Also give the orders to capture any House Balam members alive. Lith told her as she related said orders efficiently. We going to fight, Chief? An excited Lamar asked. Yes we are. Lith said as he looked in the direction of his first battle. Underscore 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 underscore. Extra author note. The above is actually the reason stated for Surzex to enter the war. Satan forces killed a choir group of young devils he taught, pushing him into joining. The reason he had not actually joined when Zekrom would have went to ask was simply because he didn't view conflict as the right way. While Ajuka is stated as being very close to Surzex, so I can see him joining only if he had. I can also see him just not care and focus on his research should Surzex not ask him to join. Also hinted at him already working on what would later become the evil pieces. Seraphal on the other was supposed to be the first one to join the rebel side. She will be quite different because magical girls aren't even a concept yet, much less popular enough for her to have heard about. Instead I'm going to give her a bit of a complex regarding his supposed childlike stature, even though she's also said to have a sexy body at the same time, instead. Her reason for joining first would be that she saw many veterans of the Great War due to her family operating the largest healing grounds in the underworld, leading her to understanding the consequences of restarting it a lot more than the other future Satans. She will still be compassionate and kind, just not a magical girl Siskin. And Falbium I just wanted to have a bit of fun with by having his father manipulate him into participating, using his extreme laziness and work aversion to make him do the less troublesome job. My time frame for all this is within 6 months of the initial massacre of Lucifad where a Beelzebub descendant ordered the killings of all Pillar House descendant resisting the restarting of the Great War who happened to be in the city, regardless of innocent casualties in the process. The reason I say 6 months is because that is when the wiki says the first major battle of the Civil War happened. I'm also not calling the civil until after the fact since I'm history of the rebels when it would be a civil war to free themselves from oppression and if the Satans when it would be named a rebellion. Also as of now the two sides of the war will be something like this. Satan faction. Asterisk Lucifuge, 6 House of Lucifer. Asterisk Asmodeus. Asterisk Beelzebub. Asterisk Leviathan. Asterisk Satanachia, 6 House of Lucifer. Asterisk Barbatos. Asterisk Agale Report, 6 House of Lucifer. Asterisk Floretti, 6 House of Lucifer. Asterisk Sargatanas, 6 House of Lucifer. Asterisk Nibiros, Research Focused, 6 House of Lucifer. Asterisk Nabrius, Research Focused. Asterisk Brune, Forced. Asterisk Sobnok. Asterisk Balaam, Forced. Anti-Satan Faction. Asterisk Baal. Asterisk Vapula. Asterisk Agars. Asterisk Astaroth. Asterisk Visago. Asterisk Gremory. Asterisk Citri. Asterisk Glaciolabelas. Asterisk Gamagin. Asterisk Phoenix. Asterisk Furcas. Asterisk Andre Alphas. Asterisk Belial. Not really sure what to do with other houses or where to even begin about the ones that say extinct on Wiki and could have actually participated in the civil way. There's also going to be a certain number who would remain neutral for political or ideological reasons. Then there are houses who just can't afford to lose more descendants or manpower. There's probably some houses who are on the brink of collapse too. So kind of a mess to balance. Some suggestions regarding some houses to add with details regarding clan trait, overall manpower, and general power levels would be better than nitpicking. Chapter 8, CH8 House Azeroth. Capital City of Lucifad, House Lucifuge Manor. What are your opinions on this attack against the Phoenix? A middle-aged man with short silver hair and goatee, red eyes, and wearing exquisite black and gold robes. The man was the current Lord Lucifuge, Alker Lucifuge. Our forces will no doubt crush those rebel scum. A handsome young man with similar features to the Lord, long silver hair tied in a braided hairstyle, red eyes, wearing a silver robe with detailed accessories. Euclid Lucifuge, current heir to Extra House Lucifuge and a known devotee of the Satans. Asterisk psi asterisk and Eugraphia. The Lord Lucifuge asked as he looked at his eldest child following the disappointing answer of his heir. The eldest child was Graphia Lucifuge, a breathtakingly beautiful young woman with back-length silver hair that features a long braid on each side with small blue bows at the ends, while the rest is let down, which ends in twin braids, red eyes, a perfect body, wearing a black shirt covered in open silver robe, with black pant and leather boots. If the forces sent cannot take the Phoenix forces down quickly, then the situation may escalate should the Satans take action personally. She carefully answered as she kept her expression completely neutral. But elder sister, there's no chance that those weaklings could stand up to us. Euclid said as his gaze wandered over his beloved sister. Elaborate Graphia. Lord Lucifuge simply stated. The Phoenix are famous exactly for being difficult to put down, and since neither I nor Euclid are to be deployed, while the Satans deem the situation below them, I believe that their allies may intervene should things take too long. She explained while the two basically ignored Euclid. Ah, you believe the rumors regarding the power of the Citri heir, or maybe the ones pertaining Surzex? Her father said as he realized what his daughter was omitting. Meanwhile, Euclid's jaw and fists clenched at the thought of his beloved sister meeting with another man. Yes. Should Surzex appear, none will be able to stand in his way. She coldly stated as if it was an absolute fact. Then let us hope for a quick victory. Hummed the Lord Lucifuge as he agreed with her statement. There is a reason he had Graphia observe the men during the last few decades after all. He was far too powerful to be left unmonitored, and any other would be detected far too easily. The meeting between the three main members of House Lucifuge ended as the three retired to their own rooms. Euclid refuses to grow beyond his blind loyalty to the Satans, while Graphia closed her heart due to her duties as my daughter. I worry for them. Lord Lucifuge thought as he made his way to his study. That damn insect buzzing around my beloved sister. I will take care to squash him so she never gets besmirched. Euclid thought as his obsession ran wild. Surzex. I am sorry. Graphia sadly thought as she stamped out the sadness she felt when thinking of the red-haired man she had come to know. House Phoenix border defenses. Is everything ready? The Lord Phoenix asked as he went over the plans they had come up with once their spies and informants confirmed the Satans would attack this night. Yes, my lord. All the defenses are activated and the troops ready. The general of the Phoenix answered through his fully armored body. Good, now they have to take down the fortress to get through. This is the best money can buy after all. Lord Phoenix said as he thought about how expensive these forts had been way back when his grandfather had them built. How about our supplies? Fully stocked with supply routes prepared. Our cache of Phoenix tears has also been properly secure. The general answered dutifully. Excellent. Now what about our request for reinforcements? The Lord then asked as he knew he couldn't take on two houses indefinitely. Hold them off for a very long time, yes, but they didn't have enough top-tier fighters to truly win. But if they brought some real powerhouses, then they would fall quickly. A few days at most. Ultimates were called that for a reason after all. It isn't optimal, my lord. The general answered with some dissatisfaction. They've stated that reinforcements would take at least 5 days to properly reach us, and that the aces are in their own lands preparing their armies for the offensive. That's not ideal. The Lord Phoenix said as he frowned in thought. Any new on which houses will be attacking? We managed to purchase information indicating that houses Floretti and Balaam will be there, but some have said they are not the true leaders this time. We haven't been able to confirm if this is simply a rumor or not. The general answered as best he could. Damn. Had to be Balaam. Let's hope their lord doesn't come, or we might not last long. Lord Phoenix responded as he swept his hand through his blonde hair in anxiety. He was confident and proud of his house, but sometimes one has to be realistic. The Phoenix have become far more mercantile in nature than during the Great War, with this affecting the priorities they held as a house. As a result, the personal might of himself and those under him has focused more on protecting their interests than growing stronger, leaving House Phoenix without any sort of powerhouses. Sure, they had plenty of soldiers and guards, but they would only serve to slow down a truly strong opponent or become sacrifices to hopefully take one down. We can only hope, my lord. House Balaam's natural strength is perfect for breaking through defenses, and we can only prepare for the worst and hope for the best. House Floretti, on the other hand, is much more manageable. Although their ability to manipulate the weather is annoying, it is a lot easier to counter. The general laid out as he spoke from experience. Then let's get to it. Lord Phoenix simply said as the general saluted and took his leave. 3 days later. Cover the left side. Incoming water bolts. Raise your shields. Aerial units, stop those bastards. Aerg. My arm. My arm. Clea. No. Shit. The Balams are charging again. Damn. Take command while I keep them busy. Ordered Lord Phoenix as he flew towards the charging party of Balam descendants, which included the heir. Luckily for him, it seemed like the Lord Balam hadn't been spotted yet, but his heir was certainly proving annoying to deal with himself. Stand aside, Lord Phoenix. We must break through no matter what, said the Balam heir, Durandon Balam, as he saw the Lord Phoenix in his path once again. Durandon was like most Balams, a large muscular young man with almost rock-like gray skin, light gray eyes and without any hair. He was also naked from the waist up due to his skin being a form of natural armor. And I can't let you do that. You're a good kid, why are you fighting for them? The Lord Phoenix responded as he saw that the young Balam heir was reluctant to fight him and his house, but seemed to be cornered into doing so. Because I have to. He grimly answered as he started his attack. The fight between the two was one of endurance. It had not been the first time they fought, but the Lord Phoenix's experience allowed him to maintain his advantage when faced with the Balam heir, even while neither could truly harm his opponent. Phoenix had their immortality and Balam had their natural defenses. Lord Phoenix would try to breach his skin using his flames while Durandon struck his foe only for any injury to heal in moments. While the two fought, the Floretti army struck towards the Phoenix defenses as lightning bolts crashed down from the sky, taking down surprised defenders as a new charge began. Damn. The frustrated Lord Phoenix muttered as he was helpless to assist his people and could only watch as the invaders gained a decisive advantage with that move. I do not wish for you or yours to be harmed, Lord Phoenix. The Satans will certainly keep you alive due to your tears, so please surrender. The Balam heir stoically said. If I surrendered, then I wouldn't be much of a lord. And a Phoenix's pride is not to be trampled upon, was the response as the Lord's flames rose up and struck his opponent with even more vigor. During their fight, however, a massive portal suddenly opened from behind the invading forces, causing the defenders to fear the worst, only to find two figures flying out of it. Every devil could easily see them thanks to their race having much better senses than humans. The first was a figure any Balam house member would instantly recognize, the current Lord Balam, Torok Balam. One of, if not the largest lord in Underworld, respected for his immense physical strength and his power as an ultimate-class devil. Like his son, he had rocky gray skin but bluish eyes, and most shockingly he was missing his left leg and arm. Accompanying him was an almost equally large figure with translucent wings and wearing a set of black plate mail armor with purple accents and deep purple cape. Think Ain's armor from Overlord when he was being an adventurer, but with purple. Looking around the battlefield, Lord Balam spotted his son mid-combat with Lord Phoenix. Durandon, you little shit, I told you to not be a coward. A seemingly enraged Lord Balam roared out as his voice traveled the entire battlefield, making the fighting actually stop to look at the source. Father. Arg. The Balam heir immediately stopped when he heard his father. Unfortunately, he had been exchanging blows with Lord Phoenix and his opponent hadn't really noticed and blasted him with fire. Sorry about that, kid. Lord Phoenix said as he realized the situation was about to change. Don't be. That fool deserved a good smack. I'll give him a few more once this fight is over. The very loud Lord Balam said as he floated above the two. What in the world happened to you, Lord Balam? The Phoenix asked as he realized the very sturdy man he had feared would invade his home was in fact missing two of his limbs. Those bastards who call themselves Satans happened. Ordered me to come and pledge to their cause, told them their cause was stupid, they didn't like that so they cut off my arm and leg, then blackmailed that little shit to join them after I told him to not listen. He casually answered as if losing an arm and leg was no big deal. Admittedly they could be healed, but it would take time and a very good healer. All troops of House Balam. Crush those Satan-loving bastards. Torok shouted, causing the tide to instantly turn around for the Phoenix after the Balam troops overheard their lord's explanation as to why he had disappeared and returned wounded. And who's your friend? Lord Phoenix asked curiously as he noted the still open portal and the black armored devil above them. My benefactor and soon yours as well. Lord Balaam answered with a vicious smile. It was at that moment a voice rang out throughout the battlefield, but unlike the Lord Balaam it wasn't a loud roar or shout, it was calm but heavy. All troops, advance. The black devil said. At that moment thousands of armor-clad devils rushed out of the portal in as ground troops charged in a wedge formation and began slaughtering the Floreti troops, while the aerial ones began casting spells in teams and crushing any resistance in their paths through teamwork and power. The final group was in fact specialized in long-range combat and support as they formed shields and barriers to protect their comrades, acted as combat medics and artillery. All of them were also clad in black and purple, with a house symbol neither lord could actually recognize. Black and purple because those are the colors I mainly associate with space. Image here, this but purple. What are you idiots waiting for? Drive those Floreti bastards out of our lands. The Lord Phoenix ordered his stunned troops, causing them to roar out for bloody revenge for their fallen comrades. The battle became completely one-sided as the combined forces of two pillar houses and their mysterious reinforcements were crushing the Floreti army. The two lords decided to join their benefactor up in the sky as he watched the slaughter impassively. I thank you for your timely arrival. Lord Phoenix said as he approached the armored devil. I thank you for letting me handle my stupid son as well as saving me. Lord Balaam followed up with. If one wishes for devils to continue living as a race, much less as a faction, then standing with those against those arrogant fools is the obvious Lord Phoenix. Of course I would help when I could. As for you Lord Balaam, I actually have a soft spot for a house who knows the value of physical strength. No offense intended Lord Phoenix. The armored devil said casually. None taken. But I do find myself at a disadvantage over what to call my own benefactor. I would ask if you are from the Abaddon house, but you seem to have a different symbol. Lord Phoenix responded as he curiously looked at the men. I agree with Phoenix. I'd like to at least know who I'm going to thank for getting me out of that shithole. Lord Balaam gruffly added. A simple thing to fix. In all honesty I'm mostly wearing this thing for appearance and because it helps morale. The men said in a surprisingly laid-back manner compared to the almost oppressive vibe he had been giving out since his arrival. Taking off his helmet, he revealed a strikingly handsome young man with chocolate-colored skin, wavy shoulder-length plum hair tied in a ponytail, and eye-catching green eyes which seemed to glow. Although a bit late, I am Lith Azeroth, head and founder of House Azeroth. A pleasure to officially meet two distinguished lords such as yourselves. The young man politely greeted to the surprise of the two lords. While devils do not age much after maturing physically, their lifespans naturally being 10,000 years long, it was easy enough to tell how old a devil is, and they both felt the young man truly was as young as he actually appeared. Ha! To think I got my ass saved by a young un like you. I must be getting old. The Lord Balaam heartily responded. And to think a phoenix was pulled out of the fire by an upstart. Dear me. Lord Phoenix almost playfully said as he dramatically passed his hand through his messy blonde hair. The new must surpass the old eventually after all. Lith responded with a shrug. I can still pound you young ones in the dirt even with one arm and leg. Was the elder Balaam's response as he shook his one fist. Whatever you say old man, but it's going to have to wait until a fly thinking it's a king is dealt with. Lith replied as he put on his helmet and looked towards an approaching devil. He could have killed at any time since Litha's space had already encompassed the entire battlefield. He had actually been making sure his men didn't die and were instead teleported to the healers once they were about to die. He could do it, so why not? This way they are getting experience without dying, improving for the times he would have to focus all his power on his opponent, which really isn't the case here. How dare you useless brutes betray the great Satans? Shouted the fly in Litha's point of view. He was flying, buzzing around, from an annoying family and never stopped loving bullshit. Your heads are so far up your own asses that you would kill us all for a war no one wants besides you. Then the so-called Satans attack me by surprise and force my house to fight their battles for them. Retorted a clearly angry Lord Balaam. You should be honored to be used by true devils and serving your purpose. And tools who do not listen to their owners should be disposed of. The Beelzebub descendant said as if this was an absolute fact for him. Why are you even talking to this fool? Lith casually said. How dare you speak to me? You are not even a so-called noble, even less than a tool made for us true devils to use, but you dare speak to me like that." The completely offended, triggered, devil said as he glared murderously at Lith. To which Lith simply flicked his index towards the devil, creating a massive hole in his chest instantly. "At least I am not a bug to be squashed with but a finger." Lith replied with contempt in his voice as the two lords beside him broke out in cold sweat at what they just saw. Although the devil in front of them was at still only high class, he was a descendant of a Satan, meaning even the Lord Balaam would find it somewhat annoying to deal with him as an ultimate class, while Lord Phoenix would eventually lose to him. To not even understand how the young man beside them instantly killed him was an indication of the power he wielded even if he never showed off his demonic power itself. It would seem the Floretti forces are hastily retreating. A clear victory is in sight. Lith said as he did not care about the fool he had killed. "Will you require any additional assistance to rebuild, take care of wounded or in case they return? I know you have Phoenix Tears, but it would be better to keep your limited stock for a true emergency." "Ah yes. Some help to treat the wound and make some emergency repairs while I hire the appropriate people would be most welcomed, Lord Azeroth." The Lord Phoenix said as he snapped out of the daze he had been seeing the death of someone matching his strength seeming so easy. Truly the strong are the respected. Thought Lith as Lord Phoenix addressed respectfully for the first time. "I'll take some of that help too if you're offering, kid." The Lord Balaam said in a much more polite manner than before, "My boys and that stupid son of mine probably hurt themselves during this foolishness. What happened to your spirit, old man? Of course I'll help you out. We need you for when we'll tear the Satans a new one so they can have another hole to shove their heads up after all." Lith responded as he teased the older man. "Bwahaha. You're right, kid. Gotta learn how to do that one-handed for now too." Lord Balaam said as he went back to being boisterous. An hour later the fighting was completely done, with a turnaround victory for Phoenix. The Floretti army which had fought was almost decimated after Balaam and Azeroth forces joined the fighting, with the only negative being House Floretti's descendants being allowed to escape by Lith. The others didn't need to know he could have killed pretty much everyone once he had his domain established, but he wished to make the word spread about a new player in the game. What came next was the treating of the injured and celebration of victory, especially for the Phoenix army, which had gone through a grueling fight, not even caring that part of those who had attacked were with them. There was also an epic beatdown done by a one-legged and armed man of his son which was funny to watch. Lord Phoenix also put on a display about exactly how one uses money and connections by having builders and healers arriving a day after the fighting was over. By the time Lith had left for his lands the same way he had arrived, the entire underworld had heard about this new house which seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Underscore 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 underscore. Extra author note. First off, Lord Phoenix and his entire family were all said to be high class even 500 years from now, so I feel no shame writing him being matched by the heir of an ultimate class lord, who became that way because of his combat experience and natural power, since they are both high class and their natural advantages kinda cancelling each other. The Floretti weather manipulation was added in because I was trying to figure a family trait for them, and during some research there was a version of Floretti the demon with the ability. Next up, my vision of supernatural battles would be 3D, with ground and aerial forces competing using both magic and melee combat. I also believe that the territorial defenses would have stuff set up to prevent teleportation, up to a certain level, barriers to stop magical bombardments, and something which would stop devils from just flying by it. If they couldn't, then anyone could just wander into your land during war, and that would be stupid. Now about the Balaam, like I said in my previous extra author notes, they were forced to participate on the sides of the Satans, and I just felt like having those interactions for fun. So that's what happened. Easy way for Lith to get an ally. Next, the reason none of the aces teleported nearby and went to help is because it could have just made things worse by forcing the Satans to go there too, and everything would just cause a ton of deaths, while mass teleportation is impossible due to teleporting usually needing a relatively high level of skills and magic to use, and Lith being a very big exception to that rule. From what I know, the few means of mass teleportation involve Dimension Lost and maybe a top 10 member with powers related to it. So armies would have to travel through flight or some other mean of transportation. As far where we are chronologically in the war, the first major battle of the war and main offensive from the anti-Satan faction is currently being prepared, so about 5 months into the conflict. Also, I'm making most names up as I go along simply because all the wiki has on most of these people is just Lord this or Lady that. Chapter 9, Ch9 joining the anti-Satan faction. A calm had swept through the underworld in the days following the attempt against House Phoenix for supporting the anti-Satan faction. All notable members of this conflict were doing their best to figure just who Lith Azeroth is and from where did his apparent house with an actual military force appear. And most pressingly, how strong is he truly? In the span of a few hours he had caused massive waves in the underworld by taking only 2 actions, instantly killing a Beelzebub descendant without 2 high-ranking lords even understanding how, and creating a portal from who knows where big enough to bring his army through. That second one was something most lords were much more concerned about than the first. But only Ajuka Astaroth realized that Lith Azeroth had apparently managed to harm a strong devil from a distance, without the use of a magic circle. He had made sure to question the 2 lords about this, and their answers confirmed that what this new Lord Azeroth had shown so far was most likely the tip of the ice. Unfortunately he had no true proof of this, hence he kept quiet and began trying to figure the young men out. Capital of the underworld Lucifad, Castle of Satans, Meeting Hall of the Four. Inside this oppressive meeting room stood a semicircular table with 4 intricately carved thrones representing each of the 4 Satans. This place is used for official meetings between Satans and as a place for them to hold audiences with other devils. But like it had basically been for the last 100 years, only 3 of the 4 seats had been filled as the Lucifer title has always been rejected by its heir. So you mean to tell me some unknown trash killed a member of my family and those disgusting muscleheads betrayed us? A furious Bideliad Beelzebub said towards the Fleuretti commander who had led the assault on the Phoenix. He had done everything he could, but when one faces 3 armies suddenly attacking you and the arrival of 2 ultimate-class threats, it becomes hard for a single high-class devil with an already tired army to do anything. Not that the Satans really cared about the army itself, only the loss of a true devil and their face in the matter due to an unknown devil actually challenging their people. A random being lower than a tool had the gall to challenge the authority of the Satans. Now Bideliad, it's the not man's fault that those rock men betrayed us and he lost. Although pathetic, numbers can still overwhelm true devils after all, or else the so-called pillars would have served us no purpose. Tsufame Leviathan said as she turned her attention to the very fearful men before them, but what do you have to say about this new toy? We do not know, Lady Leviathan. I've asked the other houses if they had ever seen the crest they used, but no one had an answer. The only clue was that he, or most likely his people, had the means to create a large enough portal to bring an entire army through. The Fleuretti commander hurriedly explained as he very much wished to not anger the Satans and die. Is it the Abaddon? A slightly curious Demedosu Asmodeus asked, since their clan trait was whole, after all. No, my lord Asmodeus. We checked and they do not possess such a powerful ability to create portals nor such an army. In fact, they actually stated to be ready to pledge their loyalty to the great Satans. The Fleuretti commander answered quickly. He had in fact looked into things in the hopes of finding anything which could help his chances of receiving mercy. As if those weaklings had any other option. Satan Beelzebub said as he was calling down. Yes. But for now, if you don't want to lose your head, find out everything about this new toy. I will take care of it afterward. We can't have such an attack go unanswered after all. Satan Leviathan said to the Fleuretti commander as she dismissed him. The men didn't hesitate for a moment before hurrying out of the room, thankful for still being alive. You will move personally, Tsufame. For an insect like this. A mildly surprised Satan Asmodeus said as he looked at the woman he has known for most of his life. Dear Lilith, no. I will send a few armies I command to exterminate whoever these pests are. She responded dismissively. I don't have the desire to squash every vermin in front of me after all. That's why we have our little servants. Then it seems we shall be leaving this matter in your hands, Tsufame. But make sure to leave me that mongrel who killed my family member. Satan Beelzebub said as this concluded the biggest item on their agenda for the day. Castle Baal. In this meeting I would like to officially welcome Lord Balaam, who we had assumed had joined the Satans, but as we have discovered was being held prisoner while the Satans strong-armed his house. Lord Agar said as he begun the meeting for the now-named anti-Satan faction in a pleasant mood over the recent development. They had a victory, gained another house to their cause, caused some damages to the armies of the Satans, their own preparations were on schedule, and now there was the possibility for another if unproven ally. Present were many lords, but also the aces of the anti-Satan faction. Thanks for the welcome even though my son acted like that. The Lord Balaam said as he waved his only arm in thanks. How are you feeling, Mr. Torok? I know I asked Father's people to have help you, but you don't look any better. Seraphol asked in a slightly childish manner, but also compassionately. I'll be fine, lass. Thanks for caring for this old man. Lord Balaam gently replied, since it felt nice for a girl like her to treat him well. Made him want a daughter or maybe a granddaughter if his good-for-nothing son could actually get a wife. Even a mistress would be due. As Lord Balaam thought about trying for a daughter with his wife or making his son get him a grandchild, the meeting continued. Let us not forget that it has been fortunate that Lord Phoenix can be with us safe and sound as well. Sirzek said as he did feel slightly guilty for not being able to assist the men in his time of need. Thank you, Sir Gremory. And although it became unneeded, I am still grateful to know that an army was still sent to assist. Lord Phoenix responded diplomatically. What he said was the truth, but it did also annoy him that they couldn't have sent a single ultimate ahead to at least contain the Floreti commander who wreaked havoc while he had to deal with the Balaams. But he was a merchant by nature and knew when it was appropriate to act. Speaking of our unneeded assistance, why are we to do regarding this helper of yours? Lord Agars said as he brought up one of the scheduled topics for the meeting. I honestly cannot tell you, Lord Agars. He clearly holds no love for the Satans as he directly stated them to be arrogant fools, but except for his young age and uncertain strength, I could find nothing regarding this Lith Azeroth. It is like he and his house appeared out of thin air. A slightly frustrated Lord Phoenix replied. The fact that he couldn't find anything regarding this new house frustrated him to no end. Even using his great network of connections and his massive wealth, he couldn't find anything. This actually impressed and scared him because the young man managed to accomplish much under everyone's noses and still remains hidden. Say, Mr. Rizzle, how strong is he really? And how old? You said he was really young. Questioned a rather curious Seraphol. It is not often that such a strong youth remained unknown until now. And from what she heard, he was said to be even younger than she and her new friends were. I cannot truly say, Lady Seraphol. Both myself and Lord Balaam believe he should be somewhere in his 20s, while our lowest estimate for his strength would be high ultimate class. Lord Phoenix truthfully answered the lively girl as he took no offense to her form of address. It is hard to get mad at the girl who brightens up these drab meetings and is usually very caring and honest. It also helps that her overwhelming power makes people think twice before taking anything she does personally. Oh, really? You think he's gonna join us? It would be nice to not be the youngest anymore. The now excited Seraphol asked before her father managed to make her sit down. She blew her tongue out at him in response and pouted a bit as she remained seated. For now, a new ally would be welcomed. Especially one who has already acted against the Satans, which does reduce the possibility of this being a trap to insert a traitor in our midst. But due to our failed attempts to even locate this Lord Azeroth, opening a dialogue has been rendered quite difficult if he does not approach us first. Ajuka Astaroth suddenly said as he grabbed the attention of those present. That's why I came. A smooth voice said from above everyone, making them instantly react to the intruder they had not sensed or detected this entire time. Even the four said to surpass the original Satans were shocked that someone had gotten so close to them without them knowing. Now, relax everyone. You wanted me, so here I am. The voice everyone could now see belonged to a handsome youth in fine black robes, matching the description Lords Balaam and Phoenix had given regarding this new Lord Azeroth. The only problem was that he had somehow infiltrated their own headquarters and one of the most heavily protected places in the underworld undetected, and that he was, strangely enough, standing on the ceiling as if it was the floor. Even his clothes and hair acted like the ceiling was in fact the floor. Ha! Good to see you, young'un. Didn't tell us how to find you after you left last time. The energetic Lord Balaam said since he actually had a very good impression of the young lord. Yeah. Didn't want the spies in your group to know where I am based. Nothing personal, old man, but my people suffered enough under the Satans and I can't really take them all on yet. The young Lord Azeroth said as he began walking towards one of the walls. Oh. And how would you know that we have spies in our faction? A slightly amused Ajuka asked as he found the younger man interesting. Because I have spies in your faction. He revealed casually as he began walking down a wall as if it was the floor, had to make sure I wasn't replacing one evil for another should I support you after all. And if I managed to get some spies here, they definitely did. Some devils can be rather fanatical towards the Satans. The explanation left the lords present feeling rather distressed. You need not concern yourself. We already identified most spies. The calm voice of Zikram Bale rung out for the first time this meeting as he carefully watched the young men who had successfully infiltrated his castle. Then as a sign of friendship, Lith began saying as he took out a scroll from somewhere in his robes, here's a list of all the spies I know about. May I see that scroll? Ajuka asked since he was the smartest person here and one of the two strongest. If the scroll was a trap he would most likely be safe. Sure. Was the casual response as he threw it over to the Astaroth heir. Ajuka quickly and discreetly scanned it before carefully opening the scroll, while the rest waited in silence. Except Seraphal, who decided to take that opportunity to approach the young man while her father was distracted. Of course Lith felt her approaching, he could feel everything in the room, but he felt curious about this younger Seraphal. She was certainly her own kind of youthful beauty with a body which still surprised him with how well developed she is. Not the biggest shown in the series, but respectable in their own rights. Hey! She said as she poked Lith aside like some kind of naughty child. Yes, Miss Seraphal. Lith curiously asked. Are you going to join us against those egomaniacs? How strong are you? Are you really only 20? Where do you live? How'd you just appear like that? Can you show me how to walk on the ceiling? How about the wall? Can you really create giant portals? She suddenly asked in rapid fire without giving Lith a chance to properly answer, well until she noticed what she was doing and blushed in embarrassment. Sorry. I got a bit excited. Father said I need to stop doing it. Meanwhile a commotion was happening as Ajuka went through the scroll Lith had given them with the other lords. Chuckle well, it was rather adorable for someone such as yourself to get so excited, but as for your questions, probably, very, 24, secret, magic, maybe, and yes. Lith replied as he fondly ruffled her hair. Hey! I'm the older one. I'm the one who get to ruffle hair. A playfully upset Seraphal announced as she drew the attention of a few people once they realized they had left a potential ally/intruder to just wait there while one of their aces was with him. If you can even reach my head. What are you? 5 feet 2 inches, 160 centimeters. I'm 6 feet 5 inches, 196 centimeters. Lith teased as this rilled up the future magical girl. I'll show you who's short. She said as she grabbed Litha's arm and pulled hard without realizing too late that she put too much strength into it. But to hers and all those who were watching their interactions, surprise, the pull of someone like Seraphal only made the large young man only stumble a bit, shocking them. That pull would have probably made an ultimate class slam into the floor. The reason for their shock is because for devils demonic power is considered everything for a reason. The stronger the demonic power and the more you have it, the strong the magical and physical you have. Now even though it might not give devils any sort of aesthetic change, one still gains incredible amounts of strength, speed, durability, and endurance in correlation to their demonic power. Thus, seeing someone resist an accidentally serious pull for Seraphal Citri, a girl with enough demonic power to be said to rival the original Satans, it shocked them. Looks like you're still the short one. Lith teased with a roguish smile as Seraphal had fallen into a slight daze. Who's short? You're just a giant. She childishly countered as she regained her spunk, but with a small blush. Well then we match. I'm the handsome giant and you're the beautiful short girl. Lith heartily said as he took up his teasing a few notches. Not often one gets to tease a future Satan this adorable after all. Be beautiful. She stammered out as her blush completely covered her face now, almost letting smoke appear before her brain also processed the word short and pouted, I am not short meanie. Looks like I might have teased a bit too much. Now her eyes are watering a bit as she pouts. Lith thought as he decided to use one of the best tactics to placate emotional girls, offer sweets. There. I'm sorry Seraphal. Try these cookies my head chef made this morning, they're great. Lith gently said as a plate of shortbread cookies with various jams placed in their indentations appeared in his hands and he patted the girl's head soothingly. He had a lot of practice with head pats thanks to Sigil, Leora, and surprisingly FIA. The pouty Seraphol hesitantly took a cookie and tried it before her eyes lit up and she started to eat those cookies with great relish, softly moaning and a little squeal depending on the cookie. While this was happening, most of the lords were discussing the list of spies. Some were looking at the scene where a young devil who infiltrated Bale Castle and could resist the strength of one of their aces was just taming said ace. Lord Citri was actually going through an internal crisis regarding his daughter and heir's behavior and letting a boy touch her so intimately, and Falbium was trying to sleep since he already knew what he would be doing with his responsibilities anyway. "Fine, I forgive you," the Citri princess said as her peppy attitude returned. "But can I have the recipe so the chefs back home can make them? I can ask Leora. She's usually happy to share her recipes since it means more people can eat good food." He easily answered since Leora really was the nicest devil he'd met so far. "Yay!" she happily cried out as she did a little hop and hugged Lith. "Seraphol!" Lord Citri yelled out as his father sighed one out on his lord's side. This was the first time Lith met the father of Seraphol and later Sona, but he had the appearance of a strict middle-aged man with short black hair and blue eyes behind a pair of glasses. "Eep!" the startled Seraphol cried out as she hid behind the nearest large object, which this time happened to be Lith himself. She did not want another scolding. Even though she was technically over 60, that is almost insignificant for a devil and she had always been childish and free as a person, resulting in many scoldings. And although she is much stronger than her father, she never thought of running away or arguing with him because she knew he scolded her out of love. If he didn't care he wouldn't even bother. Meanwhile Lith was stuck between a little troublemaker and a surprisingly protective father. "It's good to meet you, Lord Citri. I respect you a lot for your efforts as Lord to ensure everyone is able to receive the medical care they need. I also believe your creation of the Healers Academy to be of vital importance to the underworld as a whole," Lith said politely as he honestly praised the man. "Ahem. Thank you, Lord Azeroth. It is always good to hear your work being appreciated even though most of the credit would go to the healers," Lord Citri replied humbly as he regained his bearings. "More than appreciate, Lord Citri. A number of the healers currently in my employ actually learned in your academy and were instrumental in helping many of those who came to me for a better life. Living in the territories of the Satans or some of the Lucifer Six can be unforgiving after all," praised Lith as he thought about some of the refugees in his lands. "Although they have chosen to work outside our lands, it is good to hear those men and women doing good for others," Lord Citri said with a trace of pride in his voice. Meanwhile Seraphol was peeking from behind Lith's large frame as he completely made her father forget about her, becoming engrossed in the conversation regarding possible cooperations between Citri and the newly emerged Azeroth, who no one actually knew where it was or what it contained. She was kind of impressed by how the younger man could make her father forget about her admittedly inappropriate behavior. Yes, she knew that the way she acted wasn't proper, but it never felt right to stop herself from doing so and she liked how Lith treated her like a normal person. It didn't feel like she had to be Lady Seraphol Citri, the heir of House Citri, one of the aces of the anti-Satan faction, or anything else other than Seraphol. Plus his head pats did feel nice. Seraphol absent-mindedly thought as she remembered how big and warm his hand felt. "So you've been taking in refugees. That is quite admirable, Lord Azeroth," one Surzex Gremory suddenly said as he approached the trio with a calm smile. "Is there any way I can help? I saw firsthand how the Satans treat other devils and I would like to help." "I've heard that your land produces many products sold across the underworld. How much clothing could you sell?" Lith asked in response. He knew the offer was genuine because that was the type of man Surzex was, so he answered truthfully. There has been a larger influx of refugees and settlers, but because he had to prioritize war preparations, the production of day-to-day things had started to fall behind. This was simply because he did not have enough people working on producing such things. Once the refugees could actually start working, then he could fix the problem, but by the time he settled a group, another would have arrived. So although it doesn't fix things yet, having warm and clean clothes could go a long way. We should have ample. But if you are handling refugees, I believe tents and blanks would also be useful. The Gremory heir answered as he began to think about what he could do to help. Shelter we can handle for now, but blankets would be good, Lith replied. Has there been any sort of outbreaks amongst refugees? Curses even. A serious Lord Citri asked, as he knew that even devils had their sicknesses. Luckily our preventative measures have been enough to stop anything from spreading. The young lord answered, which relieved Lord Citri. I'll talk to my father about sending the clothes and blankets. Surzex then said as he grew committed to take action. That will be helpful. We can discuss prices later. Lith acknowledged. I can't possibly charge you for this. Surzex said as his kind heart reared its head. You can and will. If you wish you can use the money to help others afterwards. I sternly replied, to which he was mildly surprised but accepted. Do let me know if House Phoenix can also provide any services. We are well connected after all. And if you're willing to pay, all the better. Lord Phoenix suddenly said as he approached the little group alongside the hoping Lord Balam. Hey there, young un. Quite the way to make an entrance. A happy Lord Balam said as he shook hands with Lith. I live to impress old men. He responded as he turned to Lord Phoenix. While I appreciate the offer, some of my high-level troops would benefit from some Phoenix tears, but I know supplies are stretched due to the war. I'm certain I could find some to spare for pulling me out of the fire. Lord Phoenix said with a slightly smug smile. Then I can thank you on their behalf. Lith politely replied as this would be good news for when he would have to fight Satan classes. The group, involving 3 of the most powerful individuals in the underworld and some of the most influential, continued until Zekrom Baal, Ajuka, and the others finished going over the information I had handed over to them, as well as confirmed some of it by ordering some subordinates around. It would seem at least some of this information is accurate, young Lord Azeroth. But what do you seek to gain from this little show? A serious Zekrom asked as all eyes focused on the young devil who proclaimed himself a lord and had shown at least some proof that he deserved the title. A safe place for the weak, hurt, rejected and betrayed. Under my rule and protection. The Satans would have us all die in pursuit of an unattainable goal which is not even their own. I will not have it. Give me this and fight against their genocidal ways and I will be your ally. Lith declared as he answered the old devil. You wish for a hybrid like yourself to become a lord? Zekrom questioned, not out of malice, but genuine curiosity. He might be a traditionalist, but he knew the young man could be a powerful tool and ally. But many lords instinctively felt antagonistic towards the idea, only keeping quiet because of some of the power he had displayed assuring his strength. Yes. My people accept me already as their lord and I will continue leading them whether any of you like it or not. Lith stated confidently as he stated down a room full of lords. I think it's okay. The sole female present calmly stated from behind the young man. He's strong enough and can do things no one else can, like his walking on the wall and ceiling like he did, plus his ability to bring entire armies from afar is already a technique which probably surpasses House Abaddon. I have never heard of anyone achieving this with existing magics, so he at least has something unique to pass down. He surpasses any lord here in strength. He has his own army, land, and people. So all he's really missing is the official rank which he can earn by fighting with us. The calm breakdown coming from Serafal was surprising for pretty much anyone who wasn't Lord Citri and Lith. They had only known the happy and bubbly side of the girl, but they forget that an enormous amount of work had to be put into reach where she had through pure magic. Sure, she had a great advantage thanks to her familial affinity with water, but to be able to match people like Falbium, who was born with his absolute defense, Surzex, who at birth held more power than any other holders of the power of destruction, Ajuka, who underwent an awakening in his calculating abilities which was so ridiculous that he created his Kankara formula, and the Satans born with incredible power, she had to work, study and train very hard. I agree. His birth was not in his control, but his achievements are. Surzex added quite nobly. Bah. Look at you cunts judging the kid. He's more of a devil than all of you. Lord Balam said as he jumped in. Do you happen to have some things you can sell outside your territory? Lord Phoenix asked suddenly. Yes. We actually received a great number of House Satanicus smiths and a clan of Nordic dwarves came under my banner as well. Lith answered with the only industries which would actually be ready immediately after the war. The rest would need time and work. Excellent. Then I believe you'll be quite all right as a lord. Most have less than what you have even after a few centuries. Lord Phoenix said as he jabbed at those not particularly pleased with Lith wanting to be a lord. This young devil certainly seems to know what he has been doing already, and if my daughter would stand up for him then I believe I shall as well. Lord Citri calmly stated. Although my son can be too kind, he does have a remarkable eye for talent just like his mother. I believe we can permit this should he prove worthy during the coming campaign. Zeoticus Gremory diplomatically said, as he did add the possibility of this not happening to ease the more traditional devils. He himself was quite traditional regarding ideas of pure blood, but when someone who is so young and has already surpassed some ultimate class devils already, then it is wise to make positive connections with such a person. At least he is a devil and it's not like they are talking about a fallen angel or anything. The Citri heiress claims your techniques could be passed on to future generations. Would this be accurate? Zekrom Bale questioned as he faced a surprising number of supporters for a young devil most had just met. Yes. My abilities will be passed on to my children. Lith answered with certainty. Even if they didn't immediately awaken, he could always free the ability from within them. Then I will make you this deal as the head of this faction. You will be permitted to become lord of the lands you hold in exchange for your active support and participation during our fight against the Satans. In addition, you will be required to marry a pure-blooded devil to ensure your ability is passed down properly. Do you agree? The old Baal said as he spoke in a tone stating this was his only and final offer. I agree. Lith replied with certainty. Then I welcome you to the anti-Satan faction, Lord Lith Azeroth. Zekrom declared as he let none question his decision. Somewhere in the capital of Lusafad. How interesting must it be to be a trailblazer? Amen said as he sat in a barely lit room, reading some news on the appearance of a new house. I wish I had purpose like this, but I guess life will continue to be dull. The man continued as peered out of his window. Time to leave this boring place. Extra author notes. Regarding Seraphal. She's a good girl who works really hard, even in the series. She deserves head pats and cookies. On another note, I do genuinely believe Seraphal might be the Satan who had to work the most to reach her level of power. She used the Citri House's talent in water magic to push herself far further than any other Citri before her and became a boss bitch. As for how the lords treated Lith, Balam actually likes him because he rescued him, got his house out from under the Satans and gets along well with him. He also appreciates the very well-developed body Lith has, which shows off a dedication to train himself physically. Phoenix sees this as possibly mutually beneficial as he gains access to a supplier for expertly made metal goods and at least a decent relationship with a strong lord. It also helps repay the debt of being rescued. Citri supports his daughter since he knows that under her upbeat personality and compassion, she is an incredibly intelligent and empathetic girl who can understand people very well. He also likes that someone had similar views as himself regarding his work to improve the qualities of healers. Gremory believes that Lith has great potential and that they won't actually lose anything by letting him keep what he already has while letting him fight for them. And should he manage to significantly contribute, Lith will become a strong figure in what comes after the overthrowing of the Satans. Zekrom is said to be a very traditionally minded devil with great respect for the original Satans, but he is also open-minded and intelligent. If he saw someone with powers estimated to be between ultimates and Satans while very young, I believe he would compromise while also getting a way to have a positive relationship with him for the future. He did it with Issei when suggested he become a Satan. He can do it for someone who just wants to be recognized as an official lord. Chapter 10, Ch10A Day in Azura. The following month after I had joined the anti-Satan faction was one of preparation. But the one thing which was different was the fact that Seraphal had decided, without consulting me, that she would visit basically the day before things were set to begin. As you can imagine, that did not end well due to her not knowing where I even was, so I had to get the pouty Seraphal and placate her. After getting pampered by Leora and myself, she was back on her feet. You weren't lying when you said Leora was a great cook. She excitedly said as she was excitedly taking everything about my home. Only a few people I trusted had ever actually known about where I live, with the staff believing I actually live here. I do eat, work and pass a lot of time in the castle itself, but home is the HAH. It's the place I can comfortably walk around in my underwear and be as lazy as I want. Anyway, I gave Seraphal a tour of the place and of the Azura itself. She found it a really interesting place compared to the Citri capital. Citri cities generally use a calm, natural environment to create a peaceful air useful when recovering from illnesses or if suffering from one. It was interesting learning that devils had concepts regarding psychological health affecting the body's state, even if they didn't have a study for it. Their cities also had a contrast when reaching areas totally focused on healing, which led to more sterile areas with cleanliness being important. The major cities also had great marketplaces for natural ingredients and medicines, large libraries, and even various animal rearing areas. In comparison, Azure was a bustling city of steel and stone. It didn't start out this way, but because of the large number of blacksmiths, academics, and artisans I had recruited, the city transformed into a very progressive one which focuses on discoveries, creations, and craftsmanship. Becoming very lively and hectic in nature as workshops popped up all over the place, research buildings were created, libraries formed due to the large-scale importation of books. The place didn't just focus on academia and technology, however, we also had a thriving food culture thanks to Leora and our own schools dedicated to magic and healing. It was lively, with new things happening all over the place, which also led to it being a lot of my own paperwork and the city probably having the largest guard force around. That last one mostly to handle the dozens of little accidents happening all over the place or when someone breaks some rules, real crimes not being much of a problem when I can feel everything within the city and then some. Sarah Fall on the other end was fitting right in the lively atmosphere as she ran around like a child on Red Bull. "Oh look, Lith. What was that explosion?" my energetic guest asked. "That would be Trio's alchemy shop. I think he was trying to make some sort of animated fireworks," I answered the girl. "That sound great," she responded. "What's happening there?" The direction she pointed out had two men in aprons cooking over outdoor grills as people salivated in the audience. That would be a cook-off. Leora thought having some competitions would help stir her creativity regarding cooking, and it took off amongst chefs and cooks in my territory, mostly to solve disagreements, improve themselves, show off their skills, or for a chance to challenge the undefeated chef, Leora herself. I explained as I remembered the day when Leora began turning my city into one straight out of Food Wars. It was honestly a good day. It would improve the quality of life, help the agricultural sector, boost the economy, make the people happier, and my food would get tastier. I just had to pass some laws regarding abusing the challenges. "Let's watch," Sarah Fall said as she dragged me to the intense cooking match. From what I could tell, the burly cook on the left was roasting a special species of great boar and the one on the right was grilling a type of sea serpent found in one of the lakes I had formed a city at. Both men were working furiously as the hourglass continued to flow. "Excuse me, Lord Azeroth." A hesitant and nervous voice came from my side. What I found was a young man with short brown hair and green eyes, average build and height. "Yes. Is there a problem I can help you with?" I asked the devil. "And no, my lord. It's just that, we wanted to know if you could give them the honor of judging their dishes." The young man nervously asked. "I want to be a judge," Sarah Fall quickly said as a bit of drool leaked from her mouth at the thought of eating the food being prepared in front of her. "Then I guess if you can include my friend I'll do it," I calmly answered the man, which caused him to thank me profusely before guiding us to the judge's table. Sarah Fall was practically bouncing in excitement, but the crowd noticed my appearance at the judge's table and this caused quite a few exciting whispers to spread across the crowd. The entire atmosphere of the challenge became a lot more focused once I sat down, something which the two cooks noticed and couldn't understand why until they saw me, swallowed heavily and doubled their focus. "Why'd everything get more intense?" Sarah Fall questioned as she sat next to me. "That's because I eat the food the best chef in my lands makes every day. They know I have eaten the best and are going to be compared to it, so they'll do what they can to impress. My words do carry a lot of weight after all, and the honest praise could make their shops much more popular." I answered truthfully as it was interesting to basically see marketing techniques be put into action in such a place and time. "Wow. I didn't know just that would be a big deal," an impressed Sarah Fall said. "Well, I do reward excellence and support many people in their crafts. I have a reputation for seeing potential in things and liking to see new creations. Plus going around like this helps get a proper feel for how my people are really doing while giving them a chance to get to know me," I explained as I looked over the crowd. "Sounds like you care about them a lot," Sarah Fall gently said as a soft smile appeared on her face. "That I do. Each one is a part of the future I see for devils of all kind after all," I replied as I looked out towards my city. The regal but hopeful look I had unconsciously put on left Sarah Fall stunned as she dazedly stared at me. That is until a few whispers became more than that and we could hear a few things from the crowd. Do you think that's the Lord's fiancée? Look how cute she is looking at the Lord with such a dreamy stare. Is the Lord on a date? That was when Seraphal snapped out of it and started blushing. Such an adorable girl. I just want to hug her. Look at her being all shy. Chuckle you don't have to worry too much, Seraphal. They are mainly curious to see me with someone who is clearly not part of my servants or guards. I said in an effort to reassure and calm the blushing weapon of mass destruction. She did look adorable, all flustered however. Thankfully for her, the hourglass was done and it was time to judge the dishes. First up was the one working on the sea serpent dishes, which ended up being a glistening piece of perfectly grilled meat with a red glaze and accompanied by lightly seasoned rice. The combination was certainly hunger-inducing. Without any hesitation I took some of both and ate. It was an impactful flavor which energized those eating as the glaze highlighted the great qualities of the sea serpent and the rice induced a desire to continue eating. It refreshed the eater. Seraphal meanwhile had over-the-top reactions as she rapidly ate and gushed over the taste. Once we were finished, the second cook brought us his great boar roast. It was cooked to apparent perfection as the slight layer of fat around it dripped with fragrant juices which made stomachs rumble in desire. The meat itself looked supple as it moved with each motion, appearing as if it was tender enough to give way without a knife. Accompanying the meat was herbal bread with cheese. Looks, I was right about the meat's tenderness. One could almost drink it due to how easy it was eat. Every bite gushing out meat juice and the bread actually helping you experience the sensation all over again, but with a nice twist when the cheese offered a counterbalance. In the end the match would end up being impactful versus smoothness. It was really close in all honesty, but in the end the boar dish was more to my liking as I prefer to be able to leisurely enjoy my food. However, Seraphal and our third judge voted for the sea serpent dish. The result was that the winner was actually feeling a bit down and the loser feeling proud. Both your dishes were excellent. It simply came down to my own preferences whilst enjoying my food over the taste itself. I look forward to hearing both of you improve in the future. I said to the two, which made their passions burn even brighter than when they were cooking. That was so good. Can you tell me where your restaurants are? I want to try your foods again next time I visit. The very happy Seraphal said as the two dazedly gave the beautiful girl the addresses for their shops before we took out leave. What followed was passing time going through shops, hunting for weird or unique creations and just enjoying a nice break from thinking about the fighting behind us and ahead. In the end, we found ourselves on the observation platform for what is currently the tallest building beside my own castle, the clock tower. Wow! The view is great from here. You can see everything and even over the walls. My companion exclaimed as she looked over the railing. The reason this was a thing is simply because unless you were me, on important or urgent business, or were guards, one was not permitted to fly within the city. It would simply be far too chaotic and dangerous to allow such a thing. It is indeed, but I brought you here to actually see something other than the city. I calmly told her as I fondly watched over the city's atmosphere slowly changing to its after-work vibes of merriment mixed with tranquility. And what's that? She curiously asks. Just give it a few moments. I mysteriously answered just in time for the clock tower chimes to go off, signaling that it was 8 p.m. Now look up. As she did, a silent gasp escaped her lips and wonderment light up in her eyes as she witnessed the usually featureless night sky of the underworld light up with countless twinkling stars dancing in the sky. It's so beautiful, she softly said as she looked up mesmerized. Yeah. That's probably one of the things I'm most proud about, honestly. My greatest and probably only piece of art, I said as I too looked at my own work in satisfaction. How did you do it? An astounded Seraphal asked. I worked it into the protective barrier of the city itself. It's a massive illusory enchantment mixed with light magic I got the dwarves to imbue into the ward stones. I wanted to give even the night its own beauty. I answered as I remembered how frustrated those dwarves got and also how some of them cried when they saw the beauty of the night sky after being exiled so long in the underworld. Thanks for showing me this, she warmly said, as opposed to the usual excitement, and for spending the day with me. I know we met not too long ago, but I just felt like we could be, friends. And then today was just probably the most fun I've ever had in my life. So thank you for going along with me. I had fun too, Seraphal. I don't really have many true friends, if any, besides my familiar, Even if I'm close to my servants or advisors, they still treat themselves below me, so this was nice. I replied, which makes Seraphol show me a stunningly bright smile. Then we can be friends. Like real friends? She asked. Of course. I would be delighted to be friends with a girl like you. I warmly answered with a soft smile. She didn't answer, only getting a bit closer as we enjoyed the night sky together. Some time later, as the two decided to go back to the castle. Hey Sarah. Did you tell your dad you were coming here? I suddenly asked as I decided to see if the nickname would be okay. I don't think I did. She answered with a bit of thought as she just went with the nickname. Then won't he be mad? I curiously asked, since I sort of had protective father vibes from the men. Oh crap. She was the only reply as the realization hit that she had been gone for an entire day without telling anyone, and now it was very late. My suggestion is just being honest, and it'll probably minimize the lecture. Maybe take his mind off of it by saying you had some good times with me alone. I said to my new friend. Why would that help? A confused Seraphol asked. Because he seemed quite protective of you and didn't seem to like you being alone with guys much. It'll probably make him focused on me instead. I answered as I couldn't really care much about this unless it affected business. I guess I can try. She said as it was worth a shot. Just talk about all the things we did and specify that we were alone the entire time. I added so she could deal some heavy damage if her father was as protective as I thought. All right. Can you send me back? I still don't actually know where this is in the underworld. She said as she readied herself. No problem. I've been to the Citri capital before. I replied as I opened a portal outside the gates. She should be more than able to get inside from there. That's really handy. She noted, but again, thanks for the best day ever, Lith. I'll see you during the meeting tomorrow then. See you then. I say as she went through the portal, and with one final wave to each other I close it. Turning around, I find myself spotting every servant and guard on duty looking at me with either knowing smiles, blushes, impressed looks, jealousy, or disappointment in something. We are not together, simply friends. I clearly announced, which seemed to do nothing except make them go back to their jobs. This was probably the most enjoyable and worry-free day I've had in the last 10 years. Maybe more if you count my past life. I thought, as a lot of my body's fatigue and tension seemed to have been lifted, making me feel very light. Seems I'll have pleasant dreams tonight. I said to myself before. *Achew, looks like Lord Citri is talking about me already. Pretty sure it isn't anything nice though. Meanwhile, in the Citri mansion. Let me go. I need to go beat down that beast before he lays his claws in my little girl. Roared a berserk Lord Citri as Seraphol looked on, absolutely baffled by the turn of events. She arrived at the gates to her family city, got through easily, and then headed back home. Only to be welcomed by a very displeased dad and relived mom. And when he loudly asked where she had been, she decided to try the thing Lith told her to do. So she talked about her day she spent together, about the food they tried, the shops they visited, the people they met, and how beautiful the stars he had given his people were. By the end, her mom had a happy smile and looked like she was remembering a nice memory, while her dad looked almost white before erupting angrily and saying he needed to find Lith so he could neuter him. That snapped out her mom from her thoughts, and now here we were. With her mom using water magic to restrain her dad as he thrashed around trying to escape, but not using any magic to do so for some reason. I'm glad you had such a lovely day, dear. Just make sure to warn us next time, okay? We were really worried. She gently said, as that made her feel guiltier than her dad's usual lecture somehow. Yes, Mom. I'm sorry. Seraphol replied as she hung her head a bit. Good. Now I would very much like to meet this young Lord Azeroth, so next time you meet, could you invite him over? I'm sure it would be nice for you to show him around our own city. Lady Citri said with a smile Seraphol didn't get. Yeah. That would be great. The now excited Seraphol responded at the thought of hanging out with her friend again. Over my dead body am I letting that, MMH. Lord Father tried to reject the idea, but the water capturing him covered his mouth. Now off to bed, honey. You have a busy time coming and I need to have a talk with your father. Lady Citri calmly said. Okay, Mom. Love you. A happy Seraphal said as she left while thinking of fun things to do with Lith once he comes over. Seraphal never heard the wails of despair a certain lord made as he dealt with a mother hoping for grand babies. Chapter 11, Ch11 Marching Orders. Castle Baal. Today was the final meeting before we began the offensive against the Satans. Until now the anti-Satan faction had been either on the defensive or preparing for their own attack, resulting in the Satans constantly harassing them. But now all the lords and aces of the anti-Satan faction were gathered for the final briefing being handled by Falbium of all people. Apparently while Zekrom was the leader of the faction itself, Falbium was the military commander due to his admittedly keen insight regarding war and military strategies. Like you've all heard before, we are going to be initiating a two-pronged offensive to the capital of Lusafad. The two armies will be led by Ajuka and Seraphal. Surzex will be in reserve depending on the response from the Satans. And I will stay in our field headquarters to direct things. The lazy bald man explained as he gestured at the map they had on display to show general marching routes and positioning. I have a question regarding this plan. Lord Furcus suddenly said. Yes. Was the very reluctant reply since it no doubt meant Falbium would have to work more. From what we have learnt of Lord Azeroth, he has the ability to move entire armies using his portals. Why are we not simply using them to reach the capital? Lord Furcus questioned, which did gain some support and curiosity over the matter. *I** we can't just do that. It would turn Lusafad into a battlefield where half a dozen Satan-class devils would be fighting each other. Falbium replied as he gave a look saying, are you stupid? It would also destroy our armies, and allow other Satan faction members to attack elsewhere. So unless you all want your territories to be left open to attack, and the capital to become a death field, we need to do this in order to lure out the Satans and their armies. But who says those self-important bastards are going to show up? Lord Vapula asked this time. If they don't they'll lose anyway. Falbium simply answered to the bafflement of most present. Allow me to explain. Ajuka said as he stood for all to see, even if the Satans are fools, even they know that to hold power or fulfill their desire to attack heaven and restart the Great War, they will need the support of the pillar houses and to show their strength. Should they allow us to march on Lusafad unopposed, while we also take down any allied army they send our way, they would be left with nothing even if they somehow defeat us. Thus they must fight to maintain their prestige, armies, and support. Even if they don't care for other devils, they would still need them for war. Ajuka's explanation was direct and logical. Something which made the lords understand the reason why there was going to be such an obvious march on the capital. How will we be divided then? Lord Gremory asked this time. We will be dividing ourselves into 4 groups. Falbium answered as he showed the map once again, but this time it had symbols for each house and 4 larger symbols to indicate the 4 aces in command of the armies. I won't be in command due to being a brand new lord and because I hadn't truly established any kind of prestige. And because most houses wouldn't be happy with following me. Baal, Gremory and Vapula armies will be under Surzex. Astaroth, Furcas, Visago and Azeroth fall under Ajuka. Citri, Agars, Phoenix and Balam will go with Seraphal. Glaciolabalas, Gamagin and Andrealphus will protect headquarters under me. Falbium said as the groups were formed with the leaders in mind. Baal is linked through marriage with Gremory and Vapula, meaning the 3 will have no problem following Surzex's command. Astaroth and Visago are old allies, Furcas respects Ajuka enough to follow his commands as well, and I would be content following any of the 4. Citri has important connections with Agars and Phoenix while Balam's lord is quite fond of my friend. And the rest would follow Falbium since they respect Zekrom enough to understand he put the bald guy in charge of this campaign for a reason. Seeing no issues, the final meeting was over and everyone began to leave to finish preparations and head to their own gathering points. Meanwhile I was chatting with Seraphal. Why couldn't you be in my team, Lith? She lightly whined as she hugged my arm saying it was her right as my friend when I asked why she was being so physical. Mean baldy Falbium. I was not going to say no and just enjoyed the feeling of such an adorable and sexy girl. Plus it was funny feeling Falbium almost trip when he heard her. I'm sure they thought I would be more useful with Sir Ajuka Sarah. Besides, if anything goes wrong I can come see you in mere moments. I said to her as I pat her head, making her smile a bit and lean into it. I know. I just thought it would be nice to fight together. I'm really curious about how strong you are and how you fight. She replied as she looked up to me. Meanwhile, I was feeling a piercing glare which I ignored. How'd it go once you got home yesterday? I suddenly asked, since the glare was worse than when he was conflicted last time. Oh. It went well. Mom made me feel bad since I really made them worry, but I didn't have to sit through another of Dad's hour-long lecture. She looked happy that I had fun though. She recounted with fluctuating emotions due to guilt, relief, and overall feeling happy. Mom also told me to ask if you wanted to come to visit us next time we can have fun together. Sounds good, Sarah. It'll be nice to visit again. I replied with a smile, which made her quite a bit happier. I'll show you all the best spots people who don't live there won't know about. Then we can go see the citry forest. I'll introduce you to the aunts and uncles working at the castle. I can even show you all the stuff in my room. The energetic girl rapidly said, but I could feel her father's spirit cracking when she mentioned bringing me to her room. It would seem Sarah Fall is a bit oblivious regarding how relationships between two genders worked, but who am I to say no? I look forward to it, Sarah. I warmly said to the girl, here's some of those cookies you liked from Leora. She made those this morning knowing you were going to be here. Yay! She happily exclaimed as she grabbed them and twirled a bit as she finally let go. Glad you like them. Now I have to go get ready. I'll see you at Lusafat, all right? I said to the girl, which makes her put on a much more serious face than usual. Yeah. Be safe, all right? Don't do anything stupid for glory or something like that. The now worried Sarah Fall replied. Don't worry. I'm quite hard to kill. You be safe too. I responded as I vanished from the room and reappeared at my main fortress. Aegis, Azeroth Territory Military Citadel and City. The place was currently the most heavily protected one in my lands, acting as the main pillar to support the barriers protecting my borders as it links to each frontier fortress. It was also a completely military city with housing for families of soldiers and officers so they wouldn't have to go through long-term separation. The city was surrounded by its own walls, had shops, entertainment and leisure areas, a regulated red light district since it is good for single soldiers, and military schools built for those wanting to climb higher and a junior section for kids. At the center was the citadel itself, representing the will to defend House Azeroth and its people. A grand fortress which served as the command center for every armed force in my lands, the guards, legions and huntresses. Each had a representative in this place. It also had a massive underground shelter so those living in the city could be safe should something dangerous happen. Inside said citadel, I was currently having my own final meeting with the leaders of my forces, which included my chief military commander, Heltana, as the leader of the huntresses, Lomer, who is turning into my personal bodyguard, the representative for the city and town guards across my lands. Are things as you've predicted, my lord? My military commander named Horeth asked. He's an old veteran of the Great War and has strong morals, experience, and broke through to the ultimate class after I freed his talents as a general, warrior and earth magician. He wears a black dwarf-made armor with my crest on the front, under which has a good amount of muscles for an old man, short white hair, neatly trimmed beard, blue eyes, and a few scars on his face, with the most prominent being one on the right side of his face which starts near his mouth and ends at his ear. Yes. It's a two-pronged attack, with ourselves being under the command of Ajuka Astaroth. He and Surzex should be the strongest devils in the underworld, and while Ajuka is smarter, Surzex is more charismatic, so I see this as a good placement. Although I do believe it's mostly to keep an eye on us, being under Ajuka is better than I thought. I answered the old man. Who will you be taking, master? Heltana asked this time. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd legions are coming. Heltana, you and your huntresses will be acting as our scouting corps and harassment unit later on. I will also be bringing Sigil and Lamra along. The big guy's progress has been rather great in the last 6 months, and I think a battlefield such as this will help him tremendously. I answered one of my first servants as she accepted dutifully. So that means we're bringing 8 ultimates, huh? Those bastards are going to shit their pants. Horeth summarized with a savage smile. He had been completely screwed by the current and old Satans. Because of the orders of their stupid, prideful, and cowardly descendants, he lost everything during the Great War. Their orders caused the army he had been leading for decades to be wiped out, his son, brother and his close men died. He was removed from command and then they laid the entirety of the blame on him on the words of the whelps who were supposed to be in charge, just so the piece of shit could rape his daughter as recompense for losing. I found him drinking away any winnings he was making fighting as a gladiator, barely staying alive as he hoped to at least die at the hands of a warrior and not by killing himself like a coward. I offered him a place here and he agreed once I spoke to him about what I want to achieve and that I would need someone with real experience to lead the people I was gathering. Ever since he's been getting back into proper shape, calling for old comrades who he still knew and working on getting my armed forces on its feet with near unconditional support from me. Didn't even have to convince the men using other means. So yeah, he's a bit excited that the strongest men and women are coming together to slaughter the Satans and their armies. Those ultimates by the way are Horeth himself, his second-in-command Phyllis, Heltana, Sigil, Lamr, and the leaders of the 1st, 2nd and 3rd legions. Phyllis was actually a man who had followed Horeth until the end of his career, settling down with his family after he was kicked out of the army due to having been under Horeth. He was an up-and-coming officer back then, who managed to save a lot of good men and women when shit went sideways. Horeth contacted him and offered a place for him and his family in my lands after getting permission, then began grooming him as his second. The man was good-looking with shoulder-length blonde hair and yellow eyes. He was leaner than most who trained their bodies due to favoring speed and technique over brute strength. He became well respected in his time here. But back on topic, yes, having 8 ultimates as part of a single fighting force was going to be quite the shock. We had more since each legion was led by an ultimate who had went through proper training and earned the approval of his men through friendly inter-legion competitions or monster subjugations. The guard captain and vice captain, who are the leaders of all guards and in charge of most internal security measures, are also ultimates. Usually ultimates were lords or at least related to pillar or extra houses, with them having a few as high-ranking members. They were the backbone of each high-ranking house. But me showing up with 8 of them was going to cause people to take me a lot more seriously just for that. Obviously they are still technically weaker than an ultimate from a pillar or extra family on paper, but their freed talents do close the gap significantly. I love my Longinus. Is it weird that I'm looking forward to seeing the looks on my allies' faces more than my enemies? I questioned the group. Nah, it's always fun seeing those high and mighty lords realize they aren't top shit. Horeth answered as he's probably had to deal with a lot of noble crap in his days. They deserve it for looking down on you for simply being born as your master. Heltana said as a sharp light flashed through her eyes when she remembered hearing about those who felt like her master didn't deserve to be a recognized lord. I guess that answers that. Horeth, I trust you to have everything ready soon. I'll open a portal near the gathering point afterward with Heltana, her huntresses, Lamr and Sigil going first. I said as I finished the meeting. Lamr excited to bash heads, chief. My big blue semi-bodyguard said as he cracked his knuckles. There'll be plenty of that, all right. Just take care of yourself, big guy. I replied as we walked through a portal and arrived where Sigil was currently being equipped with his own armor. Just because he was a beast, doesn't mean a lucky hit can't be annoying and armor doesn't help. Plus it's not like unicorns have any natural armor, and since we will be heading to a battlefield with a Leviathan in it, it's good to have some extra protection. Even those erotic or perverted armors from canon technically protect the wearer through various enchantments and material combinations which allow for tough but lightweight armor. This is always surprisingly comfortable. My dignified familiar said as he tested his range of movement with the armor. He's worn it before to get used to it and for testing purposes, but those were works in progress. It was a special order made by the chief of the dwarves. They used the same type of armor Odin Sleipnir has, but modified it to fit you. I responded with satisfaction since those little guys really knew their stuff. I only wish I could have a more honorable color than black. It makes me look evil when I wear it. He lightly complained as his knightly ideals came up. Well, you had to match me and the rest of the army. I replied with a shrug since it wasn't the biggest of deals. Plus he looks a lot more intimidating with the black armor. This but black. I know. But I am still excited to fight on such a large battlefield. The monster stampedes are a much different experience. Sigil said as the ones equipping his armor finished and he began to trot around. Perfect. It'll be interesting, all right. You ready? I asked my friend and borderline family. 100%. Let's show these dastardly foes our might. He declared with a stomp of his hoof. Atta boy. I replied as I mounted him and we headed to our gathering point. Didn't even need to do anything and just enjoyed the ride. Plus me riding on Sigil's back is mostly for looks. We will see how the battle goes and if I can stay on his back while fighting or if I'll need to get off and give it more oomph. Once we got there I was quite surprised to find Leora and Fia there considering I never planned on bringing the two. What are you two lovely ladies doing here? I asked as Sigil came to a stop. Don't you have your duties in the castle? My duties are to see to your needs, master. I simply left my deputy in charge while I do so. Fia calmly answered as always, even if she was saying something a bit ridiculous. Well, not like you'll willingly stay behind anyway, but how about you, Leora? I followed up with. My job is to make your food, master. Without you it would only be making food for other servants and guards, something which the others can handle. She replied pretty much the same thing as Fia, but her look of determination and care made it cute and heartwarming. Well, at least you can whip those army cooks into shape while you're not cooking for me and the higher-ups then. I said to the brunette. Of course. I can't let them serve subpar food to your soldiers after all. Everyone should be able to enjoy good food. She responded with words of truth. Haha. I'm sure you'll get very popular that way, Leora. I happily said to the motherly servant of mine. Oh. It's been some time, Fia and Leora. How have you been? Heltana said as she noticed her two long-time friends. They have known each other and served under me for years now after all. And even though Heltana was always away doing her own work, my 4 original servants are all close to each other. I have been good, Heltana. How have you been since our last outing? Fia replied politely due to being on duty. My girls and I have been good, with nice hunting grounds available keeping things interesting. Even got a good number of recruits this time around. The red-headed huntress answered straightforwardly. Recruited the normal way or the personal way? Fia asked with traces of concern. The normal way this time. Some girls wanting to join the hunt and become strong, or some just looking for a family. Been taking in some homeless ones and looking at some orphanages lately too. Heltana answered as her eyes softened. She had a real soft spot for girls going through difficult times or wanting to grow strong. Her huntresses actually reached 250 not too long ago, something I had to talk to her about since that is a lot of people constantly going around hunting beasts. It could affect various ecosystems after all. So it was decided that I would talk to other lords after the war to permit them to hunt in certain areas to help them control magical and demonic beast numbers, while also keeping an eye out for bandits and the like. We were also building them a proper headquarters, which was going to be their own town where they could gather and later settle down in should they want. Making a place dedicated to supporting their hunts and livelihoods. That's good. Wouldn't want others going through some of what we did. Leora said to the huntress who gets her many interesting ingredients. Yeah. Was Hell's only reply. Anyway, I see you two weren't able to put aside your worries about Master then. It is my duty to always be by his side. Fia said in an effort to hide her embarrassment. It's my job to cook for Master and no one's taking it from me. The shorter brunette said possessively. That's fine. Just be sure to listen to him when it's time to fight. You don't want to become burdens even if you can defend yourselves. Heltana seriously said to her friends, we are heading out to fight the Satans themselves after all. I would never permit myself to be a burden on Master. Fia replied with an iron will. My place is in the kitchen. I'll simply wait for Master to come back with the best food. Leora responded with her own determination. Good. Then I'll see you two later. Got to go take care of my girls. The huntress said as she took her leave. Within the hour, my legions were standing at the ready. Soldiers of Azeroth. Today we finally march to take down the poison which the Satans have become. You have suffered or have come to know those who have suffered under the hand of the Satans. But now is the time for us to strike back. Alongside the Anti faction, we will march to Lusafad. We will defeat their armies. We will walk over the corpses of the Satans. And we will create a better future for all devils. I shouted to my men as they cheered. Without a command, Sigil turned and I opened the portal leading to the Ajuka gathering point. Forward. Chapter 12, CH12 Battle of Gyujin Castle Town. Ajuka Camp Gathering Area. The looks on Ajuka, Lords Astaroth, Visago, and Furka's faces was priceless once I revealed my army's numbers. Ajuka was mostly impressed with a mix of caution, his father was baffled, Visago was shocked, and Furka's looked like he swallowed a fly. Although I only brought 30,000 compared their average of 70,000, only my freshest 5,000 were low class, with 24,000 mid class, 1,000 high class, and 8 ultimate class devils. Their averages was 60-68,000 low class, January 8, 9700 mid class, 200 to 300 high class, and 1 or 2 ultimates. Meaning I just more than doubled the number of mid to high level soldiers and top class combatants. I must say, Lord Azeroth, I wasn't expecting such a well-trained army. Ajuka said in an almost diplomatic tone. I have an eye for talent. I replied with a shrug as he looked at the 8 behind me, but their hard work and perseverance saw them to where they stand today. I only offered them my support and help. As for my soldiers, well, I give credit to Horeth. Horeth. As in General Horeth of the Purgatory Massacre. I thought the Satans had him executed. A shocked Lord Furka said as he looked at the old men. They did worse, the bastards. But the Lord is being humble. Needed a lot more than these old bones to make an army like that. Horeth answered gruffly. I can imagine. Ajuka replied as he seemed to be calculating things in his mind. Anyway, each legion is ready to obey orders, not deemed suicidal. They are strong, disciplined, and ready to fight. Each legion is led by their own general and won't easily listen to another unless it's myself, Horeth, or Thilis. They have strong teamwork between legions as well. Heltana leads her huntresses to mainly act as scouts and harassment units. They'll annoy the enemy, slow them down, distract, and even go for killing blow if they can. She's got about 25 high class, 150 mid class, and 75 low class devils under her command. And then you have Lamar and Sigil who'll be with me. I broke down as I gave a quick summary of how they operated. Are you by chance the Heltana of Hell's huntresses? Lord Astaroth asked as soon as he could once he heard Heltana and huntresses. This is the thing which surprised Ajuka mildly, since his father didn't react to her subordinates but the name of their leader. Yes, Lord Astaroth. She answered with as few words as possible. But I've been told you vehemently refuse to work under every lord who's ever asked. Even I've sent such an offer after you managed to track down quite a dangerous beasts harming my lands. So why are you with Lord Azeroth? The Lord Astaroth asked, feeling a bit insulted that she had rejected him but followed someone who hadn't even technically been a lord yet. I have always been my master's bow. He rescued me. Trained me. Gave me a home and purpose. All I have is thanks to him. In exchange I decided to help others like he helped me and to become the bow to strike down his enemies. Heltana firmly answered as to leave no doubts about her loyalty. I think we can let this subject go. Commented Lord Visago. Agreed. And now that everyone has arrived and properly reported their numbers, we can begin the march. And I would request Lord Azeroth's huntresses act as scouts for this time period as suggested. Ajuka said as he looked at me with calculating eyes. He doesn't trust me, that's for sure, but he's not letting that get in the way. I thought as I simply nod in confirmation. Good. Then let's go. The future Satan declared. A few days later in former House Gaiden territory. Master. Heltana announced herself. An army of the Satan faction was spotted in an abandoned castle town. They bear the Leviathan crest. Then let's inform our commander. I reply a bit lazily from Sigil's back. It's been a boring couple of days with nothing to do but read some stuff and practice some subtle space techniques. I simply sent a message using magic to inform him. I might not have gone into great details regarding magic yet, but I do know all the necessary things like basics communication magic. As a result, we had a quick meeting regarding our plan of attack. The reports from the huntresses indicate that Sufame Leviathan has taken control of an abandoned castle town 2 hours march away. She, alongside armies from her house, Barbados and Sargatanas, have cleared the area of beasts and fortified their positions. We have numerical and qualitative advantages, so we will attack on multiple fronts and force them in an even weaker position. Lord Furkas will take his troops and strike from the left gate. Lord Visago will take the right. Father will take the front. And since Lord Azeroth can easily flank thanks to his portals, he shall be responsible for the rear. Ajuka explained rather reasonably. He can't give detailed orders due to only properly understanding the abilities of his own territory's army, so instead of forcing orders which could completely throw off the other armies, he's treating them as about equal and sending them to attack weakened enemies. A very mechanical way to lead. Using assured data to find the best possible route at the time. What about the handling Leviathan herself? I asked since she was the real threat in that army. Once she comes out, I will be engaging her myself. Was Ajuka's answer to the query. I knew that, Commander. I meant your orders for when you shall be engaging her. Leviathans are supposed to cause tremendous collateral damage when fighting, and she chose this place precisely because there was a great lake nearby. If we aren't careful, our armies could suffer significant damages. I replied as I corrected his misunderstanding. Although we have about the same amount of experience in war, I have spent years learning to lead my soldiers in battle during training and from experienced soldiers, while preparing for the enemies I would face during this war. I knew the current Satan faction inside and out. Meanwhile, Ajuka may be the most intelligent devil alive, but he is not a leader. At least not yet. He is a researcher. So I point out a potentially disastrous situation that people forget about because no one had seen a Leviathan go all out since the original died. Since you've mentioned it, I assume you have a solution, Lord Azeroth. Was his reply after thinking a bit. I can either redirect or send away direct attacks while containing the large-scale attacks, but once you begin engaging her, I would like for it to signal an immediate retreat for all troops. I said to the men, which made him think through possibilities. Thoughts? Ajuka said to the lords present. It would be wise. My father told me tales of what happened when someone had enraged the original Leviathan during the Great War. It was said to be comparable to the biblical flood. Lord Visago said carefully. They are beings of destruction and water. Those not strong enough would die in droves. Lord Furkaz added. I agree with the other lords. We retreat and prepare large-scale barriers to protect ourselves should it prove too much for Lord Azeroth to handle. Lord Astaroth suggested as he did not like leaving his fate to another completely. Reasonable. Then once I engage, signal all troops to pull back and focus on protecting themselves and containing the damage. Lord Azeroth shall be the first line of defense. Ordered as he concluded the meeting. Afterward we all moved forward with our orders, with myself letting the 3 other armies go first since I could get my soldiers there quicker. The Huntresses had been called back for now as well. They will be acting as anti-air units. We then quickly surrounded the old castle town and got into formation. It was as the tension was rising that Ajuka himself flew up and used a little spell to make sure everyone in the vicinity heard his voice. Safame Leviathan, surrender. We have you outnumbered and outmatched. Come peacefully and no harm will come to you before you receive your judgment. He said calmly. The reply was rather obviously negative when a blue beam of pure magic power was sent towards him, only for it so suddenly change direction and become harmless. So that was the Kankara formula, huh? Wonder if my space would be able to overcome its manipulation. I thought at the sight of one of the 2 most powerful abilities in the underworld. I shall never surrender to traitorous scum like you. I will enjoy beating you into submission as my toy before killing you. Was the venomous response of the Satan. Then so be it. Ajuka responded before addressing the troops, attack. Focus is gonna be switching around since Lith won't actually be doing much yet. Third-person POV. 2nd Legion. Focus on bombardment as the Huntresses cover you. First take care of the aerial troops. 3rd Legion is with me. We'll shatter those enemy lines. Horeth ordered as they all burst into action seamlessly. The castle town itself had long been abandoned after the Geysens died out during the war. The town was then left to rot for the next thousands of years while being overrun by demonic beasts, leaving only the ruins of a long time ago and virtually no defensive structures like walls or artillery towers or even proper barriers. Leviathan's camp had been protected, but apparently her troops did not deserve such, or they did not have the ability to set up strong enough defensive barriers and didn't bother wasting their efforts. But as a result, the defending armies had a minor field advantage but little else. And even that was going to be useless against the overwhelming difference in strength the Azeroth legions had over this hastily divided section of the Leviathan army, which was already very loosely united. Horeth knew this very well from a single glance. He also knew that in such a situation the enemy most likely set up some form of trigger magic in their path to slow them down and reduce their numbers. That's why as the 3rd Legion charged with him at its head, their general on his left and Phyllis on his right, Horeth jumped forward and slammed his fists onto the ground, causing massive tremors in the direction he was facing, tearing the earth apart and causing over half the town's remains to crumble then and there. One could almost hear the upset screams of the Satan Leviathan as this caused her to spill her wine on herself. But on the battlefield it caused a secondary shockwave as hundreds of trigger spells went off almost simultaneously, causing a chaotic mix of elements and making the legions roar due to their spirits rising from the actions of their commander-in-chief. Come on, you lazy bastards. Don't let an old man like me outdo you. Show me what you've got. Horeth shouted as the 3rd Legion caught up and unhesitatingly rushed through the destroyed field which had been set to stop them. Horeth could see the fear in the enemy soldiers. And in desperation soldiers will do desperate things. As such, a man Horeth could tell was the leader for this part of the Leviathan army charged as he flared his power. Too bad you're only high class. Was Horeth's thought as he flared his own might which his lord had helped him achieve. Beside him Phyllis unleashed his own power and the 3rd Legion's general as well, followed by the hundreds of high-class and thousands of mid-class behind him, causing the enemy to now completely despair. Their leader knew he was going to die, so he chose to die fighting. For Leviathan. He shouted as he used everything he could to unleash a power blast of demonic power. Too bad for you, young one. For Lord Azeroth. Responded Horeth as he formed a large spear of steel in an instant, overpowering the opponent's attack and piercing him completely. Horeth wasn't done, however, pushing the same attack forward as the enemy leader died and completely shattering their lines before vanishing the spear. The moment the 3rd Legion reached them, it was a complete slaughter. At the same time as Horeth was beginning his charge, something rather interesting happened. Lamar challenged Heltana to see who could kill the most aerial troops as they protected the 2nd Legion, who was bombarding the furthest lines of the enemy, preventing them from slowing down the 3 RD's charge. Heltana just thought, sure, why not? No one on this side is strong anyway. While Lamar was just excited to be killing foes and using the new powers he had been learning for the last 6 months. In this case he had to compete against Heltana's renowned archery skills, so he created great lances of ice and used all his strength to throw them at massive speeds. In response Heltana began channeling wind magic to make her already deadly arrows into drills. Great part was that each arrow would return to her quiver, was made to enhance her wind magic and were incredibly tough and sharp. Expensive but incredibly worth it. Thus one could watch as groups of flying devils died in moments from the two competing. Is that all you've got, ice for brains? I could beat you in my sleep at this rate. Heltana shouted as she began getting ahead. Hell, only winning because Lamar had sand in his eyes from his throws. Lamar beat you. The ice giant replied as he began creating ice lances which shattered in the air to get larger groups. Due to this increasingly intense competition between ultimate classes, the 1st Legion was finding itself to be a bit unneeded. The Huntresses on the other hand were enthusiastically treating this like a leisurely training exercise. Seeing this, Lith decided to change things up a bit since the aerial troops were getting taken down in droves like they were target practice and the enemy's back lines were in shambles already. 1st Legion through the right portal. 2nd to the left. Wipe out the rest of them and then pull back after regrouping with Horeth. Lith ordered as said portals opened and they excitedly began to charge from both sides of a completely caught off-guard back lines. Can we go too? I have been feeling disappointed that I haven't even been able to do anything. Sigil asked as he felt that his first battle couldn't really be this easy. Go wild. I'll just stay on your back for now. Lith responded with a shrug. Hearing that, Sigil burst forward with great speed and then suddenly was engulfed by a greenish flash, only to reappear with the same flash right in front of the enemy back line, in front on Horetha's own charge. He then channeled the space magic he had been mastering since he was a child and created his drill charge which pierces through nearly everything while also shredding those nearby. With this he created a path of carnage for whatever was in front of him as he continued to charge ever forward, blinking to a new position once no enemies were in front of him. It was a dread-inducing sight to see a stallion with blood-covered legs, black armor, eerie green glow as he appears and disappears, all the while a large nearly unmoving black armored man rides him in total silence. Don't think it helped that Sigil's eyes were glowing green either. But soon enough the fun had to end for everyone as there were simply no enemies left to kill as the 3 legions gathered and Sigil found no one new to kill. As a result, They all hurried out of the town to not get caught should the Leviathan begin unleashing its fury early. Psephame Leviathan's tent. You're telling me that a quarter of my army has already been slaughtered? The Satan asked in a mix of disbelief, anger, and feeling disgusted by the weakness they had showed to fall so quickly. Why yes, mistress. And the other fronts are not progressing well either in front of 3-pillar houses. The servant replied as she continued her report. Who were the ones to win already and what are they doing now? The Leviathan asked instead of caring about the ongoing fights. They seemed to be pulling out of the town and waiting. And they said it was the same crest used by the reported Azeroth. The servant answered with a bit of confusion since she couldn't understand why someone who had won so quickly just retreated. Oh. So the bug knows his limits. Whatever. After killing this Ajuka Astaroth who claims to surpass my mother, I will see what kind of toy he is. Psephame declared as she licked her lips in excitement. Left gate, House Furkas vs Leviathan Ground Elites Battlefield. Contrary to the rear battlefield which held a properly balanced mix of troops, Lord Furkas found himself fighting the Leviathan units which specialized in fighting aquatic and land-based foes, resulting in his house's special bicorn cavalry to become very ineffective unless they could break through the very strong defensive lines. Unfortunately, Lord Furkas was being stopped by a close general of Leviathan herself as he used his water magic to counter him at every turn. Ha ha ha. You pitiful fools think you can challenge the mistress with this measly strength. You shall die here and now. The general mocked. Humph. This will end with you trampled by my mount. Roared out Lord Furkas as he charged towards the hateful foe. But as those two focused on killing each other, a portal appeared near the Furkas lines which made them tense until they realized that this was the ability of the newly titled Lord Azeroth. Out of the portal came Lamar and a still blood-covered sigil. Look at all the skulls to crack. Lamar so happy. The blue-skinned giant said as he ran towards the enemy. Well, I did say I was disappointed. Let's see if these men offer a better challenge. Sigil thought to himself as he charged as well, incorporation is light magic this time since Lith wasn't on his back. Right gate, Visago vs Leviathan Field Elite. Come proud Visago men. Show these dogs our might. Roared the surprisingly passionate Lord Visago as he clashed with the enemy general. You will not defeat the blades of the mistress. The opponent calmly replied. We'll see about that. Lord Visago replied as he used the gravity magic his clan inherited to counter his opponent's attacks. OC power, weaker than sacred gear shown if not at least high ultimate with it. Chose this since Baal has, destruction, and Agar's as some, time, as first and second ranked houses, so, gravity, 4/3 made sense. And as the large-scale skirmish was happening all around them, a portal opened closer to Visago lines, revealing Horeth and Phyllis who simply looked at the melee and decided to properly gather men by making them follow a line of slaughter. These kinds of battles had been quite common during the Great War, so knowing what to do was rather simple for them. Front gate, House Astaroth vs Leviathan Elite Aerial Troops. Keep firing in rotation. Those slippery bastards can't dodge forever. Lord Astaroth ordered. It was a rather frustrating battle for him so far due to his opponent being a bad matchup overall for his magical bombardment-focused troops. The opponents had been elite aerial troops basically made to counter bombardment troops. They were slowly winning simply due to overwhelming firing rate at this point, while Lord Astaroth was busy dealing with the very swift general opposing them. He just couldn't seem to land a decisive blow and his son seemed adamant about not moving until Psephame Leviathan had. But then he suddenly saw a large, but familiar portal open up as over 200 women walked out, following their leader. Show those fools how much more difficult our prey usually is. Heltana coldly ordered as she notched her arrow and signaled the begin of the opponent's despair as a hail of arrows precisely took down their targets. Back at the rear gate. House Azeroth vs No One Anymore, formerly Houses Barbados and Sargatana's elite troops. The legions and their generals were taking care of the few wounded they had while enjoying some food. They were even able to enjoy themselves for Bourse. Things finally started to come to a close when everyone could feel the power coming from the center of the city. In that moment Lith opened portals for his followers, bringing them back to the group. Lamar had some small wounds here and there but smiling like an idiot. Sigil had even more blood on himself. Horeth and Phyllis were a bit tired but fine overall, while Heltana and her huntresses were talking about who won some beats regarding getting the most kills or whatnot. This will be a good opportunity to see the power of the Satan class. I'll be protecting everyone, so it's up to you if you want to watch or not. Should something unexpected happen, I will be teleporting you all away forcibly, however. Lith told them all. None budged due to wanting to see what would happen next and because they trusted him. Seeing this, Lith opened his translucent wings and flew up near the two leaders facing off as Leviathan glared at Ajuka while he looked completely uncaring. Lith then channeled his space, creating a dimensional barrier around the entire remains of the castle town. It was a nifty one too. Who are you and what did you do? An angry Tsufame asked. My name is Lith Azeroth and I just made a little barrier to stop the damage from this fight spread to too much. Lith lightly answered as she glared. Without any warning she sent a similar blast of demonic power as when Ajuka asked for her surrender, but this time at Lith. It never reached him as it simply entered a quick portal and another to send it back. Tsufame managed to block it in time, but her attack left some damage on her hand. An Abaddon trick. She furiously growled. Technically. But I can do a lot more. Lith replied casually before looking at Ajuka, isn't this your fight, Commander? I was simply curious about your claims of being able to handle her attacks. Ajuka calmly replied. Lith knew it was to gauge his real strength, but that's hard to do when he's just messing around using one of the most useful magics against those who can't block them, portals. But he is correct. Your fight is with me, Tsufame Leviathan. He declared as he glared his own power. Lith could feel the tremendous amount of demonic energy in him once he loosened the lid on it a bit, and it was plainly impressive. Worthy to be called a transcendental devil compared to the Satan-class strength the daughter of Leviathan emitted. This got Tsufame deadly serious as she understood that Ajuka's power was no mere rumors. She immediately shot quick beams of demonic powers to buy herself a little time, only for them to be redirected and rendered harmless. What actually surprised the both of them was when the beams got in contact with the barrier, they headed back towards Tsufame, causing her to panic slightly and dodge, resulting in 4 explosions going off below the 2 and massive new craters in the ground. Forgot to say that what tries to leave goes back to its owner. Lith casually mentioned as he floated high above the 2. So be careful with your aim. That pissed off the Leviathan royally. Vast amounts of water then swept through the ruins of the castle town and gathered under the Leviathan. Both of you will die. She yelled out as serpents made of water targeted them both as she shot water spears like it was raining them. Unfortunately for her, Ajuka took control of everything she sent his way thanks to his Kankara formula, turning her attacks into mist, simply making them just water again, or turning the attacks against their creator. That was simply how overpowered the Kankara formula was. It allows Ajuka to manipulate the phenomena that occur in the world by using his demonic powers to fill in the calculations of the natural phenomena. Meaning as long as he understood how what was happening mathematical to a decent degree, he could fill in the rest using demonic power and gains control of what was happening or what he wanted to happen. Not 100% sure if that's how it works, but I feel like it should have limits since Surzex was said to be the stronger of the two and it would be literally godlike as an ability. And while the two became more focused on each other, neither noticed that any attack sent his way simply went right through Lith. Some even went back towards Tsufame because they reached the barrier, but she subconsciously forgot about the inactive threat and believed it was just Ajuka sending attacks back at her again. As the battle dragged on, Tsufame realized that Ajuka was comfortably defending against the attacks and wasn't even striking back, which infuriated her. I'll show you why we are called sea serpents of the end, you bastard. She yelled out as she began to transform into a massive snake-like dragon with azure scales. As soon as she transformed, massive amounts of water submerged the ruined town completely. She then used her booster control over water to send an enormous amount of water weapons, serpents, beasts, and blasts towards Ajuka, while firing blasts which could have wiped out armies if there wasn't at least a Satan class blocking them. Ultimates simply had no place in front of them. But it was all for naught as Ajuka impassively stopped or redirected every attack, wearing down the very aggressive Leviathan as she tried everything to defeat the bastard challenging her and her mother's prestige as the Satans and true devils. She was one of the rulers of the underworld and she would not be humiliated like this. In one absolutely massive blast of power, which held almost everything she had left, she put it all on the line to kill the devil staring down on her. But to her dismay, he was once again completely unharmed and not even seeming out of breath, while she was panting tiredly after all those extremely powerful attacks. Make no mistakes about Tsufame Leviathan, she is an absurdly powered devil. If it wasn't for the 4, now 5, freaks who popped up in this generation with powers surpassing even her mother's generation, she would have been an unquestionable queen in the underworld. Her pure magic beams can level mountains and wipe out armies. Her water abilities can destroy cities effortlessly. Her Leviathan form could probably tail-slap most devils into mush. But she was simply outclassed from the very beginning. "Do you surrender?" Ajuka calmly asked the exhausted Sufame, who suddenly transformed back into her usual appearance. Most likely due to not having the demonic power to sustain her Leviathan form any longer. "I, daughter of Leviathan, shall never surrender to the likes of you. You scum," she venomously answered as she would die before yielding. "Then I'm sorry. But the underworld doesn't need you." Ajuka simply responded as he initiated his first attack of the fight, erasing her from existence with a powerful beam of his own. With that, the Battle of Gyujin Castle Town ended with a total anti-Satan faction victory. What came after was celebrating the victory. And what its celebration it was, even if the battle was a short one. Chapter 13, ch. March 13th on Lusafad. A few days after the Battle of Gyujin Castle Town, the Ajuka army continued its march towards the capital city of Lusafad. They had taken the time to treat the injured and tally the dead properly, while also relaxing after a tense but short battle. Taking the town had only taken about a day, but a day of constant fighting was tiring for the great majority of devils. Well, all this was true for the Furkas, Visago, and Astaroth armies anyway. The Azeroth legions on the other hand hadn't even suffered any casualties due to the overwhelming force they had against their opponents. So they just enjoyed a couple of days of eating, drinking, bragging and friendly competitions. After resuming their march, they had received word regarding the Seraphol army's progress. It was reported that a similar situation to the Ajuka army had arisen, with Demedosus Oracle Asmodeus blocking their path instead of Tsufame Leviathan in the abandoned Valifor territory. What followed was the initial domination by the Seraphol forces over Asmodeus, but the Satan faction sent arguably their strongest card, Graphia Lucifuge, with an army from the 6 houses of Lucifer to reinforce the Satan. This began an absolutely awe-inspiring battle as the 2 strongest women in the underworld fought for 10 days, leaving the Satan Asmodeus feeling totally outclassed and unable to contribute to the fight. Surzex was ordered to reinforce Seraphol, forcing Graphia and Demedosa to retreat. As Seraphol chased Graphia and her army, continuing their duel along the way, Surzex used that as an opportunity to hunt down Demedosu Asmodeus. As Surzex nearly had reached Demedosa's base, he was attacked by Euclid Lucifuge, Graphia's younger brother and heir to Lucifuge. Unfortunately for him, Surzex easily defeated him without injuring him too much, almost certainly because he was the younger brother of the woman he had loved ever since they had first met. After taking care of Satan Asmodeus and having captured Euclid Lucifuge, Surzex was going to bring him back to an anti-Satan faction camp to either hold the Lucifuge as a prisoner or hostage, but was suddenly attacked by a Beelzebub descendant he had apparently humiliated in his youth. Said descendant, using a part of the rumored Malbranche's power as he called it, transforming into a giant fly chimera and releasing a deadly poison, targeting members of both sides of the conflict. This poison was strong enough to incapacitate the Lord Lucifuge, who had been leading the army from the Lucifer 6 houses while his children were engaging the anti-Satan faction aces. This caused Graphia to stop her fight with Seraphol and tend to her father. Due to his kind nature, Surzex took Euclid to the Lucifuge base and convinced Lord Lucifuge to withdraw his troops as he dealt with the fly chimera himself. Surzex, after trying in vain to convince the maddened Beelzebub to surrender, began to fight, understanding that he could not convince him through words anymore. The two began to fight and Graphia came to assist Surzex to avenge her father and stop the mad chimera, but not wanting the woman he loved to be poisoned as well, Surzex assumed his true form, reported to be a humanoid form of pure destruction, and destroyed the fly chimera from the inside together with the poison, leaving no trace of them and ending the battle at the Valifor territory. Confirming their loss, the troops of the Lucifuge clan surrendered as Lord Lucifuge was succumbing to the effects of the poison from the fly chimera. The Lord had also told Surzex his last wishes before passing, which soon was followed by the dissolving of House Lucifuge as a whole. After resting from the grueling battles they had undergone, the Seraphol and Surzex armies began marching towards Lucifuge. It was also reported that while the Battle of Valifor territory was happening, the Satan faction took the opportunity to attempt a direct attack on the field headquarters of the anti-Satan faction located in former Eligos territory. Seizing the chance they had after Surzex was ordered to reinforce Seraphol, the Satan faction sent 200 of their best elites under houses Agaliaraport and Floretti. House Eligos had been a direct subordinate of House Floreti in the past, which resulted in the latter knowing many secrets regarding their territory. They used said knowledge to sneak their men outside of the anti-Satan headquarters and began a heavy bombardment in the hopes of killing anti-Satan leadership and throwing them into disarray. Unfortunately for them, all of their attacks were blocked by Falbium Gladiolabilus as he revealed his unique ability, Absolute Defense. It allowed him to absorb all of their attack's energy, permitting Falbium to use the absorbed energy to generate a blast of kinetic energy, wiping out nearly all of the opposing force, with the exception of the heads of the House Agaleraport and House Floreti and a few other soldiers, as they were taken into custody. As a result of all these successive events, the anti-Satan faction leadership had a meeting to report everything properly. Eligos Territory, Anti-Satan Faction HQ. Here were the 5 most important figures in the faction: Zekrom Baal as faction leader, Falbium Gladiolabilus as commander-in-chief, Surzex Gremory, Seraphal Citri and Ajuka Astaroth as army generals and aces. It would seem fortunes has favored our cause greatly as of late. 2 of the Satans defeated, a large part of their armies in shambles, House Lucifuge dissolving, Houses Floreti and Agaleraport heads captured, and our armies are in good shape. But I would request to know of any possible problems. Fortune is a fickle lady after all. Zekrom Baal calmly said as he looked at the younger generation before him. I am embarrassed to say that Euclid Lucifer escaped during the confusion and chaos surrounding the transformed Beelzebub descendant. I can't be sure of his status, but he may try to rally remnants of his house. He seemed fanatical regarding the Satans. Surzex reported, feeling some guilt over his dilemma of fulfilling his duties as a leader of the anti-Satan faction and his feeling towards his beloved. Noted. You have said that you were able to subdue him with relative ease, yes? Zekrom asked as he acknowledged the threat that a Satan-class devil represented, even if he had been soundly defeated before. Yes. Confirmed Surzex. Good, then he shall be yours to handle should he reappear. Zekrom declared authoritatively, anything else? I couldn't stop Graphia from leaving either. But I don't think she will fight us after her dad died and her house was dissolved. I could tell that she was forcing herself to fight in the first place. Seraphal reported feeling a down for being the only one who hadn't defeated her opponent and that her friend had lost her father. She won't fight anymore. Surzex suddenly declared with certainty. And you guarantee this, how, Surzex? Questioned Zekrom. Because we met after the battle and before as well. Answered Surzex as he surprised everyone beside Ajuka who knew of his friend's meeting with the enemy. We buried her father together and she declared her withdrawal. She said her duty had been fulfilled with the end of her house. Understood. Zekrom simply replied as he knew of the character of the famed Graphia Lucifuge. What about you, Ajuka? Anything to report? The battle went well. Too well, even due to the presence of Azeroth troops. Ajuka cautiously answered as he feels suspicious about the young lord. He had appeared at too convenient of a time and was far too strong. This showed he was talented, charismatic and no doubt intelligent since he succeeded in concealing all of his movements and history from them. Even now the anti-Satan faction knew nothing except what he told them and revealed. Really? Lith is that good? A now very curious Seraphal asked. I cannot say, Seraphal. Lord Azeroth did not actually participate personally in the battle beyond confining mine and Sufame's Leviathan's fight. Ajuka answered evenly. You mean to say his troops alone were enough to sway the battle into such a quick victory? Zekrom Baal asked as he too felt some form of danger from the young hybrid. Yes. He took down his assigned area so quickly that it was reported to me that his ultimate class followers had been bored, so he sent them to assist the other groups. Meanwhile Lord Azeroth simply let his familiar, a unicorn named Sigil who has also reached the ultimate class, mow down the opposing forces while he simply watched. Ajuka told the others. Truly. A completely surprised Surzex uttered. Surzex actually had a very pleasant impression of the younger devil. During this time House Gremory and Azeroth had actually brokered mutually beneficial deals which will help thousands of devils affected by this civil war. To find out he had such military might and powerful subordinates was quite surprising. Come on, Ajuka, you have to have some idea of how strong Lith is, right? I'm really curious, and he wouldn't tell me anything when I visited, saying it was gonna be a surprise. Seraphal said to the devil she knew was too intelligent for his own good sometimes. She remembered when he blurted out a list of lovers a certain female devil had at a youth gathering, with all of them being present, which caused a massive brawl to break out. He didn't even spy on anyone or had people look into the devil, he just noticed how certain devils looked at her and she them, put together some gossip and rumors, and voila. That night was pretty funny for Seraphol. He hides his strength very well. Ajuka started off with, but from his actions so far and the way his demonic power felt when he used his portals or the barrier he deployed during my fight, he has the power of a Satan class but isn't one yet, while his powers have a strong relation to teleportation or even space magic. Lith is actually that strong. A surprised Seraphol blurted out as she thought of her friend. The revelation even made Falbium react a bit, while Zekrom grew serious at the implications of a Satan-class devil specializing in teleportation or space magic. It would certainly explain his ability to bring armies with him and infiltrate Castle Bale undetected. I can't judge his actual combat abilities, but he has certainly trained himself physically to absurd degree for his body to be so well developed at his age, was capable of easily withstanding mine and Suffame's demonic powers and casually defended himself from her standard attacks which should kill or cripple normal ultimate classes. The barrier he used during that fight was also an extremely high-level application of space magic I still haven't come to understand. Ajuka revealed almost mechanically. Can we trust him? Zekrom asked after the Astaroth's analysis of Lith Azeroth. Yes. Seraphol immediately answered without any doubt. Lith wants what's best for his people. I saw it, I experienced it and felt it. His city is full of hopes and dreams of the future, while his people are ready to fight for what they have. So as long as we fight against those who would oppress them after Lith gave them freedom and not attack him first, Lith and his people will be our allies. The seriousness in Seraphol's usually almost childish voice was enough to trust her opinion regarding this matter. Good. Then we shall stay the course and continue as planned. Zekrom declared as he believed that mutual benefits would keep the Lord Azeroth as an ally. Your three armies will join up together and commence the final assault on Lusafad. As long as we defeat Bidliad Beelzebub and his supporters, this conflict will be finished and we can begin recovering properly. Meanwhile in Lusafad, Leviathan Mansion. What do you mean everything is gone? It was there only yesterday. A Leviathan descendant shouted as he looked at the empty vault he was going to take from before escaping. The entire Leviathan household had heard about the death of Tsufame by now and they were basically abandoning ship like the cowards most of them are. Lady Leviathan's heir had ordered everything hidden so that she or her descendants may rise again in the future as revenge. This includes books, treasures, important documents and the family fortune. The servant answered as the Leviathan descendant became erratic at his answer. Tell me where everything is or I'll kill you where you stand. He shouted as he prepared a bolt of demonic energy to seem more threatening. I am sorry sir, but only Lady Leviathan knows where everything is and she has departed already. The servant nervously replied. Error. The enraged descendant yelled as he killed the servant and ran. The descendant would never know that the servant had lied and that a similar situation had happened to a few other descendants already. The official heir of Tsufame had actually no clue this happened since she had been smuggled out by her mother as soon as she confirmed the death of her sister. She already had her own wealth and believed taking the things in the mansion would slow them down in their escape, so she had left everything. The Leviathans also couldn't know that very similar events were happening in the Beelzebub and Asmodeus mansions, with descendants killing servants in frustration as they took anything they could from the decorations, walls, and jewelry boxes they could find before escaping the incoming anti-Satan faction. They all knew that defeat was coming. The strength the aces of the anti-Satan faction had shocked them all and none believed the Satan Beelzebub could turn things around. Especially since the disappearance of the Lucifers. Azeroth Army Camp, Lord's Tent, First-person POV. Welcome back FIA. How did everything go? I asked my loyal maid as she walked through a portal. Everything has gone perfectly, master. She dutifully answered as she handed me the current approximation of the loot. Just the initial estimates were simply ridiculous. It would allow me to build an entire city out of gold if I wanted and then make a mansion out of precious stones. But that would be stupid, so instead it would allow me to develop my territory without having to fear for my finances for the next few thousand years. I'll probably have more money by the end of it too. Gotta spend money to make money after all, and due to being a devil I can make very long-term investments. Actually had a few in mind already, but that was for the future. Excellent. And only those I've chosen for this task were involved. Yes, I asked, as this was a very serious operation. If the other lords caught a whiff of what I had done, then I have no doubt they would do everything in their power to take my spoils for themselves. After all, we are talking about the wealth, knowledge, and treasures of the 3 of the 4 original Satan families. Yes, Master. Everything is being executed precisely as you've ordered. FIA replied with certainty. I trusted her to not slip up at the finish line to handle this matter. She allowed me to be seen publicly while I stole everything and had been with me every step of the plan after all. What she had to do was have my specially prepared brainwashed servants, who would not remember anything which happened during the sorting, organizing, and calculating of the spoils. This would also be happening in a secret dimensional vault I had created specifically to house everything. I felt bad about forcing them to work like this, but no one beside my most trusted servants knew of this plan of mine, and their minds were very well protected and they were almost impossibly loyal. Lieth. A woman's voice energetically called out as a blur entered my tent, jumped and landed right into my now open arms, since I knew exactly who my guess was. Hello, Sarah. How have you been? Heard you had a tough fight. I asked as I felt amused by her sudden tackle hug. I ended up settling her on my lap since she wouldn't let go or allow me to stand up. I'm fine. I was showing that nasty Asmodeus what for, but then FIA came to help him. I felt sad that I had to fight my friend, but also kind of excited since we never had a fight against each other. It wasn't really dangerous because we didn't actually want to hurt each other, but we both didn't want to lose, so we fought seriously. That was my toughest fight ever too. But I won't lose to her next time. She animatedly told me as her expressions constantly shifted to display her feelings. I didn't know you and the Lady Lucifuge were friends. Any other Satan-class friends I should know about? I lightly asked, but thinking about it, it did make sense that the two were friends. Both from powerful houses, had been female heirs, were incredibly strong, from the same generation, had likely attended many of the same social gatherings and likely had some shared interests. Surzex and Ajuka are kinda childhood friends, but I'm closer to Surzex since he's nicer and Ajuka is more his friend. I could never get close to FIA's little brother since he always acted mean or stuck up. She answered honestly. But apparently you can count as one too. I was really surprised when Ajuka said you were that strong. I did say I was very strong. But I still need a little bit before I'm a real Satan class. I frankly told her. Like what? Shouldn't you be able to just do it? That's how it worked for me. I was training my ice magic and suddenly it just felt right, and then bam. Satan class. She told me, which hinted at her absurd talent. I need a way to use a lot of power to get things going, but it would be too destructive without a real fight. That's why I'm planning to go after Beelzebub once we attack Lucifad. I need to do it to progress without destroying a chunk of the underworld, and it'll be enough contribution to get that lordship. I told the girl as she seemed to enjoy remaining on my lap. But wouldn't you leading your army be enough? I don't want you getting hurt. Seraphal replied as she looked up at me in worry with her clear blue eyes. Way too cute to be a walking Antarctica creator. I thought as I patted her head to calm her. Don't you worry. I am actually quite the difficult opponent for people like that Beelzebub who rely on purely magical attacks. His king of the flies won't make a difference. I gently told her. Are you saying you can beat me? A suspicious Seraphal said as she suddenly had a competitive look in her eyes. I'm not actually sure about you or Falbium, but I'd lose for sure against Surzex and Ajuka's rumored true forms, while on the other hand I believe I could soundly beat any of the 3 Satans. I honestly answered in the hopes of not starting anything by accident. Then we'll find out after this war is done then. She replied with a nod to herself. Yes, yes. And after that I can visit your place. I responded in the slight hope that she would either forget or be too busy after the war. What followed was a pleasant evening as we ate together while chatting about our lives, funny stories, or interesting moments. It was a nice way to relax before one of the most important events in Devil history neared its conclusion. Citri Camp, Lord Tent. Why am I feeling like murdering a certain beast? Lord Citri asked himself before shrugging, due to that being a frequent urge lately. Now where is Seraphal? She should be back from her meeting by now. Now former Lucifuge territory, hidden glade. One could find a lone figure mournfully watching over 2 simple gravestones. I knew I could find you here. A gentle male voice said, which made the figure turn around to show Graphia Lucifuge herself, with clear signs of tears having marked her face. "Surzex," she softly called as she quickly wiped her eyes to conceal her tears. "Why are you here?" "Looking for you," the red-haired devil gently said as he slowly walked forward. "Why?" "To take me in," she replied as she readied herself for a fight. Even if almost everything in her told her not to fight him, she didn't want to let her fate be decided by the anti-Satan faction. "No, to fulfill my promise to your father and myself," Surzex answered gently as the answer made her falter. Graphia had loved and respected her father, and hearing that made her heart ache. "What promise?" she asked as she did her best to maintain a neutral expression. "To take care of you," Surzex emotionally answered. "I have loved you ever since I first laid eyes on you at that social gathering all those years ago. Those feelings have only grown as I came to know how strong, caring, loyal and dedicated you are. Every time we met in secret I wanted to tell you my feelings, but I understand that I can't wait anymore or I feel like I would lose you. So please, Graphia Lucifuge, will you be mine?" Those words made the usual stoic and proud Graphia's tears run down her face as she simply lost control of her emotions. She felt so happy that the men she had secretly loved as well reciprocated her feelings, but lost now that she couldn't see a way for them to be together. She was no longer a noble and had fought against the ones who would most likely lead the underworld soon. It didn't help that the loss of her father was very fresh and that her brother had gone missing in the chaos the fly chimera created. "Why did you wait so long, you idiot? Now we can't even be together. You're the heir of Gremory and I'm just Graphia now," the vulnerable young woman said as she cried. Surzex rushed forward and wrapped her in the warmest and most loving hug he could as her supported her. "I was afraid the only woman I ever loved would reject me, but now I'm not waiting anymore nor will I take no for an answer," he admitted as determination laced his voice. "I'll take care of everything, all I ask is that you believe in me and to not disappear from my life. Asterisk sniff sniff asterisk I always believed in you Surzex," she softly replied as she felt his warmth ease her pain and worries. Seeing the woman he loves in his arms, Surzex gently used his hand to lift her face so her could look directly into her beautiful ruby eyes. "That's all I'll ever need in this life," he gently said as he kissed her supple lips softly, trying to show her his love and determination. Surprised by receiving her first kiss, Graphia melted into it as she let her own feelings guide her into professing her love openly for the first time. This set off a passionate evening as the two forewent words and professed their feelings for one another through action. Underscore 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 underscore. Extra author notes. Mwah. Take that all you Graphia simps. I told you all she would be with Surzex and now it is done. As sexy as she is I am a Surzex x Graphia man. Only in pure smut/porn/hentai writings will I permit her being stolen. Cough. Anyway. The reason for basically just summarizing the other major battles of the Civil War was because the wiki basically says they were happening about at the same time. I also feel like I messed up some details or events in some things for some reason, but I'm doing my best. But yeah, stealing from assholes who had accumulated thousands of years of wealth and probably knowledge is fun. This is pretty much the last chapter before the civil gets taken care of. After that is rebuilding, political nonsense, and improving the situation for devils, but that's mostly going to be the new Satans. Litha's mostly going to be doing his own thing afterward. Chapter 14, Ch14 Squashing a Fly. Outside the capital city of Lucifad. First time I've ever seen that city quiet, my lord. Horeth commented from beside me as we overlooked the underworld's capital of sin. I could understand why he's saying that too. Living a few years in that city while all my plans were in motion left me with quite the strong image of Lucifad being a city which never slept. There is constantly an event or party going on, shops were divided between nightlife and daytime, casinos and bars were open 24/7, brothels always welcomed customers with open arms and legs, and devils themselves could go on for days of hedonism. And while that was only half of the city itself, it was enough to make it seem constantly abuzz. True, but then the ones usually making the noise are the cowards amongst us. Those who would never fight for another or a cause, simply looking out for their own interests and drowning themselves in their sins without control. They are the devils who let sin rule them instead of ruling their own sin. Willing to let everything burn as long as they alone may continue living as they do. I replied with some disgust over the memories I had of these very same cowards who had abandoned the city, lording their so-called strength and power over those who made their lives possible. You know, I've known you for a few years, my lord, but I've never been able to figure out your major sin. I'm sure you figured out that it was my pride which kept me from ending things and allowing me to meet you. But you've never shown much in terms of sin. The old man said as this actually drew some curious looks from my top servants and combatants. Chuckle really. Because I've always felt myself being quite greedy. I replied, which actually surprised him apparently. Never seen you lust for gold or profits before. Horith shot back, feeling a bit doubtful. Who said my greed was for money? Was my comeback? Now get ready. You'll all be under Horith's command for this one. I shall await your victorious return, master. Fia dutifully said, but I could feel the tension in her body from her worry. Don't miss dinner, you hear me, master? I'm making your favorites. Leora added as she motivated me with that. We will finish this battle before you even come back. Heltana said as she had wanted to be by my side. Call for my aid and I shall come at any time. Sigil stated as put on a strong front. Lamr chief is strongest. Lamr excited to see enemy chief head. My big blue tribesman said as he really didn't doubt me. Your trust will not be in vain, my lord. Horith said as he saluted me. With a nod, I vanished. Reappearing in the famed Hall of Satans as only on Bidliad Beelzebub sat in his seat, solemnly staring at the 3 empty seats around him. It is interesting to meet you, Satan Beelzebub, I said as I announced my presence. This made him immediately tense and look at me wearily. Who are you and how did you get here? He asked rather demandingly. My name is Lith Azeroth. And I simply walked in. I calmly answered truthfully. And it was truthfully. I just simply walked through space to get here instead of the traditional way. So you're the insect I've heard about. Well, more like a sneaky rat. He derisively said as he openly scorned me. I would be insulted, but the words of an overgrown fly don't worry me much. I casually responded. That seemed to have hit a nerve, however, since the next word he spoke was simply, die. Shooting a beam of green demonic power at me, much like Tsufame had done, just a bit stronger since he was angry at my disrespect. I didn't even bother dodging as I phases through the attack and moved forward, using it as a cover. Once it finished, taking out whatever had happened to be being me and creating a hole in the castle, I was right in front of the Beelzebub. Much to his surprise, as I was unharmed. What dash was the only thing he got out as I decided to give him a punch using all of my bodily might and skills to see how much it would hurt a Satan class. At the same time I opened a portal behind him so we could take this fight elsewhere. I tried to teleport us, but being above a certain level of power can resist my forceful teleportation and direct applications of space on their bodies for now. Too bad that doesn't apply to portals, however, since I'm not teleporting someone, but pushing them through 2 areas in space informed a shortcut to reach. But back to the body blow. Crack. A loud crack could be heard as Beelzebub's ribs at least cracked from the punch and he was launched through the portal. I also heard the beginning of a loud pained yell as he flew away. Grah. I then stepped through the portal as well, closing it behind me. The area had been well chosen for this fight, being the Great Lake which supported Lusafat itself. It was far enough from the city that nothing from our fight should reach it unless we wanted it to, while still being able to have it in sight. That last bit was important for giving the Beelzebub hope of reaching the place should he defeat me instead of ignoring me and trying to get back. Watching the great Satan Beelzebub clutching his side while breathing heavily, soaking wet from his surprise dip in the lake was a nice sight though. That punch actually told me a lot about my opponent too. No physical training whatsoever. I could feel no pectoral or back muscles, with actually a bit of fat instead. No martial arts either by extension since I took his feet out from under him too easily and he didn't reduce the impact by jumping back. Lacking combat experience evident by the fact that he couldn't react to my strike, didn't believe I could dodge his, and seemed to be unable to properly handle the pain of a few ribs cracking. What a pussy. I had to at least crack 4 bones every time I advanced training level with the martial arts golems in the hell. I still crack some bones from time to time, and that's after countless cycles of breaking and mending, reinforcing them with added bonuses thanks to my demonic energy and space. I'm actually pretty sure my bones could serve as top-class ingredients in a space-cutting sword like Yamato at this point. Overall, Bideliad Beelzebub was perfectly in line with how traditional noble devils operate. Beside those with physically related clan traits anyway. Focusing on pure demonic power and magic to overpower their foes, never physically training or sometimes even properly training the abilities they were born with, getting by on talent alone. To be fair, as the son of the original Beelzebub, Bideliad inherited a massive amount of power and very useful clan trait from birth, allowing him to easily overpower other nobles' devils. This meant he never saw a need to train himself in any meaningful way and probably focused solely on King of Flies. Basically, he's a more powerful version of Rias. I will kill you for that, you mongrel. The enraged Beelzebub said as he held his side. He probably wanted to shout, but unless he's got Phoenix, oh, he does have some. Oh well, that's a waste. I guess he'll be able to yell insults at me now. I thought as I watched the man take out an intricate vial and chug the contents. He was covered in a soft glow and no longer had to hold his ribs. So many chances to kill him. I inwardly complained as I watched the idiot. If I didn't need a durable enough punching bag to get my energy going, I would have killed the idiot already. You done being wasteful yet? I want to start the actual fight, I plainly said. In response, Bideliad seemed to do his best to become a Super Saiyan as he let his demonic power burst out with an enraged yell. Broly Green 2. Finally. I simply said as my own power quietly enveloped me in a dense purple aura. This alone showcased the wide chasm our energy control skills stood across. He did have the advantage in pure power, however. His only advantage at this point. He then proceeded to fire powerful aura beams, which I began to counter by firing focused ones into their center, resulting in both canceling each other and his to do so with explosive flashes of green. This was a testing phase as we traded blow after blow, trying to outmaneuver each other to land hits. I decided to go along with this in order to experience traditional biblical faction combat instead of my style of all-out fighting. But after 10 minutes I felt that it wasn't enough. I wasn't using my energy enough. So to push Bideliad into his King of Flies, I decided to start imbuing some of my space into my aura beams, which made them cut through the ones fired by Bideliad. This sudden change took the Satan off guard as he dodged the purple beam and then looked at its source in shock, followed by anger. Probably over some kind of imagined insult to his honor or something. That was when the men finally began to create the famous flies of Beelzebub. Bzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. The growing cacophony of buzzes sounded out as thousands of flies formed a cloud behind the Beelzebub. About fucking time. I was getting bored. I murmured to myself, since I'm pretty sure any kind of trash talk wouldn't be heard over the buzzing in my opponent's ears. What came next was an absolute barrage of smaller aura beams as his flies began to spread out, beginning the classic Beelzebub fighting style. In response, I was using my almost complete aura of space to redirect the beams away from my own personal space, which rejected them, while simultaneously sending slashes of condensed spatial energy. Starting an extremely high-paced exchange of attacks. Bideliad tried to simply overpower the slashes using concentrated fire, but that only managed to slow them down. In the end, he had to either dodge or sacrifice a large amount of flies to take the hit for him. Most of the time choosing the latter, since he could just make more and he felt like it was insulting to have to dodge his opponent's attacks. So our pure demonic power brawl continued as I could finally feel my stagnated energy flow, getting stronger and stronger as I utilized my space and mass. This was causing constant explosion as Bideliad's attacks were sent away and collided with my slashes. This brawl confirmed my theory that Satan class was basically the stage where your demonic power became specialized towards a devil's primary source of strength. Seraphal's ice, Surzek's destruction, Falbium's defense, and Ajuka's control. It would be akin to how divinities on gods boosted their power when it came to their domains, explaining why Satan classes could take them on. I think Bideliad could feel the change as well, since his attacks were becoming more intense by the minute, almost becoming desperate as I excitedly used more and more power in my slashes, leaving behind trails of cut space which hindered any beams the Beelzebub sent until they fixed themselves. This resulted in myself losing track of time as I enjoyed the feeling of just blasting things using pure away and sending slashes around without any care. It was almost cathartic really. Near euphoric when I thought about my ever-approaching breakthrough. But becoming desperate to stop my ascension, Bidley gathered his flies and fired a concentrated blast from thousands of them at the same time, using everything he had to kill me, much like Tsufame had done against Ajuka. In response, I used space at full power for the first time in the fight as I brought my hand down in a slow slash, feeling my power surge as I did so, and ultimately, it just finally clicked as I finished the motion. What happened next was the creation of what would be named the Liberation Line later in the future as the sky and land split as far as the eye could see. The slash even left a slowly recovering wall of damaged space depicting where it had passed. The Beelzebub's attack, left arm, leg and wing, alongside his flies were simply slashed apart by the overwhelming space. He could only blankly stare in shock at his missing limbs and the cleaved space before he began to bleed massively and fainted from the pain and blood loss. I caught the falling Satan, cauterized the new stumps, which caused the Satan to wake up in tremendous pain and then faint again, then opened a portal to the Hall of Satans where I had found Bidley in the first place and went through to wait for the arrival of the others. Same time as the anti-Satan faction aces swept through the last of the Satan faction armies. Lith actually did it. An excited Seraphol announced as she felt her friend break through and defeat Beelzebub. It seems that we have another strong ally joining our ranks. Surzex calmly stated as he looked over towards the finished fight. So his path is space after all. Ajuka simply said as he analyzed the power being used in the great slash they had seen. Looks like it. Seraphol said with a smile on her face before getting serious again, but we can't fall behind on our jobs. I did feel a bit worried about letting him handle Bidley, but it looks like that was unnecessary after all. And I agree with you, Seraphol, let's finish this war. Surzex said as he began using a bit more of his strength. Let's. I want to go back and finish the project I had to pause to fight here. Ajuka said as he returned to lead his troops. At the same time the aces felt Litha's breakthrough to Satan class, his legion saw the blue line which cleaved all in its path and knew their lord had won, causing their spirits to climb to a new high as the already suffering enemy forces to now despair. As a result of the anti-Satan faction's overwhelming advantage, they managed to defeat the Satan faction army defending the city and take control of Lusafad within half a day. Even the defenses left behind by the original Satans couldn't hold on against a combined assault from 3 devils surpassing them. By the time Lith had returned from his fight, he could feel the 3 future Satans approaching the castle itself, so he waited with the fainted Bidley locked in a spatial barrier. He was a rather sorry sight now that Lith had a good look at him. No longer the self-assured Satan Beelzebub who could do as he pleased and was one of the rulers of the underworld. Now he was a defeated and disheveled man with ruined clothes, missing limbs, and broken spirit. As Lith was contemplating the changes in his demonic power and how his space had changed as a result, the grand doors to the Hall of Satans burst open as the 3 aces revealed themselves. No doubt to find Lith himself and, more importantly, the men he had fought. They had had an agreement after all. The only reason they had agreed to let Lith fight the men was at the condition he brought him back alive so that everyone could see the end of the last genocidal Satan and declare a new era for devils. Without the oppression of the Satan houses. Leave. Seraphol immediately shouted happily as she flying hugged the devil sitting on the semicircular table. You're not hurt anywhere, are you? I am perfectly fine, Sarah. Better than fine even. I get what you meant when you said it just clicks too. Lith answered as he started basically pampering the adorable young woman as she took a seat on his lap again. It was becoming a pattern, but Lith wasn't going to complain, that's for sure. Ooh, I know, right? It's like you're going whoosh and bam, suddenly it just comes to you. She excitedly replied as she childishly put it. This was her way of de-stressing from the fact that she had to kill a lot of people today. Acting childish with someone who understood that silently and went along with it was something that meant a lot to her. She hated fighting and having to kill others, even if it was for good reasons and so fewer people would die. She was a kind girl after all. It is hard to properly put into word, isn't it? I doubt any description would feel right for another devil since it is such a personal thing. I commented as the 2 other aces approached. Yeah. I tried to explain it to Dad but he just couldn't wrap his head around it. I couldn't even really understand Surzex or Ajuka's when I asked. But Ajuka said he could understand some of mine since he said he was smarter. Seraphol responded before leaning in to whisper, I think he's lying just to look smarter. I was not. I simply am smarter than you, Seraphol. Ajuka said in a rather relaxed mood compared to how he had been until now. What the other two didn't know was that this was for two reasons. The first was that Lith hadn't betrayed them and had indeed fought, defeated and captured Bidliad Beelzebub, not backstabbing them and having his impressive army attack them from behind, while the other was the much more subtle fact that Lith was not sitting in any of the thrones around him. The reason the second was important is psychological in nature, but it basically eliminated the possibility of Lith wanting to gain a type of authority similar to the Satans as he chose to not sit where they had ruled from. I don't believe you. Seraphol replied to the Astaroth heir as she blew her tongue out at him and the two started to bicker. Ha ha. This brings back memories. Surzex cheerfully commented as the simple recreation of the interaction his two friends had years ago allowed him to feel a burden being lifted off of him for a moment. I take it that means they were always like this then? Lith asked as he found the situation amusing. It was like an energetic but smart girl arguing with the one student who beat her scores during exams. That they are, with Seraphol usually making Falbium take her side while he was too lazy to try to go against her. Surzex fondly answered nostalgically. I could see that. But weird question, how did he lose his hair so young? Lith asked out of pure curiosity. Ah, that. Well, apparently it has something to do with his clan trait. They specialize in defensive magic and supposedly it protects their bodies to a certain degree. The problem comes when they reach a certain level of strength with their clan trait and it forms a passive defense which is more powerful in vital areas like the heart and skull, the latter being so strong that it results in Glaciolabula's main house members to lose their hair. Surzex explained as Lith simply looked at him almost disbelievingly. Just. Damn. What they gave up for power. Lith said as he thought about the plume hair he had grown to enjoy. Indeed. Surzex said as he too liked his crimson hair. I don't need your pity, my naps are better without hair in the way. A deadpanned Falbium said as that made Surzex jump a bit, while Lith knew exactly what he was saying when he had felt them and teleport in. My apologies. The redhead said to his friends sheepishly. It's fine. Falbium simply said as he looked at the bickering Seraphol and Ajuka, which wasn't anything new, just that Seraphol was somehow doing it from the young Lord Azeroth's lap, while said Lord being completely uninjured. A Satan class and the heavily beaten Beelzebub were new things though. Congratulations. Thank you, Sir Falbium. Lith simply replied as he decided to calm Seraphol down by taking out some cookies for her, making her immediately zero in on them and start munching, ignoring a baffled Ajuka in the process. What can I say? My chef's cookies are the best. How much for them? Ajuka nearly asked in desperation. Why would you want to buy cookies? Lith asked slightly confused. In case I ever need a distraction. He seriously answered as he looked at the very distracted Seraphol. We'll see if we can work something out. Lith replied, understanding his plight a bit. That's why he not only had cookies, but a variety of cakes and pastries, as well as juices, teas and snacks in his storage. He even put in extra work to have sections specifically made to keep things warm or cold, with his first-time dilations even being for this. Lith would be damned if he wasn't prepared to distract emotional women with delicious food or make the younger girls happy. It also served as office preparations. Of course, when even then the stuff comes closer to not being fresh, he donates the food to various places. So with a look which said, I'll hold you to that, everyone then turned their attention to the approaching Zekrom Bale. The authoritative man saw the group which consisted of the most powerful devils currently in the underworld and approached them as the leader of the anti-Satan faction. It would seem you have kept up your end of the agreement, Lord Azeroth. And that congratulations are in order. He commented as he glanced at the Beelzebub. It did hurt him slightly to see how far the son of one of the people he had respected fall so low, but this had to be done for the good of the underworld. Thank you, Sir Zekrom. Lith politely replied. Nodding curtly, he turned to the four aces. It is time to officially finish this war. The five knew what he meant, so Lith undid his spatial barrier and floated his defeated foe as they all left the Hall of Satans. The seven devils reappeared in the sky over Lucifad, its inhabitants, and the entire anti-Satan coalition army. Ajuka then casted a spell which created a large hologram of us all, so they could all see and hear what was going to happen. And Zekrom awoke the Satan to make sure he could at least have final words out of some measure of respect. Xerxes then moved forward with the captured Beelzebub. Today we have succeeded in securing a brighter future for us all. The tyrannical rule brought forth by the 4 Satan houses has driven the underworld to its knees through their unceasing desire for war, but we have said no more. I am proud of each man and woman who had the courage to stand against what had been considered natural since the creation of our race. I am proud to have led you and to have fought beside you. To have succeeded alongside you in defeating each figure thought unassailable. This is a victory not just for us, but for those who will come after us. We will make the underworld a brighter place with hopes for the future. Xerxes passionately said to all present as cheers of support, victory, and relief sounded across the city. Any last words, bidliad Beelzebub? He then said to the men they had woken up before the speech. The men seemed to have gotten some of his spirit back as he glared at them all with pure hatred, even more so for Lith. The blood and wrath of the Satans shall always stand against you, he venomously declared. Then we shall stand against them as well to preserve the future of the underworld. Xerxes responded as he engulfed the Satan in his destruction, leaving nothing behind of the last hostile Satans. Cheers erupted as the 6 most powerful figures of the anti-Satan faction stayed above them all as symbols of the new era to come. They had won and the civil war was over.